Hey guys. This is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry turned tragedy and became the ultimate magnet. Here is short summary. After facing tragedy, Harry Potter finds himself drawing people to him in unexpected ways, whether as a source of chaos, admiration, or even unintended humor. As friendships mend and tensions rise, Hogwarts discovers that Harry is more than just the boy who lived. He's the ultimate magnet for trouble, loyalty, and mischief. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry looked up and down the empty street, wondering what was happening. In the back of his mind, he knew what was going to occur, but he gave himself the benefit of a doubt, or maybe he was in denial. He immediately recognized the familiar street that he had lived on for 10 straight years and during the past 3.5 summers. He looked at the house that he had called a home, and felt his stomach drop down to his feet. There, in front of the door to number 4 Privet Drive, was a shadow figure, holding a slender stick in his hand. The worst of it was the throbbing pain that shot through his scar. He urged his feet to turn in the opposite direction before the force that always seemed to come over him strained him toward the event that he would dread seeing. His legs wouldn't comply, and with a cry of despair, he was dragged toward the house. He marched in a robotic fashion to the oblivious family that clearly would meet their demise. Harry walked toward the door, following the monster that would clearly wipe out the only remaining bloodline he possessed. As they ascended up the steps, they came to a halt in front of the first door on the second floor. The room he had lived in before the incident that had arose that morning. A quick alohomora, and the door swung forward to reveal an empty room. Voldemort rotated in the opposite direction, blood-red eyes glowing with anger that could have petrified some of the strongest men. Harry briefly wondered if he had seen Harry, in his horror-struck stance, but his adversary simply walked through him, causing an alarmingly cold feeling to come over him. Voldemort seemed to float toward the next door, because his robes touched the floor, and it was impossible to know if he had legs or not. He never touched the door. It appeared he knew it was locked, because a quick deleterious spell disintegrated the door from its hinges. In the room was his cousin. All harsh feelings were forgotten between the two for a lengthy moment, as a surge of protectiveness flowed through Harry. This was no harmless prank. This was a life-or-death situation, but evidently, there wasn't any clear alternative to his cousin's end. Harry just prayed that his life would be cut short without any suffering. A sudden crucio cut from Voldemort's mouth, and all resolve was broken. Harry's cry wasn't heard on Privet Drive that night, but a blood-curdling scream was. The image flashed through Harry's mind, and he dared not close his eyes. His cousin withering in his bed, screaming until his breath caught in his throat, and he could scream no more. Pain that was equivalent ran through Harry, as he shrieked with him. Words spilled from his lips. No, please, don't hurt him. Stop it, please stop it. Harry collapsed to the floor as tears streamed down his face as he screamed. His aunt and uncle tore from their room, as they heard their son screaming. His aunt ran toward Dudley, as his uncle screamed profanity at the torturer of his son. Aunt Petunia hugged the mass that was her son, as she attempted to stop his seizure. The sounds of more screams ran through his head quickly, as remembrance quickly came over him. The screams his mother played through him, as well as his aunt and uncle, who were put under the curse as well. The last thing Harry heard before exiting his dream was the words, Avada Kedavra, 3 times, before the screaming ceased. Harry felt himself falling through a dimensionless void of space and time, before landing heavily on the wooden floor of the living room of Remus' residence. His back screamed and his body ached, but he remained there, with perspiration covered him, as well as tears. With a shuddering breath, he gathered his bearings, and pulled himself from the floor, to the couch and collapsed to the cushions, and pulled on his glasses. He heard heavy footsteps, but couldn't pull himself together, or stop the tears that fell. His godfather and ex-professor made their way toward him, but all he managed to do was watch. What's going on? Why were you screaming? His godfather asked in a concerned fatherly voice. Lupin just stood there, watching his movements. Harry took a few gulps of air, before looking at them. Sirius bore a blue bathrobe, while Remus had just pulled a wizard robe over his pajamas. Sirius must have seen the tears in his eyes, because he sat down on the couch next to him, and put a comforting arm around his shoulder, never losing his concerned manner. "It's okay, Harry, now what happened?" he asked once again. "I dreamed, D-D Dursleys and VV Voldemort," he said, while trying to wipe his eyes. He pulled a pillow to his stomach, a gesture that he had learned in through years, while living in a cupboard. He pulled his legs toward him and buried his head in the pillow. Not hours ago he had been laughing at his aunt and uncle's expense, but now, they were dead. Gone. Just like his parents, and Cedric. He had no family. It was his entire fault. If Voldemort hadn't been so angry he hadn't been able to kill Harry, he probably wouldn't have killed the Dursleys. It was all his fault. But the truth was hidden behind his guilt. All the common sense in the world wouldn't point to any real explanation that put any blame on him. New tears replaced the old ones as he silently cried. Harry felt a hand rubbing his back, and heard Sirius's words attempting to soothe him. "It's all right, Harry, tell me what happened, it'll make you feel better." Harry wondered if he should. If not, they would surely read it in the next edition of the Daily Prophet. Harry took a deep breath, putting his whole effort into holding back the tears. "I had a dream. I was on Privet Drive, and Voldemort, he was going into the Dursleys' house. I couldn't help but follow him, and when we got upstairs, he went through the door to my old room, and when he saw I was gone, he got really angry, and he went to Dudley's room, and disintegrated the door. Then he started torturing him with the Cruciatus curse, and my aunt and uncle came, and he tortured them too. Then Voldemort, he killed them." Sirius looked exhausted by the time Harry finished. It was 4 in the morning. Harry put his hands over his head and hid face down in the pillow, rejecting the tears. He wasn't going to be a burden on Sirius and Lupin, especially since Lupin looked like he really needed sleep badly. Harry tried to compose himself, but ended up almost hyperventilating. Harry felt someone rubbing his back, and looked into the calming eyes of his ex-professor. The touch, though appreciated, brought a prickly feeling to his back, which made him quizzical. Sirius had left, and Harry felt almost abandoned. Maybe he was regretting the decision to take him in if he was going to be a nuisance like this. At these thoughts, Harry gave out a dry sob. He put his feet on the ground, and began to quiver. Lupin gave his shoulder a squeeze, trying to reassure him, as he whispered words of comfort. Suddenly, Sirius returned from the kitchen with a cup of steaming liquid. He put it on the coffee table and sat down next to Harry. He put his arm around his shoulder after Lupin pulled away. His godfather picked up a blanket and tucked it under his arms, and handed him the liquid, which turned out to be tea with some kind of potion mixed into it. Harry expected it to make him drowsy, but all it did was calm his nerves. With a croaky voice, he softly said, "Thanks, Sirius," and sipped some more. "No problem, Harry." Then he added in an afterthought after a few moments, "Think you're going to sleep tonight?" He asked with a voice that clearly told him he didn't expect him to. Harry just sheepishly shook his head. Sirius just nodded, and pulled Harry close to him. Harry was dazed, and a little uncomfortable from the unfamiliar embrace, but the feeling it gave him was warm, and loving, and it made him feel at ease, so he quickly relaxed, and just sat there thinking about what had happened. Harry wasn't sure if he was as upset about the loss of his last remaining family, or if it was something more. It bothered him immensely that he couldn't find the source of his despair, but the annoyance led to feelings of more guilt, because he knew his depression should be aimed fully at the Dursleys, but the scars he felt went deeper than their death. Maybe it was that he had never really appreciated, or shared any special bond with the people who he had called his family, and had always targeted his affection toward friends, and vice versa with the Dursleys. Or it could be his feelings of guilt that his association with Voldemort had had horrible repercussion on those he shared a blood bond with, and he knew that it could have been Ron or Hermione who suffered from it. He couldn't put a finger on his misery, but he knew that the answer was in a region of his soul he didn't even know of. The real answer was that, as much as he tried to deny it, he did feel some kind of care toward the people who had taken him in. The Dursleys had been the only family he knew for 10 years. He knew that they would have felt some sorrow for him if he had died at the end of last year, even if they didn't show it. He remembered one time when Dudley had been a small bit protective over him. He and Dudley, had gone to the park at the age of 5, with Aunt Petunia. A child, smaller than Dudley, but much bigger than Harry, had pushed him into the sandbox for getting too close to his sand castle. Dudley pushed the boy into the sand castle, shouting, "Don't you dare touch my punching bag," before picking Harry up by the shirt and shoving him toward the other side of the playground. Harry never forgot that, feeling as though he had a bigger protector, who, despite the constant bullying, felt as though Harry was his property. Dudley was always the one to hit Harry while the others just stood there laughing with sneering faces, or held him in place. Harry realized, though Dudley was the bully, technically, Harry was now the stronger force, and having to watch his cousin being tortured was a horrible experience. The looks of horror that were on his relatives' faces stood vividly in his mind. His uncle had thrown him out though. He couldn't really justify his uncle's behavior rationally. Uncle Vernon had known he would survive. He had friends that could pick him up, and Sirius could have helped him out. It had taken him until his 15th birthday to finally dispose of him, and had he really been that uncaring, his uncle would have done it years ago, when Harry had no place to go. He couldn't find it in his heart to blame the man, after he had died at his indirect hands. Harry sighed, and shook the thoughts away. He neglected his tiredness, and tried focusing on other things, but in the silence, it seemed as though the only thing left was sleep. The quiet atmosphere made Harry feel any attempt at conversation would be breaking some sort of tranquility that had settled over the room, but it only brought a nagging anxiety to Harry's restless thoughts. In contrast, Harry felt some liability to inform his elders that they needn't stay up all night with him just because of his insomnia. He looked from the worn stature of the werewolf to his left, to the tired, yet determined figure that was his godfather on his right. "You two can go to bed. I'm sure I'll be fine from here," he said, hoping his true feelings didn't feed into his voice. Sirius looked at Harry, then Remus, then settled his gaze on Harry, before replying, "You go ahead and get some sleep, Remus. Me and Harry will be fine down here for the night." Remus looked about ready to argue, but Sirius cut him off with a compassionate, yet firm, "Go Moony." And after looking at Sirius for a moment, he left for his bedroom. "You don't have to stay, I'll be fine down here," he persuaded, in a voice that said he was just being considerate. Sirius just looked at him, with eyes that seemed to look right into his soul, and he shared a look that said, "I know that's not what you really want though." He tried to fake a defeated look, but Sirius just smiled at him. Harry moved over to the space where Lupin had been and laid his head down in a pillow. "It wasn't your fault, Harry. Your relatives wouldn't have blamed you if they had known the truth. You couldn't have done anything," Sirius said. Now that Remus was gone, the thick tension in the air seemed to break like fog at midday. Harry didn't know how to explain his feelings to Sirius. Guilt was just one of those things that didn't seem to mind logic, or the law of physics. At least the laws that still stood in the wizarding world. It was as if even though there was no way of saving them, he still felt remorse that he failed to find a way around logic. The irony was quick to dawn on him. Here he was, feeling so alone in his guilt trip, when the person who dealt with guilt for the better part of his life was sitting next to him. Harry just hoped that Sirius wasn't so lost in his own repentance that he couldn't help Harry deal with his own. "I can't help feeling like even though I wasn't physically there, I'm a bad person because I couldn't stop it," he said miserably. "I know you understand as well as I do, that all the words of comfort in the world can't stop you from feeling guilty. People who have never had feelings of intense guilt don't understand how someone can feel that bad about something they couldn't prevent. It's just like see." But he cut himself off realizing how open he was being with this man he hardly knew. It was just so natural to talk to him. Sirius was like the adult figure that he never had to confide in, and now that he was there, Harry couldn't help but spill out his thoughts and feelings without any concern. It was just that Sirius seemed to be as eager to gain Harry's fondness as Harry did his. But Sirius didn't care about him being the boy who lived, as he did about him being his godson. And Sirius didn't have other kids to care about. He could afford to spend time dealing with Harry's problems, unlike the Weasleys, who he always felt to be a burden to. Though he did feel weird about keeping Sirius awake. Sirius just gave him a reassuring, yet sad smile. It's the curse of being human, or at least a descent human, or possibly just one who takes too much onto their shoulders. It's not a trait that can be modified. You're just born like that. You naturally take the problems that the world faces every day, and even when they can't be prevented. You feel the responsibility to grieve over the unavoidable. The trouble is, that even when you get to the root of the problem, you can't do anything about it. It's frustrating, in Azkaban, having to see the thing that troubles you the most over and over, never in more or less detail, but always the way it happened. A far-away look entered his eyes as he spoke, almost hypnotically. Even worse, knowing you're innocent, but still plagued with the guilt that you couldn't have stopped it. I couldn't stop it. Neither could Remus, nor could James or Lily, but you realize that even if you could have prevented it, the choice would be selfish, and the whole thing turned out the way it did for a reason. Fate caused it to happen, and big or small, the action had an effect on the world as a whole. Sirius's eyes seemed to storm with emotion that swam around his soul. Azkaban seemed to have destroyed any bodily way to discharge these feelings. Harry sat up on the couch, as if immobile in the seat. Millions of pins seemed to poke him from the inside all up and down the sides of his back as he just sat there staring at Sirius. Finally, Sirius silently came back to reality, and he stared at Harry blankly. Harry, overcome by numbness, hugged the man who had just shared very crucial thoughts and feelings with him. It took a moment, but Sirius hugged him back. Harry gave Sirius a squeeze before letting go. A comfortable silence followed, and Harry just leaned against his godfather, feeling unexplainable sensations. One thing he knew for certain was that he couldn't ask for any better mature older person to spend his remaining adolescence with. If someone had asked him when he was 12 who he would like to live with, he would have said his parents, but know that he had Sirius. He would probably say he was ideal where he was right now. The night was spent in silence for the better part of an hour, contemplating things that were personal to themselves. For Harry, he spent the time relating Sirius's words to his own situation. Regardless of the circumstances, he and Sirius were in the same boat. The SS guilt. Despite the fact that he didn't go to Azkaban, he knew that his soul would suffer from another Dementor. Anytime they neared him, he would have new voices in his head. The screaming of his cousin, the profanity of his uncle, the crying of his aunt. After an hour and a half, Harry could bear to be alone with his thoughts no longer. Sirius bore the haunted look in his eyes, which told him that Sirius wasn't all there. Harry was beginning to hate that look. It was like a demon that had possessed his godfather, eating away at him, taking him into a parody of a land that was filled with guilt and sorrow. Harry didn't know how he knew that, but he was positive that it wasn't good for Sirius. Harry reached over and put his arm around Sirius's shoulders. Sirius shook the inner demon off, and looked down to see Harry, and he put his arm around Harry as well. "Are you okay, Sirius? You look tired. Do you want to head upstairs?" "I don't mind," he said, not so much in a way that was considerate, but more concerned than anything else. Sirius just shook his head. "I'm fine. Are you tired? If you want to take a nap, go on ahead. I'll just wait until you fall asleep." Harry highly doubted that Sirius would fall asleep, more like fall into another trance state, and Harry hated the thought of that, but there wasn't really anything left to do. So he just shrugged his shoulders, and pulled the blanket up around him, pulling his legs to his chest in another trait learned as a child, because his cot in the cupboard became too small, and his legs hung off the side. He made a conscious effort to keep his mind from wandering over to the horrible thoughts that he hoped would not plague his sleep. Abruptly, he reached over and knocked on wood, before weariness overcame him, and he drifted into a restless slumber. When Harry awoke hours later, it was to find his godfather lying on the cushion near his legs as a dog. Harry didn't know whether he was asleep, or just seeming to be asleep, but he decided not to disturb him, and just managed to notice the faint light shining through the window, before he laid back down and just stared blankly into space for a few minutes, before hearing a clang. It wasn't loud, just enough to startle him out of his stupor. He sat up, and noticed Sirius's tail twitch. As silently as possible, he slowly, and stealthily, attempted to remove himself from the couch without transferring motion, so Sirius didn't wake up. All he managed to do was flop over the side of the couch, and hit his head on the floor. Careful to avoid the coffee table, he flipped over his head, and landed with a soft flop on the flooring. He whispered a curse at the pain it caused his back, but then he stood groggily, and made his way toward the source of the sound. What he found woke him up violently. Remus Lupin, his favorite ex-defense teacher, was wearing an apron that said, "Key the werewolf," while flipping pancakes. Harry was doubled over in silent laughter, cautious not to wake Sirius. Remus must have noticed him, because the next thing he knew, he got pelted with a sausage link. Harry looked up to Lupin's grouchy face, but Harry couldn't take it seriously because the smirk that appeared a moment later. He looked at the clock to see it was mid-morning. "Need any help, Professor?" he asked quietly. "Please, call me Remus, but no thank you on the help. You can wake Sirius up though. It's quite simple really. Just take a piece of sausage or bacon and wave it under his nose," he said in a would-be serious voce. Harry just raised his eyebrows and silently compiled, taking a slice of steaming bacon into the living room and waving it under the nose of the dog lying on the couch. First his nose twitched, then an eye perked open, then the other, with a sleep gaze in his eyes. Suddenly the dog jumped up, wide-eyed, and licked his lips. "Here doggy, fetch the bacon," he said in a choking voice. Then he threw the bacon in the kitchen. Padfoot seemed to be choosing between attempting to throttle the boy or getting the bacon. Finally, with a glare at his godson, he hopped off the couch and ran for the treat. Harry couldn't resist saying, "Good boy. Now roll over." Sirius just gave him a death glare before transforming. He wrapped his arms around Harry's neck in a fake chokehold. Remus came over, put a hand on Sirius's shoulder and said, "Now Sirius, Harry just arrived. You don't want to go killing him off already. Remember the trauma that man had the last time you visited my house when I was entertaining guests?" Sirius seemed to go red, but from embarrassment or anger, Harry couldn't tell. Sirius's voice seemed a little constricted when he responded, "That was 15 years ago. Besides, what do you call me?" "I refer to you as a long-term boarder who never pays his rent," Remus said with a smug smile on his face. He served up the pancakes and sausage, and bacon, and eggs, and Sirius and Remus ate moderately, while Harry ate more than the norm, due to his lack of food intake over the summer. Sirius kept shooting glances at him, probably noticing his eating habits, but he said nothing. Once again, the awkward silence seemed to settle once again over the kitchen, thick enough to cut it with a knife. They ate in silence, with only the clang of silverware being heard. Every time he looked up, Harry could see Remus and Sirius exchanging glances, talking in a code that Harry recognized as one similar to that of a secret language Ron and Hermione shared, but it was quite different from theirs, so Harry couldn't decipher what they were saying. Finally, the silence was quickly swept from the room, as the post owl suddenly came in with the paper. Remus promptly paid the owl rapidly after it landed near him, attempting to get it out of the kitchen quickly. A wave of horror seized Harry, as he realized what it would hold. He backed his chair up from the table, as if the paper was bomb, or a howler, and stood and walked away from the table. Remus just set the paper aside, but Harry kept walking. I'm going to go get change. I'll see you two later." And that's what he did. He went upstairs to get change, and take a shower. He came down 15 minutes later, and came down the stairs, but muffled talking stopped him in his tracks. He didn't want to eavesdrop, but the house wasn't really that big. He knew that they were discussing something about him. He inaudibly sneaked to the door, and cupped his ear against it. He could hear snippets of the conversation. "Moony, he's going to find out sooner or later, and I don't feel good about keeping it from him." "I know you don't, but after last night he needs time to recuperate from all that he's going through. If we lay this down on him he may have a nervous breakdown, or worse, he could. Still, when he finds out he's going to be angry at us for not telling us. That's what teenagers do. They get upset with their elders, because they disagree with our judgment, but when he finds out, he'll know deep down we did it for the best." Harry's curiosity increased tenfold, and he instantly wished he hadn't been listening. He crept back to the top of the stairs and lumbered down them, perhaps heavier than would be wise because his footsteps weren't normally that loud. He walked in the kitchen, trying to act like he was just distracted to the fact that the friends were having a conversation, but not knowing how to fake an entry. Sirius and Remus suddenly improved their posture, acting as though they hadn't been talking at all. After Harry finished his lukewarm coffee, in order to keep himself awake, he tried to start casual conversation. "How bad was it?" he asked, not even mentioning what it was. It was interesting," Remus said in an all-too-phony voice. Harry merely raised his eyebrows. "They told the public that, well see, they didn't phrase it the way that they should have. What Moony is trying to say is that they used restless Death Eaters as a scapegoat for Voldemort's actions. Totally skimmed over the major details, and made it look like the Ministry was doing a horrible job at governing the wizard world. said Sirius in a silky voice. Harry couldn't help but wonder how he managed to lie so well. Harry knew that whatever it was that they were hiding was in the paper, from Remus's horrible attempt at fibbing. Harry didn't press the subject. It was clear that the topic was moving when Sirius said, "So, let's get started. No time to waste. I'm sure Remus wants his house back, Harry. We'll be taking Flow Powder to the house. I haven't named it yet. I was waiting for you to help me, so it's really just a series of numbers. It's 5 4 3 6 4 6. It's just as the normal way, but don't say it as fast as you usually would. Take your time." Harry couldn't but feel a bit rushed, and his back throbbed just thinking about more manual labor, but he wasn't going to complain. He just stood up and walked to the fireplace. He took a pinch of Flow Powder before turning around. 5 4 3 6 4 6. He asked Sirius, who nodded in reassurance. He stepped into the fire before throwing the Flow Powder down and repeating the numbers. Millions of fireplaces zoomed past him at ungodly speeds. Finally, it stopped, and he fell face first out of the fire. There was a pop next to him, and he felt someone lifting him up. He groaned as his back cracked, and he dusted the soot that mixed in with the cobwebs on the floor. The house came into view, suddenly, and he wondered if he would get to sleep in it any time this summer. Dust filled the place, and it smelled musty and occupied the air around him. Sirius opened a window slightly, and Harry could see the frustration in his eyes. Harry looked around the room for something optimistic to point out. It was clear that neither one was essentially pleased with the place, but it wouldn't help to be brooding about it. Sirius finally walked around the place, taking it in. Beyond the filth, it was an adequately nice place. "Well," Harry started. "Where do we start?" he asked in a tone that freely expressed his fake enthusiasm. "More like where do we finish?" Sirius responded. It wasn't a question. Sirius drew his wand and intensely coughed. "Let's at least clear up the dust a bit." With that, he uttered a spell, which picked up the layer of dust, swirled around their heads, and it whizzed out the window. The result was pleasing. The room looked a whole lot better, despite the grime on the walls and floor. Sirius tried a cleaning spell, but it didn't work too well. He conjured up some buckets and cleaning supplies, and they got to work. Harry went to the sink to fill the bucket with water, but found that it poured out a sickly brown liquid. He bellowed, and shut the sink off. Sirius walked in the kitchen and looked at the bucket of brown water, and said a spell, which fixed the plumbing. Harry emptied the bucket, and filed it with clean water and soap. He set it for the living room, and began cleaning. Meanwhile, Sirius went outside to see what could be done. They worked through the morning, stopping for lunch, which was a plate of sandwiches, and a pitcher of pumpkin juice, which Sirius got from Remus's house. They got back to work, and soon were so caught up in their labor that they didn't realize that they had spent the entire day there. Sirius had fixed the fence around the property, and set wards around the house. The overgrown weeds in the back were obnoxiously hard to pull out, and the magical gnomes in the yard just didn't want to leave their nest. By the time the sun reached the horizon, Sirius was sweaty, and his skin was browned. A sharp contrast from the waxy, pale skin he had after he escaped Azkaban. Harry came outside just as the sun set, and looked at the house. It was in a very secluded area, not unlike the burrow, except it had more trees. It had a huge backyard, with a stream running through it. The house wasn't huge. It had 2 floors, and looked as though it had been built 50 years ago. It was made out of stone, and the roof was slate. Sirius told Harry to come inside, after they both admired Sirius's handiwork. They walked through the door and his godfather's face contorted into a state of awe. The floors, after being mopped and scrubbed, shone with gleam from the glossy hardwood finish, and the walls, once grimy and sickly, were now a fresh off-white. The furniture covers were taken off, and the cushions were shampooed. The window glass was washed and polished, and everything was beautiful. Sirius was having trouble putting together words. He gave up his stuttering nonsense, and settled on opening and closing his mouth, not finding his voice. Harry, slightly alarmed, but mostly amused, held back his laughter, and waited until his godfather came around. Finally, he let out a decipherable statement. "What did you do?" he asked. Harry was faintly disappointed at Sirius's reaction. He had worked very hard, and this wasn't the reaction he had hoped for. Letting a small amount of failure slip into his voice, he said, You don't like it?" he asked. It's, clean. And, it's nice, he said, still in amazement. What's wrong? Though it looked okay, he said. It's just that it looks like we're neat freaks, or that women live here. I was hoping it would look kind of messy. Like I don't know. Like men live here, he said. Harry was in shock. It took him a while to close his mouth. Are you calling me a woman? He asked in a very pissed off, high-pitched voice, which threw off the effect. Sirius burst out laughing. No, I wasn't calling you a woman. I was just commenting that you clean like woman, he managed to say through his fits of laughter. Harry was angry and slightly confused. He had never been insulted that he cleaned too much before, maybe too little, but never too much. He was suddenly very mad. Something suddenly came over him, and he grabbed the first thing he saw, which, fortunately for Sirius, was a large pillow, and threw it at Sirius. It hit him hard in the face, and he immediately stopped laughing. He then grabbed another and lunged at Sirius. He began recessively hitting him with it. Sirius grabbed a pillow from the couch and hit Harry with it. Harry said, I may clean like a woman, but at least I don't hit like one. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to insult women. Sirius glowered and hit him harder, and soon they were in an all-out pillow war. Sirius soon abandoned pillows, and began tickling him, mercilessly. Harry, who was outrageously ticklish, was defenseless to it, and was rolling on the floor in a heap of pillows. Suddenly there was a pop, and Remus Lupin was standing in back of Sirius. Harry swallowed the urge to scream for help, and gave him an urgent look as he laughed. Lupin nodded, and suddenly Harry stopped being tickled, and heard his godfather's laughter. It seemed that Sirius had been hit with Rictusempra. Sirius pulled out his wand, trying to say the counter spell, but in his weak state, Harry easily grabbed it from his and twirled it while Sirius was laughing while scowling, which was a very humorous sight. Harry nodded to Lupin, who in turn said, Finite incantatem. Sirius abruptly stopped laughing and yelled, No fair. A third party's against rules. Harry just smirked, saying, All's fair in love and pillow wars. Sirius just scowled back. So, Mr. Mess Freak, truce? He asked, holding out his hand. Sirius shook it. Harry was tired, and his back had not improved from the events of the day. He looked around the room. It was full of feathers and pillow fluff. Well, you got your way. The room is a mess. If you want to live like a pig, then don't let me stop you. Let me just say that if it starts to smell, I won't hesitate to throw all your stuff out. Sirius looked appalled. God, Harry, I'm so sorry I was in Azkaban. Look what the Dursleys did to you. But he stopped dead at the look on Harry's face. Harry stopped his smirking, and seemed to go numb. There was a sudden prickling sensation that overcame him, and the instinct to run came over him. He took a shaky step backwards, and almost tripped over a pillow. He backed into a wall, and sunk down against it. Sirius approached him, but he just pressed himself against the wall harder, almost willing it to let him sink into it, and disappear. Sirius just sat down next to him with a remorseful look on his face. Harry looked down, and Sirius sighed, and began talking. Look. I didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry if the way I put it wasn't very considerate. It was a joke. I guess I should have thought before I spoke. Harry suddenly felt a wave of fatigue fall over him. It had been a long day, and tomorrow would be even longer. Can I please just find a bed to sleep in? I'm tired, he asked in a weary voice. I guess since there are beds here, we can sleep. We'll fix them up tomorrow, and then we'll get out stuff from Remus's house. And without a further word, Harry trudged his way up the stairs toward the first room he saw, which turned out to be a bathroom. So he went to the next room and lay down on the bed, and fell asleep instantaneously. Harry woke the next day to find that he had not changed into nightwear, and he looked a mess. His clothes were rumpled, and his hair stood wildly on his head. His face hurt because he had forgotten to take his glasses off, and he smelled foul from not taking a shower after the hard labor he performed the previous day. He sat up and heard his back crack. He felt stiff all over from not showering, and easing his painful joints. He stood up, painfully, and made his way to the door. When he stepped out of the makeshift bedroom, he spotted his trunk in the hall, and without commenting, he grabbed a set of clean, and overlarge, clothes, and headed off for the bathroom he had mistaken for a bedroom the preceding night. After showering for a good 20 minutes, to soothe his aches, he stepped out and wrapped a towel around his waist. He wiped the foggy mirror pane with his arm and looked at his reflection. He had changed a whole lot since the end of the last school year. It must have been all of the chores that his aunt had assigned for him. His scrawny exterior had disappeared, and a small amount of muscle surfaced. Nothing outlandish, but still, it was noticeable. Harry ran his hands through his hair, and tried smoothing it back with a comb, and it looked somewhat better. The mirror barked, "Try some hair gel," and he shot a nasty glare at it. Harry changed into a t-shirt and rolled his trousers to knee-height. It was going to be a long day in the sun. He walked down the stairs to find that Sirius was sitting at the table with a bowl of cereal. Harry stood in the doorway and Sirius looked at him. "Morning. I've taken the liberty of going shopping," he said. Harry looked at the bowl of cereal and took it that Sirius wasn't the best cook. "Morning." And without saying anything, he looked around the kitchen, trying to get acquainted with all of the things that were used for cooking. Finally, after he familiarized himself, he set off, making an omelet. "If soggy cereal doesn't do it for you, I can make you one too," he said when he was halfway through making his own. "Thanks," he said, taking a sip of coffee. At least Sirius can make coffee, Harry thought. Harry finished breakfast 10 minutes later, and he served it with bacon on the side. Sirius was just opening his mouth to speak when Harry cut in with, "Fair warning. The next comment you make will affect whether you eat cereal or not. I advise you not to say anything at all if it includes the words Betty Crocker or Martha Stewart." Sirius immediately shut his mouth. He took a bite and looked up with wide eyes. "Wow. This is good," he said. Then they grew silent. The post came in with a letter from Ron and the Daily Prophet. The note was pretty short. "Harry, where are you? Mum had a fit when she read the Daily Prophet. I'm a bit alarmed myself. When it said that your relatives were dead, I spit orange juice all over Ginny. Let me just say that I don't believe it when they said that you were even partially to blame." At this, Harry stopped. His eyes grew big as plates, and his eyes drifted to Sirius, who was still reading the paper, before he looked down at the letter. "Anyway, I assume that you're staying with Sirius, but if not, tell me." Harry looked at Sirius again. "Sirius," he said in order to get his attention, "why do you think Ron wrote to me saying that I was blamed for the Dursleys?" he said in a mock-innocent voice. Sirius just put on an, "Oh, I'm busted," face, and hissed a breath through his teeth. "See, the Daily Prophet kind of said that you were somewhat responsible for your reality's death." "Yeah, and where would they get that idea? You told me that they wrote that restless Death Eaters were to blame. Number 1. Why did they blame me, and number 2, why did you lie?" Sirius squirmed uncomfortably in his seat, and looked shamefully at him. He silently got up and handed him a newspaper that was in his pocket. "Now I don't want you jumping to conclusions. I want you to talk to me, don't just freak out and do something you might regret. Remember, the press always blows things out of proportion. Harry Potter's relatives dead. Coincidence? In the home of number 4 Privet Drive, the bodies of 3 individuals, Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley Dursley, were found dead. While most do not think this significant, as they are non-magical, it had also been discovered that they are blood realities of Harry Potter. Above the house was the Dark Mark, a legendary sign that it is as a result of dark magic. Most assume that it is behavior of restless Death Eaters, such as the activity of those who participated in the tragedy of last year's Quidditch World Cup. We, the Daily Prophet, have done some investigating, and have found that this is just one of a number of cover-ups by the Ministry of Magic. The reason behind the tragedy is quite complex. Special precautions had to be taken in order for Harry Potter to live in a Muggle residence. Many wards were constructed over the summer because of the growing number of attacks on Muggles, and with these wards came a complex spell known as Spezonific Sapenota, a spell preformed by a powerful witch or wizard. In this case, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, without the knowledge of the person affected by it. The spell is a ward that protects the building that he or she resides in at the current time. It moves with the person so they are always protected. While traveling the street, the person will become untraceable to all those wishing to cause him harm. Therefore, the boy would always be protected while under it. Neighbors report seeing Potter leave the house dragging a trunk and bird cage with him. We have been informed that the boy left the house with no intent to return. An interview with Professor Dumbledore, who claims that you know who has risen, has testified that he, is after Potter, and put up wards of his own, thinking that Dumbledore had set protection spells on the house, instead of on the boy in general. Whenever the boy left his home on Privet Drive, whose wards would be set off, and he must have assumed that the wards fell and that it would be wise to attack him while he is vulnerable, and lacking a wand at reach. He who shall not be named apparently went looking for the boy who lived, and when he found the boy absent, became infuriated and tortured and killed the 3 muggles. While no one can prove the rise of he who shall not be named, we have a large amount of evidence in favor of the theory. We are not positive about the whereabouts of Harry Potter, but we are certain that he is in no harm, and will remain in a safe area for the remainder of the summer. We at the Daily Prophet would like to send out our gratitude for the death of yet another loved one of Harry Potter. May our thought be with you, and all of those who have lost kin in attacks by Death Eaters. Harry slowly put the paper down. Inside of him, a million emotions whirled around, fighting to surface, until numbness overcame him, and he almost collapsed with exhaustion. Once again, that all-too-familiar shiver shot down his spine. He felt the urge to scream till his voice went numb, or yell to the world of how unfair his life was, or cry until he became too dehydrated, and the tears couldn't come, and he wanted to hit something. He couldn't move. Almost couldn't draw air. Finally the feelings inside of him gave way, and he did the only logical thing that occurred to his mind. He laughed. Later, it was probably the most bizarre thing he could do, but he laughed. It was nothing to make heads turn. He just quietly chuckled. It was his eyes that were scary. His eyes turned a dark, almost forest green color, a sharp contrast to his regular emerald green. Then he began getting louder. It was a dry laugh, containing no emotion. He just sat there laughing with chilling, dark green eyes that looked like he was withholding something. Sirius looked very alarmed. Like he just found out that there was an insane madman in his kitchen. Harry just laughed harder. He laughed until his voice ached. Sirius just sat there. Possibly too scared to do something, or perhaps curious to see what Harry would do next. After a minute of no-holds laughing, he suddenly buried his head in his arms, sobbing. He cried and cried. Sobbing racked over his body like waves crashing over him, crushing him to the ground, until all he could do was lay there and drown in the sea of emotion. It took him a moment, but he suddenly realized a key factor. There were no tears spilling down his face. There was no burning sensation in the back of his eyes. Had it not been for his sobs, no one would notice he was even crying. It was not in sorrow he cried, nor in grieving, but because he was so frustrated. He had had enough of everything being on his shoulders. Tired of everything always being his fault. He was tired of things he didn't want anything to do with suddenly becoming his business. He wanted to give it up, to let someone else feel the responsibility of having to fight Voldemort. Finally, he wore himself out so badly that he couldn't muster up the strength to weep any longer. Sirius was still staring at him as though he had grown an extra head. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over as they had done 2 nights ago. Sirius quickly snapped out of it, and stood up, and quietly walked to the seat closest to Harry. They sat there for quite a while, in an awkward silence that was broken only by Harry's heavy breathing from his outburst. Sirius finally sighed in a poor attempt at breaking the stillness. "Firstly, before I go and make a fool out of myself trying to comfort you by saying something that is totally irrelevant to what's wrong, may I ask what's bothering you?" he said in a discouraged voice. Harry didn't know what else to do. Even in his sorry state, he still felt embarrassed for his insane behavior. He still wasn't sure what had possessed him to laugh like that. "I really don't know. Everything in the world just seems to be crashing down on me. It's totally my fault. Everything. If I hadn't left the house, the wards wouldn't have gone down." Harry could have gone on for hours, but something held him back. Something always held him back. He had built up a block of emotions and feelings, and when times were bad, he could never confess anything. He never told anyone his feelings. He just let them build up inside of him. "Harry, it's not your fault. It was never your fault. Don't take your frustration out on yourself. Just remember, Voldemort did everything. If you're going to be angry at anything, let it be him." Harry didn't respond. He didn't know how to respond. He had just woken up, and yet he was exhausted. Can I just go back to bed? I don't feel well. I just want to go back to sleep. This all happened too fast," he said in a desperate voice. Sirius looked hesitant. He sighed again. "All right. You can go. Just be willing to talk about this more when you wake up. You know we need to, and putting it off will just intensify the problem. I'll wake you up in 2 hours, okay?" he asked. Harry just nodded. As he headed up the stairs, Harry felt a new feeling overwhelm him. Defeat. He just wanted to crawl in a hole and pretend to be asleep for the rest of his life. He looked at his bedroom from the corner of his eye, but decided that he might as well splash some water on his face first. It was early in the morning, and falling asleep in the middle of the day wasn't healthy. He walked in and once again looked in the reflection that stared back at him. His eyes held that look of solitude from the rest of the world. He was the boy who lived, and he would never be just Harry again. He was different from everyone else. He turned on the faucet and let the cold water burn over his face, sending him sputtering for a towel. He sat there for a few moments, wondering what he should do. He suddenly saw a glint, and noticed the shiny metal of a razor sitting on the shelf of the cabinet. He picked it as if it was made of glass. He silently stared at it. He didn't know if he dared do it. It wasn't the courage he lacked, but he wasn't sure if it was the right thing to do. He didn't want to consider the outcome if the world found out what the boy who lived did in his spare time. It wasn't a trait smiled upon. And what if Sirius found out? Suddenly, his eyes became darkened with inner turmoil. So what? The pissed-off side of his brain hollered. The world around me is turning into living hell. I'll do what I want. The other side, the logical side, retorted. That doesn't mean you should go around cutting yourself. Go talk to Sirius if you feel this way. Sirius. He thought. I want to talk to him. I just can't. I don't know why. I guess I'm probably bothering the man to death with all of my stupid problems. I'll settle this my own way. And he raised the hand holding the razor. Harry made his way to his bedroom. Scarring cuts etched over his upper arms, able to be covered by a t-shirt. He lied his head down on his pillow, and couldn't manage to let himself sleep. It was getting later into the morning, and the more he larked about, the less time he had before he went out and talked to Sirius. It's not that I don't want to talk to him, I just don't know what to say. Is he going to look down on me? I mean, I did ultimately kill my only family, accidentally or not. He's not going to come out and say it, but I guess I'll never know what he's thinking. I can't ask him. What would I say? Sirius, do you consider me a murderer? It sounded ridiculous even in his head. Then again, Sirius probably feels the same way about me. Or, he did when he first knew me. Probably thinks that I consider him the murderer of my parents. All of these questions I can't, or don't know how to ask. He sighed to himself. Maybe it wasn't just Sirius he didn't want to face, maybe it was a roundabout everyone. Facing Sirius meant facing the rest of the world. He could put it off all he wanted, but Hogwarts meant more rumors, more shunting glares. No one would care that he lost his family. That would think they died at his hand. And it didn't look good to the wizard world. First, Cedric Diggory mysteriously vanishes along with Harry Potter, and who comes back alive? Now, after a summer of living with his relatives, they die. Once again, who made it out alive? Since the Daily Prophet had been known for all of its gossip, everyone would assume that he was really the murderer, and they were just making up this convincing story to cover it up. Then again, would they realize the stuff Rita Skeeter wrote about him before was just gossip? Wow, he thought to himself, I never knew I was so shallow as to think of the world's opinion of me before my friends and, well, I guess I no longer have family. I never thought of their opinion of me before though. Harry determined that he would talk to Sirius. He was practically Harry's family. He shook his head. Before the Dursleys died, he wouldn't even consider them his family, but more of a skeleton in his closet. Not because they were muggles, but because they were just so anti-wizard. He felt ashamed to be related to them. Now, he realized that, despite how his relationship with his family was, he couldn't change the fact that they were his blood. Friends come and go in your life. Well, in my case, they stay, but some friends, like Seamus and Dean, you'll drift apart. He couldn't do anything about bloodlines. He guessed that it was all how you considered family. I suppose I have two families, or I did. Hermione and Ron, and Sirius and the Weasleys, they're my family. But the Dursleys and my parents. I never had the chance to learn to love my parents, but that doesn't mean that I don't. Those are my blood. I have to honor the fact that they were related to me. It doesn't have to be a public statement, but privately, I'll cherish it that I knew some of my kin." Harry looked at his arms. The blood had clotted, but his arm was scratched over and over. He looked as if he had been through a nasty encounter with a cat, but that argument wouldn't work, because they looked too direct. The scratches were only in a place that would be covered by his t-shirt. If anyone were to see them, they would instantly know they were self-inflicted. Harry didn't regret what he did. As he cut, he felt like the pain was to make up for all of the hell he had put his realities through. He had accepted the fact that they were dead, just not the fact that he had their blood on his hands. Voldemort didn't feel guilty for killing them, so Harry, in the back of his mind, felt the urge to avenge their death, even if it meant that he was causing harm to himself. Someone had to feel the guilt of their death. Just as it happened with Wormtail, he couldn't kill or let someone be killed. He just couldn't live with the guilt that he could have saved someone from his or her death, and did nothing. At least he had no choice in the matter with the Dursleys. He just stood there, trying to help, knowing he couldn't do anything. Harry lay there, contemplating more and more, and didn't realize it when 2 hours went by. He looked at the clock, and saw that it was already midday. Where was Sirius? Was he even in the house? Maybe he was out shopping again. Harry went down the stairs to the kitchen and tried calling his name. He saw a letter on the table. "Harry, I'll be out for a bit. See you soon, Sirius." Harry just shrugged. He had no idea where Sirius could be. He felt slightly let down that he wasn't there to talk to him, but he guessed that he would just have to get over it. He looked on the back for a PS, but found none. He supposed that he was to get started on the work himself. He quietly walked outside. He noticed that the gate was open, but that was all. He looked at the house and walked the perimeter of it. He noticed that they were pretty much encircled by trees, and a small path led away from it. It was big enough for a car to pass through, or more importantly, a motorcycle. There was perhaps 1.5 acres of land surrounding the house. Perfect for playing Quidditch, as the trees would block out any wandering Muggle eyes. Harry just walked up to a hose, and filled a bucket with water and soap, and started washing the filthy outsides of the windows. When he finished the first floor, and walked out to the garden shed, apparently they had one and fetched a ladder to climb up to the next floor. After he finished, he went to the upper stories to fix up the rooms of the house. Finally, after almost 2 hours passed, Harry had finished his bedroom, decorating it with some Quidditch stickers and posters, and fixing the color with a magical paintbrush to light blue. Ha! You thought I would do scar *** T and gold, or green, in your face. He set up some furniture to make the room look better, as he had a pretty large room. He then fixed up some other rooms with furniture, and went downstairs to make himself a late lunch. It was nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he heard the roar of Sirius's motorcycle. When he came in the house, Sirius didn't question what Harry had been doing, and Harry didn't grill Sirius as to where he had been, though he was interested. Harry had left him a sandwich on the counter, and Sirius just ate it, without uncertainty. "So, how have you been?" Sirius finally asked. Harry didn't let his annoyance slip into his voice. "I've been fine. Just fixing up the house a bit. It really wasn't that big a deal." Sirius was a grown man. He could go out wherever he wanted to. "That's nice. Say, how would you like to get out of the house today? You've been pretty confined all summer, right?" he asked. To tell the truth, Harry was confined every summer since he went to Hogwarts, and before, he was usually locked in his cupboard. But he pushed those thoughts away, as it reminded him of the Dursleys. Harry merely nodded to show his approval of a break outside doing something besides hard labor. Sirius and Harry agreed to have a few games of Quidditch. Sirius proved to be almost as good a flyer as Harry. They played a few rounds of non-traditional style Quidditch. Finally, Harry asked, "Say Sirius, were you ever on the Quidditch team?" Harry asked. A flash of resentment displayed over his face, when he said in a voice very unlike his own, "No," in a very closing proclamation. Harry didn't press the subject, as it seemed to bother his godfather. Harry silently walked back to the house after the game. There was no clear-cut winner, as they hadn't been keeping score, but Harry felt like he had just won a Quidditch game. Quidditch always had the effect of clearing his mind. In the sky, all fear, all anger, all frustration was left on the ground. Sirius and Harry rarely talked during the game, but Harry didn't mind. He simply let the wind rip through his hair in delight. When they got to the house, Sirius sat on the couch and motioned for Harry to join him. Harry felt the dread that had left him while flying grow to an intense pressure. While he had some anxiety, he knew that this was bound to happen. It was only a matter of time. He walked over to the chair sitting perpendicular to Sirius's. Harry sat stiffly, as did Sirius, as if they both didn't want to be there, or at least in such an awkward situation. "Harry," Sirius began, "I'm worried about you. Is there something you want to talk about?" It was a basic conversation starter, but mostly, it wasn't a question. It was just a polite command. Harry sighed, something both of them had been doing a lot lately. About what? It wasn't really a question either, because both of them knew exactly what they needed to discuss. Sirius returned his sigh, as if saying, "You're not going to make this easy on me, are you?" He just gave Harry a scrutinizing glance. Finally, he broke the act. "I know it's hard, what with the Dursleys being dead and all, and now this paper comes out and says everything but, it's your fault, but you can't just go to your room and hide away. For one, you have to go back to school, and you have to know what you're facing, and I'm going to be straightforward. There will be a lot of people who will give you suspicious looks, with you being on the top of Voldemort's hit list. Plus, you're just burying yourself in depression and guilt, and let me tell you, it'll drive you mad. Literally. I've seen it happen. People just curling up in corners and shunting out the rest of the world, and they go crazy and try to kill themselves." Harry just lay back against the chair. "I know. I'm not going to kill myself though," he said. "Promise me that you'll never go to that. Swear you'll always talk to me when things get too out of hand." Harry wondered if Sirius thought he was withholding something. Did he know about the cuts? "I promise I won't. I'll talk with you whenever I feel bad enough to even regard it as an option, but I'm not. I didn't even take it into consideration," Harry said, feeling good he was finally being honest. "Okay. Now, is there anything else you want to talk to me about?" Harry thought about asking him where he had been, but decided against it. He shook his head. Sirius stood up and gave Harry a hug. Then he led the way to the kitchen. He motioned for Harry to sit down at the table. "Now, I want to give you your birthday present. I totally forgot about it until today." "Sorry." Harry simply shrugged. He handed Harry a small package. Harry opened it to find a watch. There were almost 7 different dials on the silvery metal watch. It's magically powered, so you don't have to worry about the battery or winding it or anything like that. It's waterproof, and pretty much indestructible. I didn't know what else you would like. I know you liked Quidditch, so I got you a broom, but I don't know what else I could get you involving Quidditch. One of those dials will time your capture of the snitch." "Wow. This is cool. How did you know that I needed a new watch?" he said. He took off the cheap watch he had bought, and put on the new one. It seemed to suit him a lot better. "I don't know Godfather's intuition?" He gave him a goofy grin. "So, what do you want for dinner?" Harry asked. His appetite had increased lately. Maybe he was having a growth spurt. "I'm not hungry. Why don't you make yourself something, and then we'll try to get the rooms finished." Harry nodded in agreement. He made himself a big bowl of pasta, which he downed in almost 10 minutes flat. Even Harry was shocked at his dramatic boost in hunger. He went up the stairs and saw Sirius looking at Harry's room. "S going on?" Sirius looked startled, but he didn't say anything about it. "Nice job on your room, Harry. Light blue though?" he asked with a quirked eyebrow. "Hey, it's better than fluorescent orange, like in Ron's room." Sirius's eyebrow rose higher. He's a Chudley Cannons fan. Harry gave him a look and they both burst out laughing. "Well, I'll go paint my room." So they worked for an hour, painting the rooms of the house. Harry went up to explore in the attic. There wasn't anything too amazing up there. The previous owner, or owners, must have died, or suddenly moved away because all of their things were still there. Harry did find an almost ancient chess set. The chess pieces seemed to be handcrafted, because they had very elegant designs. Harry brought it down the stairs and set it up on a dining room table that they would probably never eat on unless someone special came over. It made a nice decorative Old English touch to the room. Finally, after quite a few cleaning spells, the house was finished. Harry laid out his homework on the study, and attempted to finish his potions essay. After reading the potions book 3.5 times over the summer, he still couldn't figure out how the variety of ways to chop up potion ingredients would have any effect on how the potion turned out, but he finally decided that it had to be a trick question, and the answer was that it didn't. Finally, after finishing his very drawn-out paper, he played a few games of Exploding Snap, and settled on the couch to read some more of the book Hermione got him. Sirius walked over to him after about 15 minutes, and began talking to him. In the middle of his sentence, he burst out laughing. What's wrong?" he asked in bewilderment. Your face. It's all black." Harry felt his face. His hand came back with soot on it. He cracked a grin. "I was playing Exploding Snap," he said. Sirius shot him a knowing look. "Well, anyway, when do you usually go to bed by?" It was nearly 8 o'clock, but Harry normally didn't stay up late. He would probably go to bed at 9. "I don't know. Whenever I'm tired. Probably not for another hour." Sirius looked almost tense, but Harry couldn't think of any reason why Sirius would want him to go to bed so early. "I guess I can just read upstairs in bed, and then go to sleep when I'm tired." Sirius just shrugged, but his eyes defied him. It was clear he wanted Harry to do just that. So he got up and made his way up to his room. He read his book for half an hour, before finishing it. He picked up Quidditch Through the Ages, and skimmed it in a bored way, as he had read the book countless times. Finally, he decided he might as well go to bed. Harry showered and washed his ash-black face off. He changed into nightwear, and after tossing and turning for 5 minutes, he settled down into slumber. Harry stood on the graveyard in front of a fairly large grave. It was a windy night, and Harry felt slightly exposed in his short-sleeved pajamas. He looked around and saw Cedric's body lying on the ground with his cold glassy eyes staring up at him. Suddenly, Cedric stood up and stared at Harry. His unblinking eyes filled with hatred and fury. His face contorted into a look of disgust, and Harry seemed to be shrinking, or Cedric seemed to be growing. "You killed me, Harry. You killed me, just like you killed your mother. Your father died trying to protect your mother and you, and he died in vain, because you murdered your mother, and you grew up to be a killer, so you're just as bad as Voldemort," he said in a cold voice, very unlike his own had been. Suddenly, his uncle appeared next to Cedric, and Harry didn't remember him being half as tall as he appeared here. "You killed me and my family, boy. You disgusting piece of scum. You don't deserve to live, but you are alive while we're rotting in a grave somewhere." Harry tried to protest, but couldn't think of anything to say in his defense. "I'm sorry. You're right, I should have died. You should be alive right now, but I can't do anything about it. I wish I could." His parents appeared next to him. He flinched, expecting hard, cruel words to be spat, but all they did was stand there, looking disappointed. It was like a slap in the face. He wished they would scream or shout at him, or hit him, but all they did was stand there, looking at him with sad, let-down faces that made Harry feel as though he had committed a mortal sin. Inside, he knew he didn't really kill them. Voldemort and his Death Eaters had done the deed, but with his uncle and Cedric shouting, and his parents looking heartbroken, he couldn't help but feel responsible. "Please. I'm sorry. If I could have taken your place, I would have. I wish it could have been me, but I can't do anything now," he pleaded. His mother looked away in shame, and he realized that nothing he could do or say would ever penance for actions or lack of actions, so the circumstances called for. He knew that even if he begged for forgiveness, it wouldn't be given, because nothing could be done. A tear slipped down his face, with this revelation, and he saw his uncle's face turn into that of mocking. Cedric looked at him with revulsion. His aunt and cousin appeared with sneering faces and his parent looked disgusted. "Go and cry, baby. You know you want to." His cousin's face shouted to him. Harry took a step backwards, and then another. He wanted to run, but it was as if he had anvils in his shoes. He edged backwards and tripped over the gravestone. The world went fuzzy as he landed with a thud on the ground. Everyone was standing over him, looking at him with disapproval, revulsion, or malice, shouting crude words of hatred or profanity. Harry put his hands over his face, shielding himself as if his hands could block out the insults, but they came in full force. The tears spilled down his face with drive as he cowered, saying, "Please, just leave me alone. I'm sorry. I can't do anything. Please just let me be. I didn't wish for any of it. Do you think I wanted to grow up without parents? I may not have been the biggest fan of you, Uncle Vernon, but I never wanted you, or your family dead. And I never wanted Wormtail to kill you, Cedric. There wasn't anything I could do." He opened his eyes, to not ominous faces, but the light blue ceiling of his room. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The dream had felt so authentic. He wiped off some of the sweat and tears on his face. Finally, he put on his glasses and walked out into the hall. The shadows cast over it making it look eerie. He quickened his pace and walked down the semi-dark stairs and into the living room. He grabbed the blanket and wrapped it around himself. Despite the muggy weather, Harry needed some form of comfort. He felt cold all over his body, but even though the blanket made him feel stifling hot, he felt as though there were dementors in the room. He wandered into the kitchen and leaned against the wall. He realized that wandering aimlessly around the house would get him nowhere, but he couldn't bear to go back to his empty, unwelcoming bedroom. He banged his head against the wall. He felt like there was nothing he could do. Every night, dreams were going to plague him, and every night, he was just going to have to suffer through them. Sirius must have been sleeping, but when he went back to Hogwarts, there would be 4 other boys in his room. He couldn't wake up screaming and expect them to just ignore him. Then there was Ron. What would Ron think? He wondered. Would he take it as a sign of weakness, or would he just blow it off? Maybe they would stop by the time summer ended. But maybe they wouldn't. What if he would have to live with them until he died? Harry sunk down against the wall. "I'm screwed," he said quietly. He finally stood up and went to the stove to make himself some hot chocolate. Then he sat down. He took one sip and let the cup rest. He didn't know how long he sat there, staring into oblivion. He just kept wondering if he would ever get over his problem, and no amount of optimism could help him. It just made him feel like he was fighting a losing battle, and the more he smiled and pumped himself up, the more he was destined to be disappointed. Harry couldn't tell if it was 2 minutes or 2 hours when he heard a buzzing noise. At first, he didn't even realize he had heard it, but after a moment, he noticed it. The first thought was Sirius's motorcycle, but he blew that off, knowing Sirius was in bed. After it went away, Harry just ignored it. Finally, he looked down at his hot chocolate, and subconsciously took a sip. His taste buds had been in a stupor along with his brain, but his throat noted that it was room temperature, and the aftertaste made him gag, as all of the cocoa mix had sunk to the bottom, leaving the taste bitter. He must have been sitting there longer than he had thought. Suddenly, the door to the kitchen opened and Sirius came in. He looked startled for a moment, seeing Harry. Harry wondered what he was doing up, when he noticed that Sirius wasn't wearing pajamas but normal robes. He didn't look like he had just gotten up, but like he had been out all night and needed some rest. Harry stared at him, wondering what had happened. Sirius looked uneasy, as if he didn't want to say anything that could get him in trouble. Finally, he said, "Hey, Harry, what are you doing up?" "I had a nightmare, and I came down here to get something to drink." Harry felt an urge to leave, so he followed his instincts. "I'll just be going now." And with that he went up the stairs and into his bedroom. He noticed that the sun was shining brightly from beneath the border of the horizon. He took of his glass and got into his rumpled bed, and just laid there, facing his pillow, and breathing in the scent of his hair, until he had to come up for a breath from being smothered. After 2 minutes, he heard the door creak open. He didn't look up, knowing it was either Sirius or the wind. He knew it was Sirius as he heard shuffling footsteps. "Harry? You all right?" he asked, coming into the room. Harry turned around to face Sirius. "Yeah, I'm fine." He really didn't feel like discussing his dream, because he knew what the response would be. Sirius would just say that what happened wasn't his fault and no one blamed him because of it. Harry knew that. It wasn't his fault. It was like Sirius said, people just naturally feel guilty, even when they couldn't do anything about it. "Do you want to talk about it?" he asked. Harry could see the tiredness in his eyes. He probably didn't want to talk at all. He was probably just being considerate. "Nah, I'll be fine," he said. Sirius sighed and came to the bed to sit down. "Have you been having bad dreams a lot lately?" Harry supposed that once every 2 weeks wasn't really that big a deal, but he couldn't really be sure. It was more than he usually had, except for the time right before he went after the philosophers, sorcerers if you want to. Stone in his first year. Harry didn't want to lie, but he didn't want anyone worried about it either. It wasn't that big a deal, it was just that this dream had been so lifelike. He could see the looks on their faces. The sneering and the disappointment. It wasn't the nightmares that bothered him, but that it seemingly had no solution. At least in first year, He had known that if he finally went down the trapdoor, the dreams would stop, but now his problems were in the past, and would haunt him incessantly. "I'll be fine. I've got bigger things to deal with than nightmares," he said, hoping that he didn't sound too pathetic. Sirius's frown deepened. Apparently that wasn't the right thing to say either. "Look," Sirius had a perturbed look, like he wished Harry would just come out and say what had happened. "If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. I've had dreams before that I really would rather keep to myself. Let alone tell an adult. Next time I'm out I'll buy some dreamless sleep potion. That should get you to bed after a nightmare, but if you ever need to talk." Sirius seemed ill at ease. He must have considered that he had been out that night. Harry still wondered where he had been, but Sirius would say something had he wanted Harry to know. Plus, he would probably find out sooner or later anyway. Finally, Sirius continued, "Well, don't hesitate to knock, and if I'm not there, we'll talk when I get home." Harry just gave him a look that said, "Whatever," thought the prospect of dreamless sleep potion was good. Sirius ruffled his hair and gave his shoulders a squeeze, and then he left for his own room. Harry merely shrugged and rolled onto his side. Sirius was a cool godfather. Harry had sleep until noon the next day. He woke up to the sun shining heavily through the window behind Harry. One of the best features of the room was that the window stretching above Harry's bed was huge and the ledge could seat 2 people if they wanted to sit there. The bed was set up so that the light didn't shine in Harry's eyes in the early morning. Harry felt slightly refreshed, but mostly lazy. It wasn't really one of those days where you wanted to jump out of bed and run laps, but then, he wouldn't have to. Now that the house was pretty much set up, Harry was free to roam the place in his pajamas and jag around all day long, but he had worked so hard all summer and he was finally starting to outgrow his scrawny, adolescent exterior, and was shedding them for a new, slightly developed, robust appearance. Harry slid off the bed, grumpily got in the shower and put on some clothes, briefly glancing at his scars. When he got downstairs he noticed that Sirius wasn't up, and cooked himself a brunch. He couldn't think of anything to do, so he went for a walk outside. He was slightly eager to explore some of the surrounding woods in the vicinity. Harry left a note for Sirius, telling him he would be outside, and left for the woods. Harry wandered around for half an hour. He saw quite a few animals from magical textbooks. He saw a small stream and followed it. It seemed to widen into a brook, or small river. Finally, when the current of the river seemed fast enough for white water rafting, he found a larger waterfall. The drop seemed around 50 feet, and if he fell from the cliff, the impact would probably kill him if the heart attack didn't first. Next to the river was a high, flat rock that was 3/4 his height. He climbed up and let the water sting his face, fogging up his glasses with the mist. Harry sat there, in the small clearing for 15 minutes. It felt good to lie there without threat of Voldemort, or bad dreams. Finally, he realized that Sirius must be up and was probably wondering about him, and it would most likely take more time to get back to the house than it did to get out here. He was correct in his assumptions, and it took him 45 minutes to return. When he got back, he was sweaty, and his shoes were muddy. He spread out of the couch in his socks. He had been trained too well to get the couch dirty, and lay there for a few minutes. Suddenly he heard footsteps on the stairs, and saw Sirius, clad in Muggle jeans and a t-shirt, plod down the stairs, lazily. He saw Harry lying idly on the couch and leaned against the back of it. "I see that while I've been sleeping, you've been out running around, getting sweaty and smelly," Sirius said in a tranquil voice. "Ha!" Harry laughed. "If you think this is sticky, you should have seen what I looked like after working out in the garden all day." "Well, it looks like it paid off, 'cause you're getting built." James was real scrawny up until he was in 6th year, but then he got built and every girl and her cousin wanted him. He already had your mother by then, so he wasn't in any position to see half the female population at school. Now me, I was always built, so I was seeing girls every night. All the guys looked up to me, 'cause I could get any girl I wanted, but it was your father that was lucky, 'cause he just had the one girl that he knew would be the one. I would probably never have found the right girl. I guess it was better that way. No hearts to break when I went to Azkaban." Harry looked at him with sorrow, but then he turned his head sharply. "Did you just say that you thought I was scrawny?" he said in a teasingly mad voice. Sirius's eyes danced with mirth. "If you picked up that little hint, you'll probably catch on to the fact that I said you're built." he said. But now, well, I'm sure you can imagine how much physical activity there is in a jail cell, he said. Harry suddenly had the mental image of Sirius dressed in workout gear, and pretending to fight to the theme of Rocky, in a dark jail cell. Just the illusion made him laugh out loud. Sirius gave him a silly grin. He went and sat in the armchair, and Harry sat in the one next to him. He turned on the massage function that the leather chair came built in with. You know, Sirius, you should get a television. It's pretty boring around here, he said. Yeah, you're right. There aren't enough fun things to do around here. Maybe when we go out to get your school supplies we'll pick one up, he said. When are we going to Diagon Alley, anyway? He asked. Today if you want to, he replied. Harry shrugged. After 4 years, Diagon Alley had lost most of its amazing appeal. He had changed a lot since first year. He had lost his wide-eyed innocence after experiencing so many deaths, and he was really starting to grow up and realize the threat imposed by the world around him. Plus, his frame of mind had kind of altered. It might have just been puberty, but Harry was looking at things a lot differently. Harry sat quietly, waiting for nothing in particular to occur. It was boring, sitting around the house doing nothing, but it was oddly satisfying, knowing he had no responsibilities then to just laze around like he didn't give a damn. He didn't realize it when he dropped off to sleep. The old-fashioned house had a spooky atmosphere. The air was a chilling temperature that seemed to seep through your skin, despite the summer heat. The hallway shades were closed, giving it a semi-darkened state. Harry walked slowly in his socks, taking in the narrow corridor. His scar was burning with small intensity. The room came into view, and his heart lurched as he saw the chair. He instantly knew what was happening. His cold, cruel voice shot like a whip, while his demeanor hardly paid any mind to his harsh tone. His arm emerged from behind the chair, and it clutched a wand firmly, as if the wielder was itching to cast a spell. My Death Eaters, come. Harry assumed that because of the loss of Wormtail, that Voldemort needed to call his head Death Eaters to him. Slowly, they arrived. Clad in black, masked robes. One by one they bowed down and keyed the hem of their master's robes. Then they turned and got into a circle. To my disappointment, I found the house that was supposed to be holding Harry Potter full of his Muggle relatives, but didn't find him. I killed off his only remaining blood though. Through this action, I have found the solution to the hitch in our plans. We can never get him because his friends always surround him. While at school, Albus Dumbledore ensures his safety. During the summer, the wards around him and his house are impenetrable. He also has protection from his godfather. This also got me thinking. How dear are his friends to him? If we eliminate all of those obstacles, then we leave the path clear to a depressed and distraught Potter. Now, his highest protector is Albus Dumbledore. He is also the ticket to the wizard world. So we begin by planning to take Albus Dumbledore. Then Harry Potter, and most importantly, the world, will be ours. Around the seated figure, Death Eaters chuckled heavily. Harry felt the urge to leap on one of them, but he knew that his dream image wasn't capable of doing that. But I expect that we should set our aims a bit lower for now. You may go for now. Malfoy, you and Avery will need to prepare for a special mission for me. I will inform you of this later. He dismissed them and Harry waited for the dream to end. Harry slowly rose from the reclining chair. He noticed that Sirius was sleeping heavily on the couch, most likely because of how late he had been up the previous night. His mind shot back to the dream. The Death Eaters. They had been talking about him. Now they're after my friends. Why don't I just go hide in a cave and make the world a safer place? Harry started to get up, but the creak woke Sirius. His groggy eyelids slowly rose and he turned to Harry with a questioning stare. Harry, still clutching his scar, stood up and faced the accusing stare. Sirius noticed his hand on his forehead, and his glance turned to a concerned one. Was it a dream? He asked. Yeah, he replied, rubbing his scar until it turned red. Voldemort called a Death Eater meeting. Still plotting ways to kill me, he replied, almost bored. He's going after my friends now. Another way my existence is causing trouble for humanity. It must have been the sleep deprivation, because Harry had not meant for those words to come out of his mouth. He realized it was too late, and his cheeks flushed red. Harry, you are not causing trouble for humanity. Voldemort is. Just because you're a victim doesn't mean that it's your fault. You can't help it, and your friends and family don't care if they're in danger. Ron's family openly opposes the dark side, and Hermione's Muggle-born. Both of them are targets, whether they're your friends or not. Harry gave him a, "What about you?" glance. "I'm a huge threat to Voldemort, too. He doesn't care if I'm your godfather. He'll come looking for me anyway. And I'll be there to stop him from hurting either of us. Believe it or not, I'm pretty skilled at fighting him off. I'm an ex-Auror. Why else do you think Dumbledore would let you stay with me? I offer some pretty good security," he replied, slightly embarrassed at his own narcissistic statement. It was reassuring, but still, he felt like his presence was a nuisance to his friends. Throughout all of his years in Hogwarts, his friends had gotten into trouble or were harmed because they tagged along with him when he tried to do right. He wondered if they ever got sick of it at times. They never complained, but they might have been trying not to hurt his feelings. He felt confused. He felt a headache coming on. If nobody said anything, how would he know? Maybe they had no problem. He just would have to wait and see. He stretched out on the recliner and lay there thinking about nothing. Just as he was feeling a bit stir-crazy, Sirius noticed how quiet it had gotten and asked, "If you don't have anything better to do, want to go to Diagon Alley? It's not a real thriller, but there doesn't seem to be anything else to do around this place. I think the previous owners must have died of boredom." Harry smiled and tucked the leg rest back into the chair, and turned off the massage function. He had to be careful. That chair could make the most caffeine-saturated person fall asleep. He got up and went for the fireplace after getting his shoes on, and Sirius said spell on it and caused a fire to sprout from it. He called out, "Diagon Alley," and watched 5,000 fireplaces pass him by. Stepping out of the fireplace in the leaky cauldron, he noticed that the hustle had pretty much calmed down, and the regulars were sitting at the bar getting drunk. When they arrived, everyone in the bar seemed to stop what they were doing to look at Sirius Black and Harry Potter. No one said anything, but you could see the distrustfulness in their eyes. Harry and Sirius split up and agreed to meet at the ice cream parlor when Sirius had gotten a TV and Harry had gotten all of his school supplies. It didn't take long to get everything he needed to get. He went to the bookstore, and surprisingly found himself a lot more intrigued in the section on fighting dark arts, and had to look around as if Hermione was lurking in a bookshelf to spy on him when he bought 4 extra books that weren't on the list of required reading. He went to the apothecary to refill his potion supplies, and he picked up 2 bottles of Dreamless Sleep Potion. As he got measured for his robes, he looked down and noticed how shabby his clothes were. He had about 2 inches of ankle below his trousers, and his shirt was almost revealing his navel, and, needless to say, they were huge. He shrugged it off and paid the lady at the cashier. He barely had enough money to get him through his years at Hogwarts. How was he ever going to afford a new wardrobe? He began walking off in search of the ice cream shop. He heard a shrill scream, and suddenly the world turned red and brown, as something heavy, no, 2 somethings tangled him in a jumbled heap on the ground. "Harry, I can't believe we found you. To think, hundreds of people coming here to shop, and a whole month of days to go shopping for school, and we actually came on the same day and found each other," said a voice somewhere on top of him. "That's great, Hermione, but do you mind? You're kind of sitting in my lap," and Hermione didn't look abashed as she helped him up and began ranting on about what had happened to her over the summer. Harry's head was still spinning, but he heard key phrases such as, "And Ron is still upset about me going to Bulgaria with Victor," and "Mum and Dad weren't pleased when they heard about Victor," and "I heard about the Dursleys and Victor, and I just want to say how sorry we are for you." But that was where Ron cut her off. Why would Harry care if the Dursleys died? They were horrible to him. But Harry suddenly went pale, and the prickly feeling that he had had on several occasions before returned full blast. Ron must have realized he had said the wrong thing because he instantly changed the subject. "So, where are you staying now? With Sirius?" "Yeah," Harry said, swallowing hard. "Sirius has been cool. The first night we stayed with Remus, but after we got his house settled out, we moved right in. Maybe Sirius will let me invite you over sometime." Well, Hermione is staying over our house now that she got that Bulgaria bug thing out of her system. "I don't know. Where is Sirius?" Ron asked, skillfully avoiding Hermione's death stare. "Well, he's getting us a TV, and we're supposed to meet at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor when I'm done shopping." "Where are your parents, Ron?" "In the leaky cauldron." We'll meet up with Sirius and ask for permission, and then we'll ask my parents. Harry led the way toward the ice cream parlor, noticing the heavy bags in his friend's hands. When they arrived, they all dropped their bags at a table, and Harry went up to order 3 sundaes for his friends, when a noise coming from the side of the building caught his attention. In the alley, in between the ice cream shop and the pharmacy, he saw 2 people allegedly keying. At least, that's what it looked like. He couldn't make out their shadowed faces, but he knew that it was a male and a female. Harry couldn't help thinking that this public display of affection was somewhat sickening, when a ray of sunshine caught one of the people and he could just make out his godfather's face. He would have fainted dead right there had Ron not put his hand on his shoulder at that precise moment. He turned around sharply, noticing Ron's surprised look, knowing that he hadn't seen anything. Harry pushed him toward the corner of the building. "I can't believe it," he exclaimed in a whisper. He led Ron toward the closest empty table. "Can you imagine?" "What are you talking about?" Ron asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry lowered his voice to the point where Ron had to lean in to hear him. "Sirius. I just saw him keying this girl. Or, I assume it was a girl." "Are you sure it was Sirius?" "Positive." "Well, I congratulate him. It's only been less than a week since he was cleared and already he's back in the dating game," said Ron. At this, Harry merely turned away looking perturbed. Well, he can do anything he wants to. Hermione's seeing Crumb and she's only 14. It was Ron's turn to look away. "What is up with you? Why can't you just be happy for Hermione? She's found someone who she likes." HMPH. She's going out with an 18-year-old guy. She's 4 years younger than him. He has no right asking her out like that. He doesn't even go to our school. I'm sure he's going to break her heart. Like you don't want to be there to pick up the pieces. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out you're jealous. Huh. That's a laugh. I just don't want to see her get hurt. And what's a rocket scientist? Ron replied. Harry couldn't help but laugh, 1. At his total ignorance of the Muggle world's quirks, and 2. His complete self-denial. "Oh, shut up, Truce. I won't talk about the whole serious thing if you don't mention anything to do with him." "Whatever," said Harry. "Let's just order and get back to Hermione," said Ron. "I don't know how long Sirius is going to be. I don't know about you, but I'm not saying anything about his PDA. Okay, it wasn't exactly a PDA, but there aren't enough synonyms for key. I'm not saying a word. If he wants to mention it, fine, if not, well, I don't care," he said. Ron looked at him with a raised eyebrow, but didn't say anything. "I think you're either jealous, or you need to grow up." "Didn't we agree not to discuss this?" Harry said with an angry look. They were standing in line by this point. They made their purchases and went back to their table. They skillfully dodged any inquiry of Hermione's and ate their sundaes. Sirius showed up 5 minutes later, coming from the opposite direction of the alley, floating the TV box in front of him. "Hey Ron, Hermione. Nice to see you again," he said. "Did you 3 find each other?" he asked. "Yeah. I wanted to ask you if they could come over later. Maybe, I don't know, for a few days or something," he asked, trying to give puppy dog eyes, but ended up with more of a pleading look. I don't know. Ron, your parents probably wouldn't be very pleased to know that their son was staying with Sirius Black, ex-con." Ron seemed to look sheepish. He apparently didn't think of that. "Well, can we ask?" he asked, looking hopeful and cynical, which made kind of an odd expression on his face. "I guess you can ask. I doubt they'll agree, but you can ask." So they made their way up to the leaky cauldron. Once again, when Sirius stepped through the back entrance, everyone seemed to look up, but after a moment, everyone went back to their own business. They quickly found Mr. and Mrs. Weasley sitting at a table. "Mum, Dad," Ron said nervously, "we found Harry in Diagon Alley." They looked up and saw Harry, and with widening eyes they spotted Sirius. Hello Harry," said Mr. Weasley. "This is Sirius, I presume?" "Yes, Mr. Weasley. He's my guardian now," Harry said awkwardly. "I wanted to know if we could stay with Harry and Sirius for a few days," said Ron, with a futile look. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley looked at each other as if saying, "What do we do?" They obviously were strictly opposed to the idea of leaving their youngest son and their charge in the care of Sirius Black, but they seemed too polite to say anything, knowing that he was innocent. Maybe you would feel better if Harry just came to visit Ron and Hermione for a few days, Sirius suggested. Well, if Harry wants to come, I have no problem against it. Arthur? Mrs. Weasley said with that motherly smile she always adopted when around Harry. Yes. Of course, we're always happy for Harry to accompany us, he said. Suddenly, the tables had changed. Harry was drawn between spending time with his friends and spending time with his godfather. On the one hand, he only had a month before he wouldn't see Sirius until Christmas, or maybe even next summer. But his friends would be disappointed if he didn't go, and maybe Sirius wanted him to leave him alone for a few days. Harry did the only thing he could do. He stalled. Maybe in a few days. It was more a question than a statement. Sure, Harry dear. We'll keep in touch, she said. Ron, Hermione, we need to find Ginny and the twins, and get back to He House. We'll see you later, Harry. With that, they disappeared into the throng of people who had appeared in the Leaky Cauldron shortly after they came. I don't know about you, but I'm not ready to go back home yet. If you're done getting school supplies, then let's do some shopping in Muggle London. You need some new clothes. Without waiting for an answer, he shrunk the bag of school supplies in the box the TV was in and led Harry in the direction of the front door. Harry merely shrugged his shoulders and followed Sirius. For about an hour, Sirius had Harry trying on whatever would fit him, unless of course, it looked dorky, in which case, Sirius threw it in the cart explaining how he could just keep it at the back of his closet in case everything else was dirty. He seemed to believe in the, if it fits, and it has designer labels, it goes in the cart rule. Their last stop was the optometry. Sirius decided Harry needed to get contacts, or at the least, better frames. It took Harry almost 15 minutes just to get the contacts in, but he knew it was worth it. He had hated his glasses for years. The way they always seemed to magnify his eyes, and the fat plastic frames that made him look like he was seeing out of two magnifying glasses. Plus they were always a hassle to put back together when Dudley broke them. Harry bought a prescription of contacts, which he could wear during the day and not have to take out to go to bed. He also got a new pair of prescription glasses, thin, frameless one that looked discreet. When they walked toward the fireplace at twilight, Sirius looked satisfied, and Harry looked immensely ecstatic, though cool about it. When they had walked into the bar, no one even turned a head. They don't even recognize me. I hope this lasts. When they got home, Harry had to do a double take after looking in the mirror. It was amazing what a new wardrobe and no glasses will do to a person. There will be girls all over me, said a small voice in his head. He shook his head. Puberty was obviously getting to him. The mirror suddenly shouted, "Oh, if you could just do something with that hair." Harry laughed, but silently agreed. What was that stuff Hermione used on her hair? Maybe they had a potion for taming very unruly hair. He would have to look sometime. Sirius walked up to him and looked him up and down. Not bad, my little protege. Now if we could just get you into pranks, it would be perfect. Harry rolled his eyes skyward. Please tell me that you aren't trying to mold me into some sort of marauder clone thing or something. It seems like something you would try to do. If you want a protege, talk to the Weasley twins. You and the other marauders are like their idol. Well, why don't you go and unpack your stuff? I'll set up the TV. All right. Just a question though. Who should I call when you electrocute yourself? Harry asked with a sarcastic glint in his eye. Why do you think I bought it at a wizard store? This thing is charmed to run on magic. It should be pretty easy to assemble. And with that, he dumped the box out onto the floor and about 20 small pieces fell out of the box. Famous last words, said Harry. He felt guilty leaving Sirius there to sort through all of the parts to a TV, but he went up the stairs to his room and put away all of his new clothes. He couldn't get over the fact that his clothes fit him. He came down 10 minutes later to find that the TV was still in multiple pieces and that Sirius was trying desperately to fit two pieces together that really didn't want to fit. He saw the directions discarded in a corner and went to read them. It wasn't what one could consider a pamphlet because it was only one page. The directions contained one sentence. Use the spell, Constructus, and the pieces will instantly fit together. Sirius? He asked, tapping Sirius on the shoulder. Not now. I think I've got these pieces together, he answered, though it was obvious they would sooner bite his nose than fit together. But, I know, he tried again. I almost got it. His voice was strained as he tried to force them together, glaring angrily at the TV pieces, as if he could telepathically make the pieces fit. But, fine. You put it together, he said agitatedly. He stood up and folded his arm, looking impatiently at him, waiting. Harry shrugged and drew his wand, hoping he wouldn't get in trouble with the ministry. Constructious, he muttered. Instantly the pieces fit together and he put the TV on its stand and turned it on. Sirius stared. First dumbfounded, then sheepish. So, what's on? Harry awoke sweating from his latest dream, in which he watched as Voldemort tortured the Dursleys relentlessly. Normally, had he had a dream, he would have read or wrote to Sirius, but now that he had Sirius right here, he could help feeling nervous about it. Maybe a bit of TV. He didn't bother bringing his bedspread because it was too hot. He made his way down the stairs and put his head on the leather couch. I'm going to stick to this thing like glue, he thought. It was too hot to have a leather couch, but it was so comfortable. Harry realized that it was 4 in the morning and that nothing but old sitcoms were on, but he couldn't bring himself to sleep. Then, suddenly he remembered the dreamless sleep potion that he had bought. He took it out of the plastic bag, being careful not to make too much noise. Bottoms up. He though, and drank a fourth of the bottle. A wave of drowsiness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed on the couch. Harry awoke the next day to Sirius shaking him. "Wah?" he asked groggily. "It's 12 o'clock. Do you want lunch?" he asked. "Not if you made it," he said. He might have been groggy, but he wasn't lacking common sense. The next thing he knew he had a pillow in his face. "Watch it," he muttered loudly. "I had the mind to just wake you up and wait for you to make it. I won't even eat my own cooking," he said in a serious voice. Harry groped around for his glasses, and suddenly realized that he could see. Old habits die hard, he thought. He stood up and stretched. It was too hot to cook. "Can't we just have popsicles?" he asked. "I already ate them all," Sirius said nonchalantly. "You bought 2 boxes, he said. "Doesn't this house have an AC?" "No, but I can do this." And he waved his wand and said, "Estus estus redigo," and suddenly the temperature fell to a bearable level. "Please tell me that, even though it's been swelteringly hot all throughout this morning, you didn't cast that spell," Harry said in a would-be calm demeanor. "I did it yesterday, but it wore off through the night, and I didn't have a chance to recast it," he said evenly. "Well, what do you want to eat? More importantly, what do we have left in the fridge?" he asked, playfully. "Anything. As long as it's edible, and there's a lot of it." Sirius laughed at his own joke. He sat down at the table, and picked up the newspaper. Harry didn't say anything to him as he silently made pancakes. Breakfast was a silent occasion, as both seemed to have nothing to say. After breakfast, Harry went outside to fly his broom. He was lost in thought for a while, and didn't notice it when the 2 hours of time passed him by. He was thinking about the situation with his dreams, and the fact that he saw Sirius keying someone in the dark alley, and the death of the Dursleys. It wasn't until Sirius came outside, and called him down, that Harry looked at his watch and had to double-take. He went inside and indifferently paced around, not knowing what to do. He challenged Sirius to a game of wizard chess, but it became less fun when he was trampled to the ground 3 times in a row. His chessmen were threatening him with treason. The rest of the day was just a boring mix of events, such as watching TV, and playing wizard games, and reading. Despite the boredom encountered, Harry was happy just being lazy and lying around the house, and eating the proper amount of food. Harry wondered if this was the normal behavior for kids his age. Just roaming around their house like slugs, and practicing Quidditch. That's what Ron seemed to do. Harry had loved it at the Weasleys, when he could just wake up at any time and eat a 5-course breakfast, but it was even more relaxed at Sirius's, where he didn't have to wake up at 12 o'clock noon and be embarrassed, but it was expected of you. Harry went to bed that night, just feeling grateful that he could be treated like a normal kid. Harry snuck out of his room, beads of sweat running down his face from his latest nightmare. It had been one of his worst ones yet. It must have been that it had hit so close to home. It had happened in the graveyard Cedric had died in. Harry had seen the headstones near the cauldron Voldemort was resurrected in, but now, everyone he cared most about was tied up. Sirius, Hermione, Ron, Remus were all there, and Harry was tied to the biggest headstone of all. Voldemort suddenly appeared behind the graves and looked venomously at Harry. "I hope you know that you will be the killer of all your friends, Harry. They're all here because of their association with you," he had said, and with that, he began picking off his friends one at a time. First, he tortured Remus with the Cruciatus Curse for a few minutes, before killing him. He killed Hermione by forcing a potion down her throat that made her scream, until the acid-like substance ate its way through her entire body. Ron looked horror-stricken at Hermione, and then gave Harry a sidelong glance, and his face contorted into a look of loathing. First at Voldemort, but then at Harry. He screamed, "This is all your fault, Harry," before Voldemort put a curse on him that burned him into ash, slowly and gruesomely. Sirius looked at the three, knowing what was to come. Harry flinched, expecting backlash from Sirius about how the entire incident had been his fault, but Sirius just gave him a blank stare. It was disturbingly solemn, and Harry couldn't help but feel like it was the worst of them all. Voldemort didn't even bother taking off Sirius's Tortoise curse. He simply let him suffer and scream and yell, until he simply couldn't take the pain any longer and died. Harry had woken up sweating, and with tears running down his face, hoping he hadn't screamed out loud. The dream had been all too much, and Harry, in spite of how childish it seemed, had to get out of bed to check to see if Sirius was all right. He snuck up to Sirius's door, and slowly inched the door open, recoiling as a loud creak echoed through the hall. Harry stuck his head in the door and saw a figure on the bed that was Sirius's. He wanted to draw his wand and just check to see if he was okay, but the door squeaked again, and Harry heard Sirius's hoarse voice say, "Harry? I'm sorry if I woke you up. I just wanted I'll just go," Harry said, and he turned to leave. "Harry. Come in." Harry moved to the bed, feeling self-conscious, as Sirius sat up in bed and lit a candle that sent a dim, eerie light cascaded over the room. Sirius made an action directing him to sit down. Harry crawled on the top of the bed and sat down in the middle of the queen-sized four-poster with his knees to his chest. He felt vulnerable sitting there. "Did you have another dream?" he asked in a soothing voice. Harry merely nodded. "Will you tell me?" Harry took a deep breath, knowing it would be no help to keep all of his dreams and fears bottled up. He looked into Sirius's eyes and felt like an open book. It was clear to him now that these dreams weren't just going to fade away. Without any more hesitation, in fear he would lose his nerve, he told Sirius a very watered-down version of the dream. When he mentioned the forms of torture that Voldemort had used in his dream, his voice felt very constricted. It was difficult to describe in words how painful it had been hearing everyone screaming for all they were worth like that. By the time Harry was finished, he was shaking with suppressed emotion. He was aware that goosebumps were all over his body. Sirius sat up and Harry unconsciously moved closer to his godfather. "Harry, I don't know what to tell you about these dreams. They say that dreams are supposed to be your self-conscious way of telling yourself something is wrong. I mean, the obvious explanation is that you feel guilty, but maybe it's something deeper than that. Maybe what you need to do to get rid of these dreams is to do the harder thing. It's easy enough for you to apologize, but, well, you have to search with yourself to find what it is you're trying to tell yourself." Harry cogitated that for a while. Maybe the reason for the dreams wasn't that he was feeling guilty, but what else could it be? "I don't know what else it could be, Sirius. Guilt is the only thing I can think of. I mean, what else is there?" Sirius shook his head, at a loss. "I think only you can figure that out. You know yourself better than I do." Harry buried his head in his knees, frustrated and tired. Harry did feel better now that he had gotten the dream off his chest. He knew what he was looking for now. The advice made him feel like there was something he could do, and that made him feel less helpless. Sirius put a hand on his shoulder. Harry's eyes were burning with lethargy, but he was afraid to fall asleep. He was drawn between losing sleep and dealing with his nightmares, but one thing he knew, the longer that he sat there, the longer he was keeping Sirius awake. He lugged himself off the bed, almost dead on his feet. "Harry, come here," Sirius called. Harry turned. His fatigue-flushed face looked at Sirius's. Sirius looked at him sadly, like he wished that he could have done more for him. He gave him a warm hug. "You can get through this, Harry. Dreams can't get to you unless you let them. You just worry about the ones where your scar hurts you." And he scooted over in bed, making room for Harry to get in. Harry complied, tiredly, and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Harry didn't awake the next day until the smell of smoke hit his nose. He was either having a really peculiar dream, or the house was on fire. He jumped out of bed, and to his astonishment, found he was in Sirius's room. The dream and the rest of the event last night flooded his brain. Finally, he rushed out the door and hurried down the stairs toward the source of the smoke. Unsurprisingly, the kitchen. He drew his wand out of the sweatpants he had worn to bed last night. "Sirius?" He called toward the smokescreen that blocked the kitchen from view. He received no response. Alarmed, he muttered an extinguishing charm. The smoke took 2 minutes to clear out of the room. When he finally entered the room, he saw Sirius lying unconscious on the floor. Harry tried not to panic, but hardly succeeded. He rushed to his side immediately, and checked to make sure Sirius was breathing. He was, though shallowly. Harry had to use Enervate 3 times before getting a response. By the time Sirius woke up, Harry was almost hyperventilating. Sirius coughed for a good minute and a half, before coming to his senses. "Are you okay, Sirius?" he asked in a voice that reminded him of a scared 2-year-old. I don't know. Harry, what's going on?" he asked in a bewildered voice. "You must have tried to cook something, because the kitchen was filled with smoke, and when I extinguished it, I found you unconscious on the floor. God, I thought you were dead or something, Sirius." "I'm fine. Just remind me if I ever try to cook again of the consequences," he shuddered. "I think that we should put a repelling charm on you to keep you away from the hardware," he said, more to himself, but Sirius caught it and swatted at his head. "So, will you make breakfast with the remaining pots and pans that I haven't ruined?" he asked with a note of pleading in his voice. Harry sighed, but his stomach ruined the moment by grumbling, sending them both into fits of laughter. Harry set down the meal, just as a tiny owl landed in the middle of it. Sirius cursed as specks of chipped beef flew into his face. Harry grabbed him before he had a chance to fly around the room for 15 minutes. The letter Pig carried was short, but to the point. "Dear Harry, Hermione and I, after 2 days of pleading and begging, finally persuaded Mum to let us stay over at your place. It will only be for a couple days, but at least it's something. Ask Sirius if we can and reply by return owl we'll come tomorrow at 3 o'clock if we are allowed to. Ron, Sirius." Ron wrote to tell me that his parents agreed to let Ron and Hermione come over for a few days. "Can they?" he asked with a note of pleading. Sirius looked up from stuffing his face in his breakfast. "He's sure that his parents are okay with it, because I know that I would be a little apprehensive had I been told that you were going to stay with someone who was convicted of murder," he said. Ron said in the note that he convinced them. "I guess he told them the story behind it," Harry said, still with the glint in his eyes that 5-year-olds use to get expensive birthday presents. "Owl him back and tell him it's fine. By the way, we still haven't named our house. What do you suggest?" Harry wanted to hug him, but thought it unwise. "It's your house. What were you thinking?" he asked. "The reason I asked you was because I would probably name it something disturbingly freaky. You choose." Harry was beginning to get frustrated, so he gave the first thing that popped in his head. "How about the Snidget Shack?" he asked. Sirius looked pensive. "That sounds good. I'll go fire that to the MOMAA," said Sirius, getting up. "You'll go what to the what?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. "Firing is a form of communication. Remember the day my head popped in the fireplace of your common room? That's called firing. And the MOMAA stands for Ministry of Magic's Address Association," Sirius explained. "Oh," said Harry, feeling slightly naive. "So, I'll owl Ron back, and tell him to flew to the house using the Snidget Shack." The day passed agonizingly slow, as it always did when you were anticipating the arrival of guests. Harry was also feeling uneasy about his nightmares. What was he going to do about them? Worse, what if had one while Ron and Hermione were here? Soon, dinner was over, and it was all Harry could do to stall himself from going to bed. At 9:30, Sirius was getting really antsy. Finally, at 10 o'clock, Sirius demanded he go to bed. Harry stalled as much as he could in the shower, but after a half hour, Sirius was pounding on the door. When he got out of the shower, Sirius was waiting for him outside the bathroom with his arms crossed. You realize that stalling will get you nowhere. Sirius said. Harry looked at everything except his face. I'm just not tired, said Harry in a small voice, still not looking him in the eye. Sirius just raised his eyebrows and gave him a patronizing stare. Fine, fine, I'm going. And don't bother trying to read in bed, because I charmed your lights to go out as soon as you get into bed. Harry looked at him, first frustrated, then annoyed, then pleading. Come on, Sirius. I really hate this. These nightmares are really getting to me, and frankly, well, Harry cut himself off, knowing it would do no good. Look, I really hate the fact that you're having nightmares. If letting you stay up all night could somehow help you, I would let you, but it won't, and you need face them. I would let you take the potion, but you can't take that every night, and I would assume that you would probably rather take it while Ron and Hermione are here than tonight. Just remember what we talked about, he said, before turning toward his room. Harry turned on the light in his room. There was no use trying to avoid it. Might as well get it over with. He changed into nightwear and got into bed. Harry was in a house he could only assume was his parents' old house. It had a warm atmosphere that seemed to invite him farther into the house. But that makes no sense. This is supposed to be a nightmare, isn't it? Harry sighed, just trying to get this over with. What would it be tonight? A replay of his parents' death. Cedric's death, the Dursleys' death. Maybe a combination of the three? In the distance he heard two people talking in hushed voices. He seemed to drift closer to the voices, if not by choice then by force. Harry could only make out small snippets of the conversation. Do you, Peter was, secret keeper? I don't, he wouldn't, Dark Lord, said another voice, more feminine than the last. This was definitely a replay of his parents' death. Maybe with a twist at the end. The ambiance in the house seemed to drop at least 10 degrees and the talking suddenly came to a standstill, leaving behind a creepy deafening silence. Here we go, thought Harry. A dry chuckling seemed to be coming from the outside of the house. It escalated to booming, mirthless cackling. The door burst off its hinges with green wind. Harry didn't think twice about who it was. Voldemort. What met his eyes was probably the scariest thing he could have imagined. Worse than 1,000 Voldemorts. Starring back as him was his worst nightmare. Himself. It went over just like the voices that he had heard 1,000 times, with one little exception. Lily, it's him, run. I'll hold him off. He saw his father run down the staircase toward him. He saw himself face his father, his counterpart looking up at his father smirking a sneer that resembled Draco's, Snape's, and Voldemort's. His matching part didn't even hesitate. Harry could sense no uncertainty in any of his actions. Avada Kedavra. He heard his voice bellow. It scared him to hear the words come out of his mouth. His father's body dropped to the floor with a sickening thump. Harry would have given anything to have been in control of his legs right then. He was forced up the stairs like a solitaire, after the mysterious duplicate of himself. His mother was huddled in her bedroom, and Harry watched in misery as his double muttered the final words that sealed his mother's fate. Suddenly, the clone disappeared from the room, and two ghostly images of his parents appeared in front of him. You killed us, Harry. Don't even try to deny it. You killed us. His parents looked at him with grim, disgusted facial features. In all the pictures that he saw of them, they had always been kind, generous-looking people, but here, they looked oddly reminiscent of Snape. They insulted him and affronted him, and all he could do was ask for forgiveness. But then, suddenly, Sirius's words flooded his mind. Maybe what you need to do to get rid of these dreams is to do the harder thing. It's easy enough for you to apologize. Suddenly it was clear. He wasn't doing himself, or his parents justice by apologizing, so he might as well. He looked his parents in the eye. They stared back at him coldly. He mustered up all of the courage he could get. You're wrong. You're not my parents. My parents wouldn't blame me for what happened, and neither would Cedric. And had the Dursleys been informed of the real circumstances, deep down, they wouldn't blame it on me either. He shouted. His parents stared at him a long time, with blank looks. Suddenly, they smiled. They smiled, and soon, Cedric appeared there too. He smiled as well. Finally, his father spoke. We were wondering when you would get it. His mother elbowed him in the ribs. It took you long enough, said Cedric. Harry broke out into a smile. Finally, his uncle appeared there, looking around like he really didn't want to be there. I don't blame you, boy. It wasn't your fault that thing attacked my family. And with that, his uncle left, obviously not wanting to be there. Harry really didn't blame him though. So will you please believe your own words? It isn't your fault that anything happened to us, said his mother with a smiling face. Bye, Harry, they said. Harry? Said a voice that he recognized as Sirius's. Harry, wake up. You slept through the night, he said. I did? I slept through the night? He said in a groggy morning voice. Yeah, you did. I take it you either didn't have a nightmare, or you didn't wake up from it. I did it, Harry said. I stood up to my nightmares. He had a smile on his face, even with his eyes closed. You did? That's great, Harry. Now you have to wake up. It's 10 o'clock, and we have to get ready for Ron and Hermione to arrive, and we still haven't fixed up the guest rooms. Harry grumpily got out of bed and went to go take a shower. While brushing his teeth, he looked at his arms. They were still scared, but it was less noticeable. It wouldn't be long before they were healed, and he wouldn't have to be apprehensive about anyone noticing that he had cut himself. He went down to make breakfast, and noticed that Sirius was chewing on some cereal, and joined him. After they finished breakfast, they went up to the 2 guest rooms that Ron and Hermione would be sleeping in. By 2 o'clock they were finished, and went down to play a few games of gobstones before Ron and Hermione arrived. Suddenly the fire sprung to life, and glowed green, and Ron Weasley fell out of the fireplace face first. Luckily, the hearth had cushioning charms placed all over it. Hermione walked out of the grate with dignity, but lost all poise as she tripped Ron and landed on him. Harry helped her up while biting his lip in amusement. Hermione let out a huff of annoyance, but Ron just looked shaken. Nice to see you both, he said, trying to be the host. Ron ignored his greeting and walked around the living room with great approval. Nice place, Ron said. Hermione rolled her eyes at his behavior and smiled at him. Hello, Harry. You defiantly look a lot better now that you're no longer wearing glasses, she said, smiling. Yeah, mate. You look different, Ron said, inviting himself to sit on the couch. Hi, Sirius. Sirius greeted Harry's friends, and Harry showed them to their rooms. Ron stared at the room he was staying in, astonished. Whoa, he said, in open-mouthed stun. How is it that your guest room is bigger than my real room? This house is awesome. Ron spoke in a flabbergasted whisper. Yeah, this place is pretty cool, huh? Harry asked. Hey, guys. Don't get unpacked. You'll need to bring your stuff with you tonight. We're going camping, said a voice from behind them. Their reflexes caused them to turn, and they saw Sirius's smirking face. Harry knew that in the entire environs probably had more shields, charms, and other defenses than Gringotts Bank, but that still didn't ease his anxiety that night when he, Ron, Hermione, and Sirius headed toward the surrounding forest with their wands lit. Camping was something that Harry just couldn't picture himself doing. He knew that most normal Muggle families often did it, but still he didn't have what would be considered a normal family, and certainly not a Muggle one, anymore. Ron looked completely bewildered, Hermione looked excited, and Sirius looked nonchalant. He could most identify with Hermione's feelings. He knew that, despite whatever it was that was making him suspicious, this would be a very interesting trip. Earlier in the day, after Sirius had informed them that they were going camping, Harry had asked if Sirius had ever done it before. Harry couldn't detect any deceitfulness in his voice, or see any deception in his eyes, so when Sirius replied, loads of times, Harry didn't question it. Ron had been nervous throughout the entire day. Camping was something that was barely ever even mentioned in his house, and the closest thing that he had ever done to camping was last year's events at the World Quidditch Cup. Albeit the fact that the same circumstances applied for Harry, he had seen enough television shows to know roughly what the idea was. Although Sirius didn't seem to know where he was going, he had the air of someone looking for something, so, in the quickly evaporating evening twilight, Harry followed Sirius, squinting to make out his profile. Finally, Sirius set down his rucksack in a small clearing, with a stream running through it, which Harry knew would eventually lead to the waterfall he had found. Sirius didn't bother even attempting to put the tents together the Muggle way. He set them on the ground side by side, muttered a spell, and automatically, the tents were upright and perfect. Nobody would bother with firewood, because with magic, a simple spell lights a fire, and keeps it going for hours, and besides, It was still summer, and still unpleasantly hot. Sirius conjured up some lounge chairs for them to relax in, and set up a bonfire, with a charm on it that did not give off heat, unless used to cook with. Harry, Ron and Hermione looked at each other, and shrugged, deciding just to go with the non-traditional camping style, or at least Hermione and Harry did. Ron was still totally oblivious. The four settled down in the chairs, feeling very relaxed. Sirius broke out a bag of marshmallows and a package of hot dogs, and after a few minutes of persuading Ron to put a marshmallow on a dirty stick that had been lying on the ground, they were contentedly eating roasted marshmallows and hot dogs. Harry had Sirius under a scrutinizing gaze, making sure that he wasn't going to blow the entire forest up by doing something stupid, like putting the fire out with gasoline. After eating to their pleasure, Harry, Ron and Hermione sat around the campfire. They talked about anything that came up, which was mostly Quidditch, the Ministry's feeble cover-up of the Dark Lord's return, and their plans for the year. They talked so much that they didn't even notice when Sirius went missing, but after about 30 minutes, they noticed that it was 10 o'clock, and Sirius was nowhere to be found. They looked at each other with growing discomfort. They all nodded and agreed that they should at least try and look for him. As soon as they left the comfort area of the camp that supplied them with light to see, they lit their wands and tried calling out, "Sirius!" But that didn't help them. Without their voices, the forest seemed exaggeratedly quiet. Harry looked at Ron and Hermione, who stared back with the expression that he assumed was on his face. Alarm. Silence is not a good thing when dramatic tension is building. One of the most important things that you can learn in horror movies. They heard a twig snap, and they huddled together. Suddenly, out in the distance they heard a shrill howl coming from somewhere off in the distance. They could tell that whatever had made that noise was coming their way. They heard another twig snap, now closer. Their looks of fear turned to looks of horror, and Harry looked up to make sure the moon wasn't full. Thankfully, it wasn't, but he was assured that the forest had other creatures in it that wouldn't mind killing them. Suddenly, a blurry silhouette emerged. It walked slowly and stealthily. Finally, when it was 3 meters away from them, it leapt at Harry, knocking him to the ground. He braced himself for the biting and clawing that he knew was to come, but all he could feel was something wet on his face. Then he realized. "I'm going to kill you, Sirius," he growled, reminiscent of Padfoot. If dogs could laugh, what Sirius was doing was probably it. Finally, Sirius got off him and transformed into his human form, still hysterically laughing. Ron had joined in by now, and Hermione was turning blue, looking like she was between laughing and being compassionate. Harry glared at all of them, and figured he would wait it out, but 2 minutes later, they still hadn't stopped, and Hermione had joined in. He knew he was going to crack and laugh along with them, but he didn't want to do it. Instead, he concerned himself with wiping dog drool off his face, which made them laugh harder. Finally, he laughed a little, and they, being satisfied, stopped. Sirius looked apologetic but said, "I'm sorry, but what would a camping trip be if I didn't scare you enough to wet yourselves?" He had on an annoying smile, but everyone decided it was best just to humor him, and not slap it off his face. Sirius looked at his watch, and looked like he was deciding whether to let them stay up or not. He gave them an apologetic look, and ushered them off to bed with a, "Your parents would kill me if I let you stay up all night" excuse. Now came the hard part. Once they entered the tent, which looked similar to the tent that Mr. Weasley had borrowed from his coworker, except it was smaller, and only had a sleeping area, Harry had to somehow get changed inconspicuously, without anyone noticing the cuts on his arm. They slept in bunk beds, and Sirius and Ron took the ones on the bottom, while Harry slept on the one on top of Ron. The summer night wasn't sticky, but it was hot, and it was uncomfortably so. The tent was somewhat crowded, but not awkwardly so. Ron and Sirius got changed before getting into bed, but Harry just climbed into the bunk. Sirius looked at him oddly, but didn't comment. The semi-darkness fell, as Sirius waved his wand, and Harry fell into a restful slumber, relishing the dreamless sleep. Harry woke up early the next morning, seeing the sun shining faintly from the crack in the tent. Harry stretched in his bed, hoping that the creaking wouldn't wake up Ron. He quickly and quietly changed, hoping that no one woke up while doing so. He went outside, breathing the humid air around him, and he smiled and decided to take a trip to the place he had found a few days ago. It was easy enough to find the waterfall, as he only had to follow the stream that was near the campsite. When he arrived, He settled down on the rock and savored the wind and flecks of water that sprayed his sweltered form. He didn't seem to notice when the sun was almost halfway to the middle of the sky. Finally, he heard a rustling in the woods and was sent back to reality. He quickly got up and made his way toward the campsite. He was 3/4 of the way there, when he suddenly heard voices coming from somewhere toward his left. He crouched down behind the trees, and saw Sirius talking to some brunette in the distance. He couldn't make out what it was they were saying, but he saw him lean in, and they keyed for about a minute, and Harry snuck off. So that had been the girl that Sirius had been seeing. That was definitely no innocent friendly key. Obviously he had been sneaking out to see whoever that was. He hadn't gotten a good look at whom he had been talking to, but he didn't recognize her. She looked around Sirius's age. He was in such a daze that he didn't realize it when he was back at the campsite. Ron and Hermione were already up and making breakfast over the fire. Harry knew he needed an excuse for his absence fast. He decided just to go with the truth. He came over and sat on the chair near the fire. He answered vaguely when they asked where he had been, but they didn't question further. "So where is Sirius?" he asked, trying to act oblivious. He wasn't quite ready to tell them what he saw. "We don't know. We woke up and you and Sirius were gone. We just assumed you went to go take a pee or something." Sirius emerged from the forest after a few minutes. He just settled down in the chair next to Hermione and no one asked anything. After breakfast had been served, Sirius explained how he planned for them to go back to the house and play Quidditch for the rest of the day. They all agreed, though Hermione didn't look happy about the Quidditch thing. They packed up the tent and hiked back to the house. When they unloaded all the camping gear in the house, they went outside to cool off on their brooms. It was Harry and Ron against Sirius and Hermione, which was practically like 2-on-1, or maybe 3-on-1, because Hermione wasn't only useless, she was counterproductive, but nobody had the heart to say anything. The days passed way too quickly for Harry, and when Ron and Hermione finally had to leave, he was almost glad that Hogwarts was only 2 weeks away. Although he was going to miss Sirius, he couldn't stand the thought of being away from Ron and Hermione so much. Harry saw Ron and Hermione exit through the grate and sighed. Sirius challenged him to a game of chess, knowing how boring it was going to be around the house with just him and Sirius. After being slaughtered in chess 3 times, it was clear that there was no fun to be had while playing chess. He went to the study to find a book to read. The previous owners of the house had an interesting collection of books. They spanned between defense books to alchemy. One book caught his eye though. Advanced Transfiguration. Animagus Transformation. It looked interesting enough, even though he knew he probably wouldn't be able to transform. It wasn't like he had any reason to. He went to bed after finishing the book. That night, Harry had a nightmare. There were 3 figures approaching a house that stood in the middle of a very uninhabited area that he recognized instantly as the Burrow. He didn't even have to be forced to follow, he went himself, knowing that if someone was going to be hurt, he would have at least tried to do something about it. They silently unlocked the door to the houses and walked up the stairs, looking like they knew where they were going. He followed them silently, holding his breath silently as they passed the different rooms. Finally, they headed up the last staircase and arrived in front of Ron's room. Harry reached for his wand and was surprised when he actually felt it in his pocket. He pulled it out and tried to stun them, but the burst of sparks just went right through them. Harry cursed and tried to grab their shoulders, but his hand went right through them. He watched helplessly as they entered the room, and prayed that they didn't kill him on the spot. One of the figures pulled out his wand, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief momentarily, when he realized that he had just fired the silencing spell, but the full realization of what that meant fell on him. One of the men levitated him toward the door, and the others followed, along with Harry. They walked out of the house with their hostage in tow, and the tallest figure pulled out a stone glowing green. One of them clutched Ron's wrist, and touched the stone along with the others. In a flash of light, they disappeared. Harry didn't know whether he would wake up, or he would follow them, but he felt a tug at stomach and suddenly, he was standing in front of some kind of fortress. He saw that the figures were headed toward the front entrance. When they had arrived inside, the tall figure instructed the other 2 to take the captive to the cell, and for them to guard him under tight security. "Wake him up, and make sure that he doesn't escape. I'll be in to deal with him in about an hour." The other two took off their masks and Harry could see that one of them was Malfoy, and the other one was Avery. Harry followed them, hoping to God that Ron wouldn't be tortured. They walked up many flights of stairs, and Harry tried to remember how they got to the cell. He would need to be able to recall this when Ron was rescued, if they didn't kill him first. They got to a single cell. It wasn't really like a cell though, it was more of a stone cubicle. The door was solid wood, and there was no window. Harry hoped that there was some kind of spell to keep some kind of ventilation for Ron to breathe. Or maybe that was some kind of torture. They dumped him unceremoniously on a wooden board that he assumed would be used as a bed. They removed the silencing spell they had on him, and woke him. Before he could even get his bearings together, they had already left. Ron sat up abruptly, and began panicking. The dim lighting in the cell enlightened him to the current situation. He stood up, and started banging on the door. "Let me out! What the hell is going on? Why am I here? I didn't do anything. Where am I? Please, let me out!" He screamed, and banged on the door for a few more minutes until his fists were raw, before he collapsed against the wall in despair. Finally, he looked over to where Harry was looking at him, weakly. "Harry, what's going on? Why are we here? Where is here?" he asked quickly. You can see me." His eyes went wide, and suddenly, the hope that he had almost lost started to grow. If he could talk to Ron, then maybe he could somehow get him out. "Of course I can see you. Why wouldn't I?" He looked suspiciously. "I told you about the dreams I have that are connected to Voldemort." He ignored it when Ron flinched. "Ron, Voldemort has taken you hostage. No one has ever been able to see me in one of these dreams yet. I'll try to get you out of here, but I don't really know how. I'm being held captive." He tried to hold himself back from being hysterical, trying to brave it out what with Harry being there. "What does you know who going to do to me? I don't want to die. Is he going to kill me? What does he want me for?" Harry hung his head in shame, knowing that Ron was probably there because Voldemort wanted him. He suddenly lifted it up. Determination filled his eyes. "Ron, don't negotiate with your life. I don't know how I'm going to get you out of here, but I will. For now, you tell him whatever he wants to know. If we have to, Sirius and me can leave our house, but you're irreplaceable. Tell him whatever he wants, just don't get yourself killed." Ron looked at him like he wanted to argue, but Harry gave him a stern look. Harry could feel the pain in his scar begin to grow, and he knew that Voldemort would soon be coming back to interrogate him if that's what it was that he was going to do to Ron. The door opened, and there, in all of his menacing intimidation stood Lord Voldemort. "Ah, yes, Ronald Weasley. I assume that you know who I am." Ron looked petrified with fear. Harry couldn't blame Ron for being scarred. Put in his position, it was very easy to be demoralized in Voldemort's presence. "Ah, I see you fear me, as you should, Weasley. I am someone who most people don't like to cross, but the few who do don't usually live to tell about it, except for your little friend, Harry Potter. But you will see. If you cooperate, I can be a fair individual. I will let you go, if you assist me. If you refuse to tell, well, we can deal with that when the time comes. All I want to know is where Harry Potter lives. As he is your best friend, I assume you know." Voldemort's voice was silky, oily, and malicious. He never told me where he lives," Ron said. "Ron, just tell him. You're more important than whether or not Voldemort knows where I live," Harry hissed. "You don't know? You have never visited his house before? He never gave you his house's name?" Voldemort spoke in a tone like he was asking a small child whether his parents were home. "I'm not telling you anything. I would never betray my friend like that." Ron had given up the act, and Harry, despite his huge frustration that Ron hadn't collaborated, was impressed at his bravery. He had always known his friend to crack under pressure, but here he was, protecting his friend, knowing full well that it might if not would cost him his life. Harry couldn't get over the loyalty Ron was showing him, but was still furious at how stupid and stubborn he was being. "Yes. Well, maybe you will change your mind after a few nights in this cell." "Oh yes, Crucio," he yelled in annoyance. Ron's screams rang out in the cell, and the sound of a door slamming followed. Ron gasped, and wheezed, and Harry kneeled near him, knowing the dream would be ending soon. "Ron, I'll be back with help. I promise. Next time, just tell him what he wants to know. Please, don't be stupid," and the dream ended. Harry woke up, and without hesitation, got out of bed, and lunged out of the room, pounding on Sirius's door. He could hear sounds of stumbling and things being knocked over, but within 30 seconds, Sirius was at the door looking alarmed and frightened. "What is it? What's going on?" He looked around frantically, as if he expected there to be Death Eaters swarming the house. "It's Ron, he's been taken prisoner. Sirius, I saw it, in a dream. He was taken out of his house and put in this tiny little cell, and he saw me, and Voldemort came in and asked him where I was, and he wouldn't tell him, and he put the Cruciatus curse on him, and, Harry stopped to take a breath. "You have to do something. Call Dumbledore, or his parents, or the Ministry or anyone." Harry calmed down. "I can't do anything if you're frantic. I'll go alert Dumbledore." "Harry, I know you're worried, but we have a good chance of getting him out. We have tons of spies working with Voldemort, and I'm sure that if Voldemort went to all of the trouble of capturing Ron, he's not going to kill him." Sirius gave his shoulder a squeeze reassuringly. He walked down the stairs with Harry in tow, and fired Dumbledore. When he was finished, he gave Harry a half smile. "Well, Dumbledore already knows that Ron had been taken. They have already got people out trying to get Ron back." Harry sighed in relief, but knew that he wouldn't breathe easy until Ron was safe. Harry sat down on the couch and put his head in his hands. He felt horrible, knowing that his friend was out there, curled up in a cell, and he was safe in his nice cozy home, and it was all his fault. Harry felt Sirius's presence next to him, but didn't look up. He felt Sirius's arm around his shoulder, and he leaned into the crook of his arm. He looked up at him through the same darkened eyes that he had right after reading the newspaper article about how his relatives had died. The same numbness came over him, and he briefly realized that he was shaking. "Look, Har, I know you're feeling really guilty right now, but I've got to tell you, dwelling on it isn't going to help. Try to focus on helping Ron. He wouldn't blame you, Harry. Remember your dreams? Live by your own words. It wasn't your fault any of that happened, and Ron wouldn't indict you for it." Harry looked at Sirius. He knew his dark eyes were shining with unshed tears. "I just wish that there was something I could do. I feel so helpless." He fought very hard to keep his voice steady. "Harry, if there were something you could do, then I have no doubt that you would go right out and do it, but all you can do is talk to him during your dreams. Keep up his spirit. Make sure that he doesn't crack. That is the best and only thing that you can do for Ron. Just be his friend." Harry took a shaky breath and nodded. Harry bit his lip, fighting to keep the tears away, but as Sirius enveloped him in a hug, he let out a wet sob, and it was like dam broke way, and all of his fears and emotions just spilled over like an avalanche, and Harry couldn't control himself. He started crying heavily, feeling grief and fear, and above all, guilt. He felt Sirius stiffen beside him as he realized that Harry was crying, but he just tightened his embrace and buried Harry's head in his shoulder and let the tears fall down his face and onto his pajamas. He whispered soothing words to him, and Harry suppressed the feelings that were like second nature to him to stop his crying, and not to let anyone see his emotions, as he realized that Sirius wouldn't care. Harry lost track of the time and decided just to wait until he expelled all of his suppressed emotions, and he pulled away, hoping that Sirius would mistake the redness in his face for tears instead of embarrassment. He had really acted childishly, but he didn't care. He looked at Sirius, who rubbed his back reassuringly. Sirius didn't try and say anything about his outburst, and Harry was happy about that. He leaned against his shoulder for a while, and in time, Harry eventually fell into restless sleep. The following nights were some of the worst Harry had to deal with. Worse than any of his regular dreams, tenfold. Mostly because he knew that they were really happening. Every night, it was like clockwork. Harry would fall asleep, and suddenly, he would be in front of Ron's cell. He would walk through the door, and find Ron in horrible condition. He was rarely fed, and was deathly thin by the 5th night. Ron would look up, his eyes giving off a very eerie gleam, and try to give him a smile. Harry would walk over to him, and give him a news briefing, sometimes lying just to keep his morale up, and would try to soothe him. Harry could see that his friend was halfway over the edge, but he still wouldn't give Voldemort what he wanted to know. Harry noticed that Ron had stopped flinching whenever he said the words Voldemort. He would talk to him for almost an hour, before Voldemort, or one of his followers would come in and perform his nightly torture. Ron's voice became hoarse with the screaming, and Harry was afraid that Ron would go mute if this was kept up. One night, Harry was trying to convince him to just tell Voldemort the information he wanted. "Harry," he said in a weak, croaky voice, "what good would it do? I've tried his patience for far too long to be able to make any agreement with him. I'll tell him what he wants to know, and he'll dispose of me," he had said. Harry tried to contradict him, but he realized he was right. Voldemort had probably been planning it from the beginning. He sighed. "Maybe you're right. Still, you should try to negotiate with him. Tell him that you know his plan, and that you won't tell him anything unless you can be assured that you know he will let you go," he said. "Harry, haven't you figured it out yet? I'm not going to tell him anything. I don't care if he kills me. I'll tell you something. I don't really expect to make it out of here alive. I'm sorry. I know that's not what you want to hear, but when you're left alone in a cell for almost a week, you come to a lot of conclusions, namely, what your value really is." Harry shook his head, trying to convince his friend of what he was worth. "No, Harry, listen. You were always the one who everyone knew would be the savior of the world. You're the one who is going to get rid of Voldemort. What have I ever done? I'm just a nameless Weasley. The only thing that is special about me is that you're my best friend. I can afford to die, you can't. Ron, I don't give a damn about being the world's savior. If I'm the one who is destined to save the world, that doesn't mean that because the rest of the world isn't, they can die. If all of the nameless people were killed off, there wouldn't be a world to save. Believe me, if the people I love weren't there to relish it with me, I don't think that I would want to bother saving the world. I wouldn't be able to function, knowing that you died because I was your friend. I just couldn't live with that. You have to keep up hope. I promise you, people out there are doing everything they can to get you out of here." Ron just gave him an "I'll try" look, and Harry smiled at him a bit. Just then, the door opened, and Harry knew what that meant. But it wasn't a hood figure, or Voldemort who came in, it was Snape. Snape came in, looking as menacing as Voldemort, but not as violent. "I know you're in here, Potter. I need to talk to Weasley alone." Harry, of course, had no intention of leaving. "What's he going to do to me? Take house points off?" he asked Ron. Ron gave him the closest thing to a smile that he could achieve. Ron repeated the comment to Snape, and his facial expression twisted into the scariest thing Harry had seen on his face so far. "Tell him I'm leaving. I'm not going, but it should make him happy," Harry said. Ron repeated it to Snape, and Snape looked unconvinced. He took out his wand, muttered an unfamiliar spell, and said, "I'm waiting, Potter." Harry looked at Ron, and said, "I guess he has a tracking spell put on the room." Ron nodded at him, and he walked out of the cell. After about 20 minutes of them being in the cell alone together, he was beginning to get alarmed. He stuck his head through the door, and saw that Ron and Snape were still talking. Just as he was about to leave the room, he saw head toward the door. Snape left, and Harry went to go talk to Ron. "What did he say?" Harry asked, hoping that Ron could talk about it. "He was telling me plans for escape. He didn't want you listening in. He knew if you knew the plans, you would want to go out and risk your life trying to save me. And I know that you probably would," he said. "So, how did Snape get in here? He's one of the spies, right?" he asked. It wasn't really news. He had suspected Snape of going back to Voldemort as a spy for a while. "Yeah. He didn't go into detail, but I would bet that he was supposed to come in here and torture me." Ron flinched at the word torture. "Well, see, you're going to be rescued. I told you that you would," Harry said. "It's probably about time for me to wake up. I guess I'll see you tomorrow night. Keep your chin up, Ron." After Harry woke up, it was usually about 1 in the morning, and Harry would usually go down to the living room and watch TV until he fell asleep on the couch. Most nights, Sirius would join him when he heard him get up in the middle of the night, and they would watch stupid old movies and reruns of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And Whose Line Is It Anyway? Occasionally, he wouldn't be able to get back to sleep and would have to take the dreamless sleep potion, but usually he would go back to sleep by 2 or 3. During normal hours, Harry was somewhat withdrawn. He couldn't help but feel guilty. Whenever he ate lunch, he would think, "I bet Ron isn't eating lunch. I bet Ron doesn't even get a lunch. He probably doesn't even know that it's lunchtime." When he would ride his broom, he would remind himself that Ron could only dream of playing Quidditch. When he fell asleep, he remembered that Ron didn't have a bed to sleep in. He had a piece of plywood. Sirius was being sympathetic to him constantly. He didn't ask for anything. Not that he ever really asked him for anything, but he didn't press him to do anything that he didn't want to, or just wasn't doing. Sirius stopped with his corny jokes that Harry would usually laugh at, if not just to be polite. He seemed to realize that Harry wasn't in a good mood, and didn't try to push him to do something fun to try to snap himself out of it. Harry almost wished that Sirius would try to tell him that he had to sew something. He wanted to play Quidditch, and to do all of the things that he would normally do. He frequently told himself that he shouldn't have fun. Ron is a prisoner. I can't just go out and play Quidditch and act like he's just going to come back. But he wanted to have fun. He wanted an excuse to enjoy the rest of the holiday. Finally, Sirius just snapped at him. They were sitting at the kitchen table, after Harry had made dinner, eating in silence, when Sirius started. Harry, you have to stop acting like this. It isn't healthy. You shouldn't be moping around the house this way. It's not good for Ron, and it's definitely not good for you. If you want to help Ron, you should try and be optimistic. You're acting like he's already dead. Well, he isn't, so you should stop acting like he is, and start acting like his best friend. Sirius said this as polite as he could, but Harry still flinched at his words. How would having a great time and playing Quidditch and watching TV be helping Ron? He's suffering in a cell in who knows where, and I'm playing and eating sweets. It's not helping Ron either way, so why should I be happy or sad? It doesn't matter. Harry hadn't meant for his words to come out so loudly, but they did. Sirius kept his calm. Harry, however, wished he had yelled at him. It matters to me. I hate seeing you like this. And it should matter to you, and it would matter to Ron, Hermione, and the Weasleys, and all of your friends if they knew how you were reacting to this. I'm not asking you to be cheerful, just smile occasionally, in order for me to make sure that you aren't going over the edge. Come on, just a smile. It's not that hard. It's completely painless too. See? He demonstrated by giving him a cheesy smile, and it took little to no muscle strength too, he said in a tacky infomercial-type voice. Harry rolled his eyes. And you're worried about me going over the edge? Well, at least your rude wit is back. If it would cheer you up, I'll let you drive my motorcycle, he said. Harry looked up at him. Really? He said tentatively, like expecting it to be a joke. Sure, why not? He said indolently. Cool, he exclaimed. Well, it's too late tonight, but I'll show you how to steer it tomorrow, he said, getting up from the table. Harry decided he was full enough, and went to the library to get something to read. After the Animagus book, he wanted to know more about Transfiguration. The subject was interesting. After selecting a book about Transfiguration, he went to bed. That night was one of the worst visions he had had with Ron so far. He arrived before the cell, and instantly he could smell a putrid smell in the air. It was the metallic, acrid smell of blood. Harry would feel the pungent smell overwhelm his sinuses, and his eyes began to water. He feared going through the door, knowing what he would see. At first, he could see nothing but a huge pile of bloody flesh, but he soon realized that it was Ron. The shock of seeing him like that made him impulsively flee the room, and lean against the wall for almost a minute, getting his bearing together. He knew that he shouldn't be out there. He should be helping his friend, but he couldn't bring himself to see Ron like that. The blood was bad enough, but Ron's body lying on the floor was too much. Finally, he beeped up his resolve, and walked through the door. He tried to ignore the strong tangy odor from all of the blood, and he walked over to Ron's side to examine the extent of the damage. He didn't see a knife anywhere around the area, or, he shuddered to think this, sticking out of Ron's flesh. Ron, please wake up. Please don't be dead. I can't check to see if you're dead or not. Wake up. Oh, please wake up. He could feel the tears streaming down his face as he looked over the damage. He reached out to try and touch him, subconsciously knowing that he couldn't, and was surprised when he could. Harry instantly felt for a pulse, and sighed heavily when he felt a weak one. Ron, wake up. You have to wake up, Ron. Please. Harry felt to make sure he wasn't choking on blood, and was relieved to see that he wasn't. The blood must have already clotted because there wasn't any blood flowing out of the open wound. Ron, wake up, please. Wake up. You have to wake up. Please. He felt the tears flowing faster and faster, and they ran down his face, and onto Ron's arms, where the injury was. He saw no blood coming from his stomach, and was happy to know that none of his internal organs had been damaged. Ron moved suddenly, and his eyes fluttered open. He looked utterly confused, and had no idea where he was. He raised his head to look at Harry. What's going on? Why do my arms hurt so much? He looked down to the mutilated things that were his limbs. Ron, you must have been stabbed or something. I couldn't wake you up at first. I thought that you were dead. Harry couldn't stop the tears from coursing steadily down his face. I'm so sorry, Ron. This is all my fault, he sobbed. Harry, it's not your fault. Please, I'm sorry, Harry, but I can't deal with your guilt right now. I've been stabbed repeatedly, and I'm sorry if you feel bad, but you're just going to have to believe me when I say that this isn't your fault. Please, help me. Harry bit his lip, ignoring his friend's behavior, and he helped lift him up. He couldn't exactly remember Muggle first aid, so he ripped off the sleeves of his shirt, and tried to soak up the blood with it. Harry ripped off Ron's own pajama sleeves, knowing that it was summer, and although it was common knowledge that people who have lost blood should stay warm, he didn't think that it would go below 70 degrees in Ron's jail cell, unless it was deliberate. Ron, I don't think that there is anything else I can do for you, unless you want the rest of my shirt. That's when Harry realized. His arms were revealed. Unless Ron was totally delusional, and Harry doubted he was, as he had proven from his last statement that he was mentally stable, he was going to see what had happened to his arms. Harry, what happened to your arms? He whispered. It's nothing. Ron, let's just deal with your arms, he said. No, there is nothing more that I can do about my arms, but I want to know how your arms got that cut up. It doesn't look like you ran through a bush, because they're only on the upper part of your arms, the part that can be covered by a t-shirt. Harry could tell that he was beating around the bush. He knew that Ron realized what had happened. He just wanted Harry to be the one who admitted it. Ron, don't worry about it. It's just a couple of cuts. In the same places on each arm? Come on, Harry. Anyone could tell you did it to yourself. But why? Ron finally asked him the question Harry had been dreading. I did it a while ago. Harry said. Those aren't scars. They look pretty new to me. Ron said. By the look on his face, he knew that he was being annoying. So what? You know, I'm not going to tell you anything. It's my own damn business, Harry said forcefully. Ron looked angered at him, then shocked, then grudgingly. Fine, don't tell me. I swear to God though, Harry, if I get out of here, I'm telling everyone. I'll tell Sirius, and Hermione, and Dumbledore. Heck, I'll tell Snape the next time he comes to my cell. Harry's eyes got large. You wouldn't? You can't? Please, Ron, he yelped. Tell me why you did this to yourself, he said. Harry knew that if his arms hadn't been mutilated, he would have been crossing them. Ron, it's a long story. I have nothing but time on my hands, he said. Fine, you wanted to know though. Well, you know when we met up at Diagon Alley? Hermione mentioned that the Dursleys had died, and you said? Ron cut him off. I asked why you would care. They were horrible to you, Ron completed. Yeah, well see Ron, I do care. I know they didn't treat me good, but they're my relatives, and, like it or not, they died because they're my family. That's why I cut myself, Harry said vehemently. I know that you probably can't understand that, but think about if it were Percy. I don't care how much you don't like each other, if he died from something relating somehow to you, you wouldn't just care, you would hate yourself, Harry said, with building fervor. He had been waiting so long to say these words. They died because they're related to me. Heck, it doesn't even matter that we're related, they died because of me. I don't care who it is, their death was on my hands, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I watched it. And I heard their screams, just like I hear your screams, and I can't do a damn thing about it. I can't even get revenge. This whole thing is like a huge mistake that I made that was blown way out of proportion, causing hundreds of deaths. Do you know what that feels like? My mistake was being born. It was my fault that all of this happened. A freak accident. My birth, and there is nothing I could do to stop it, so I thought, maybe if I take some of this out on myself, then I would feel better. And you know what? I did feel better. Harry wanted to continue his rant, and he knew he could for hours, and he didn't care who heard it. In his irrational state, Harry would have carried on until he woke up, but he looked over at Ron, and a spark of decency returned to him, as he saw Ron in his weakened state trying to take all this in. Harry's sensibility kicked in. and he realized that he had taken his maimed friend's concern for him, and turned it into an all-out assault on him. "Ron, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's just that you're the first person who knows about this." He gestured toward his arms, "and now that you know, all of the things that I've kept to myself since I first started just kind of came spilling from my mouth at the first target I could find, and it's just happened to be you." He looked deeply remorseful. "I know, Harry. I know exactly how you feel. You know, I've never really understood how you can always deal with all of the things that you go through. It just seems like a 15-year-old shouldn't have to deal with this, and I always felt like I was being stupid because I had problems with Potion's homework, and I had a tantrum. I always wondered how you could deal with the threat of Voldemort, and fact that you lost your parents, and didn't have the best home to return to, and not react to this like I would. It's taken until now to realize that you don't deal with these problems. You just seem to shake these things off like they don't matter, instead of getting things out of your system. It didn't always used to be like this. I used to freak out when these things happened, but I realized after a while that there was nothing that I could do. Showing emotion was like a weakness. It was like a sign of strength that I couldn't keep these things in, and then walk away. But well, this is the result of doing that, I guess. You take all that anger and aggression and bring it back on yourself." He was referring to the cutting. He looked down at his lap where he sat against the wall with his knees to his chest. Ron just looked at him with a sad smile. They sat in a silent peace for about 15 minutes, when Harry realized that it would soon be time for him to go. "Look, Ron, I will make sure that they double their effort at getting you out of here. You just take care of your arms." Harry gave him a nod, biting his lip as he looked at his friend's injuries. He walked over to give Ron's shoulder a squeeze before he drifted out of his dream. Harry woke up after that to find that his sleeves were torn in reality. He was going to have to change his shirt before he went downstairs to meet Sirius. He walked into the bathroom to look at his reflection. His torn sleeves, tousled hair, and discoloration under his eyes made him look scruffy, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He couldn't get Ron off of his mind, and he knew that things weren't going to get any easier. Before he could even think rationally about it, he had grabbed a razor that had been sitting on the top shelf of the cabinet, and made a deep gash going straight down the upper part of his arm. He could feel the adrenaline pumping through his blood as he realized what he had done. A scary thought passed through his head at that moment. "I like this feeling." He cut again. The pain giving him a sudden rush running through his veins. It felt like the blood vessels in his body were being squeezed tightly, but the pain was pleasurable. He shuddered at the pure force of it all. After a few more horizontal cuts, he stopped, and breathed heavily. When he had come to his senses, he threw the razor down, internally yelling at himself for his stupidity. "I can't believe I'm doing this. Ron is being mutilated, and I'm here doing it to myself, and finding pleasure out of it. How can I feel bliss out of pain? Maybe I really am becoming like Voldemort." He shook his head forcibly. "No," he had almost shouted out loud, "I'm not like him. I don't want people to die." He shook his head. "This is going to stop," he thought. But it had felt so good. How could something that caused so much pleasure turn out to be so wrong? Then a notion crossed his mind. Drugs give you the same feeling, but you can kill yourself doing them. He set his jaw in determination. He looked back to his new self-inflicted wound, and cringed, as he saw the blood running down his arm and leaking on the floor. He winced when he saw that it had dripped on the floor mat. Harry hasted to clean the blood off his arm, but it kept flowing. His eyes winded as the cuts continued to bleed profusely, and he grabbed his ripped shirt of his back, balled it up, and held it to the incisions. The blood finally stopped flowing. He sighed in relief. He looked at the shirt. It was covered with blood. He leaned against the wall and sank down against it. The newest scratch stood out vividly against his pale skin. "Harry?" He heard Sirius knock from the other side of the door. "You okay?" he asked. Harry tried to remain calm, but Sirius had scared him. He took a deep breath, trying not to sound frantic. "Yeah, I'm fine." He cringed as he heard his voice squeak. "Come on out." Sirius sounded suspicious. You go ahead downstairs without me. I'll be there soon." He knew if he could see Sirius right now, he would have his eyebrow raised. "All right then," he said, and Harry listened to his footsteps descending down the stair, waited a minute, and stuck his head out the door. The hallway was clear. He snuck back into his room and threw his shirt in the garbage, changed into a new one, and headed downstairs for the living room. Okay. When you get about 20 yards, an, or meters, if you're on the metric system, away, I want you to pull your weight back on the rear tire, and hold on for dear life. Harry raised his eyebrows suspiciously. Of course, that's probably a given, as usually when you're going up at a 90-degree angle, you hold on to something. So, how does riding a motorcycle differ from riding a broom? He asked, looking for any helpful tips in case he got into the sky and started to plummet to his death. Great question, but unfortunately, I'm not going to answer you. I'm just going to let you draw your own conclusions after you've done it. He smiled a knowing smile, and Harry guessed it was one of those, you have to live through it, things, or maybe Sirius just didn't know how to describe it. Riding on the back of a motorcycle, or laying down on the expanded seat, as he had done for most of the trip, wasn't exactly a thrill ride, but it was similar to riding a broom. It just didn't give him the exhilaration that you get from having the feeling of steering it. Anything else I should know before I take off? Harry wanted to make sure Sirius hadn't left out any important detail that would send him falling to the earth. Yeah, if you scratch my bike, I'll kill you, he said nonchalantly. Harry gulped. Oh, and you might want to bring your wand in case you fall off and are lying somewhere with a compound fracture and a concussion, but I doubt it will make much difference. Harry kept his eyes from bugging out of his head, knowing that Sirius was playing around. I'm just kidding about the falling thing. The scratch notwithstanding, he handed Harry a helmet, and Harry clambered on the bike. Just, a last-minute question. Do I have health insurance? He asked, half kidding, half serious. Relax, you have a helmet, he said. Yeah, that's real helpful if I break my neck. Oh, you mean you don't know? Wizard helmets have charms on them to shield your body from an impact. If you're about to hit the ground, you bounce up, and then you just wait until you land on your feet after the recoil. You don't have to worry about it. Besides, it's no more dangerous to ride a broom than to ride a motorcycle. Harry had to resist the urge to argue on that factor. He followed Sirius's instructions about how to take off, and soon found himself rocketing down the path. He suddenly realized that riding a motorcycle and riding a broom were about as different as night and day. While the broom was smooth and easily driven, the motorcycle was rickety on the hilly road, and Harry found himself holding onto the handlebars until his knuckles were white. Finally, he estimated that it was time to start lifting off. He felt apprehensive about shifting his weight, when he felt so much more stable on the seat, but he screwed up his courage, and bounced backwards while pushing the lift-off button on the left handle, and found himself going straight up until he was far enough where he could level off. He realized then why anyone would even bother to deal with all of the hassles of a motorcycle, when they could just hop on a broom and fly away. There was a certain sense of control and power that he felt while driving the bike. It was the surge of energy that was moving through him and the bike. It felt like he was in control of a force of power, and it was enlivening. He did a couple of laps, and a couple of attempts at tricks, and somehow, although he was used to flying on his broom almost every day, it was like he was flying for the first time. The next morning, Harry got out of bed, and realized that after he had gone back to sleep after his visit with Ron, he took his shower, and went down the stairs to start breakfast. He saw the newspaper upright and opened the refrigerator door, and asked, "Morning. What do you want for breakfast?" "Good morning. I'm okay, I've already eaten," came the voice of Remus Lupin from behind the newspaper. Harry jumped, spilling the orange juice he was pouring. "Remus," he said. Suddenly, he remembered the last time he had visited with Remus. What a fiasco that had been. He had had a nervous breakdown on the man's sofa. Putting it into perspective, he realized what Remus must have thought of him, what with all of the times he had fainted in his third year while coming in contact with Dementors, and that whole situation on the Quidditch pitch. That added to the fit he had had, and Remus would probably think he was a total wuss. "Hello, Harry. Sirius had to go out for the day. He asked me to come over and hang out with you," Remus said as he lowered the paper as Harry sat down. Harry turned red. "He got me a babysitter?" He put his head in his hands. "God, I'm 15. I don't think that he meant it like that. I think he just wanted someone here to keep you preoccupied. I mean, what would you do all day if there was no one here?" Harry gave him a feeble smile, trying not to look ungrateful. Harry had to resist the urge to say, "Get some peace," and quite for once, the situation wasn't getting much better, and Harry decided that this could be added to the ever-growing list of ways he had embarrassed himself in front of Remus. Needing a babysitter was probably a good one. Harry suddenly frowned. "Where is Sirius, anyway?" Remus shrugged. "He didn't tell me. I assumed he would tell you, or leave you a note or something." Remus seemed politely puzzled. "He seemed pretty secretive about it when I asked him." "Yeah." Harry held a mad tone in his voice. "Sirius was sneaking around, seeing his girlfriend again. I'm sure he would be." Remus looked like he was going to question him, but changed his mind about it. "So, what do you normally do around here?" "Whatever activities are available. Quidditch, chess, gobstones, exploding snap. If there is nothing else, I'll just watch TV, or read a book," Harry listed. "Well, I'm not that good at chess," he started. "Perfect, let's play," Harry said, getting up and heading for the dining room. Remus looked puzzled. "I can't remember the last time I've won a chess game. I need someone bad to play against before I'm put off the game forever." As it turned out, Harry lost the first round anyway. He won the second round, but he suspected that it was only because Remus let him win, out of pity. Harry then suggested a game of exploding snap, but Remus said that he would rather go outside. Harry was slightly shocked at the prospect of Remus Lupin playing Quidditch, but didn't voice his opinion. It turned out, once again, that he had underestimated one of his elders. Remus was a better flyer than Sirius was, though not quite as good as Harry. While Sirius had more physical approach to the game, and preferred the position of beater, Remus was a lot better at strategizing, and was an excellent keeper. After Remus blocked all of his shots, though, Harry had to say that he beeped as a chaser. Harry, being very impressed, asked him a question. "Remus, were you on the Quidditch team when you were in Hogwarts?" "Yeah, I was the keeper." What about Sirius?" Harry knew the answer, but he thought that if he asked Remus, he would probably go into detail about why not. "No, he tried out for beater, but Peter made the team instead of him. He was mad at Peter for almost a month after he took his spot." Harry had to hold onto his broom tightly, because he was going to fall off the broom laughing. Finally, he spat. "Peter? I've seen pictures of Peter as a kid. He looked like he would sooner hide under his pillow at the mere sight of a bludger, rather than go out for beater." Remus also looked amused. "Why do you think Sirius was so mad about it?" Harry was lying on his bed, in his room, limbs hanging over the bed, as he lazily looked at the page in his Quidditch book. He had been staring at the page for the last 5 minutes, not have the energy to move his arm to turn the page. It was 7 o'clock. Remus had left, saying that Sirius would be home soon. He could hear Sirius moving around downstairs, but indolence prevented him from going down there and greeting him. Harry looked up idly as Sirius walked into his room, and sat on the armchair. Yes, he has an armchair in his room. I wished I had a room big enough to hold an armchair alone. Hey, Harry. What did you do today with Moony?" "We played Quidditch and chess. I've also been labeled the worst chess player in the history of chess." He rolled over on his bed. "I couldn't do that. I would fall off," so that he was looking at Sirius upside down. "That, or everyone I know is just really good at it besides Hermione that it." Sirius grunted. "Probably just because me, Ron, and Remus all grew up in wizard homes. It's nothing personal, we've just been playing a lot longer than you have. I just wanted to take out the garbage." He reached down to take the bag, when he suddenly stopped. He pulled out the shirt Harry instantly recognized, to his horror, to be the blood-soaked shirt that he had used to saturate the blood coming from the cuts on his arms. "I don't remember this shirt looking like it was bled on, or sleeveless for that matter." Harry stared in open-mouthed horror. He hadn't thought up an excuse for a situation like this. He said the first thing that came to his mind. "I had a nosebleed. I ruined my shirt by accident, and I used it to soak up the blood. It was the first thing I saw." He sat up on the bed. Sirius didn't even try to hide the suspicion in his eyes. "That's an awful lot of blood for a nosebleed." Harry laughed nervously. "Yeah, well, but anyway, I picked up something for you when I was out today." He had that sly look in his eyes as he walked out of the room, and came back with a shirt. It was a cool silvery silk, and Harry realized whether this was set up or not where this was going. "I thought you would like it, since you don't really have a ton of really nice shirts, you might want it." He tossed it to him. "Try it on, I want to see how it fits." Harry looked at the shirt, trying to think of ideas of how to get out of the situation. I think I'm allergic to silk. Sirius raised his eyebrow at him. You have 3 other silk shirts that I've seen you wear. Harry was at a loss for what to do or say. Finally, he went to the last resort. I guess I'll go change then. And he headed for the bathroom. Sirius stopped him at the door. Yeah, that's what I thought you would say. He began pacing around the room. Harry stood near the door, confused as to what to do. He was sure Sirius knew, but what was he going to do? Sirius suddenly stopped pacing. Harry, you know that I care about you, right? You know that you can tell me anything? I mean, you do know that Harry's heart sunk as Sirius stopped himself. He had wanted to hear him say that he loved him, but he had paused. Maybe he really didn't care. Maybe he just felt like it was his responsibility to take care of him because his parents had made him his godfather. He fought back the tears in his eyes, but he couldn't help the feeling of disappointment sweep over him. Suddenly, he had the impulse to leave. He needed to be alone. He saw that Sirius had stopped trying to talk, and was staring at him quietly. He didn't notice the awkward silence, because his head was buzzing. He turned away, and ran out the door, down the staircase, and out the door. He ran faster than he had known he could run, especially, considering that he had been feeling like he couldn't even move a couple of minutes ago. He ran toward the forest, and didn't stop. He reached the stream, not really caring where he was going. Just that he needed to get away. He reached the rock, utterly exhausted, and suddenly, he felt the wave of emotions boiling up inside him. He sat quietly on the rock, watching the waves crash over the side of the cliff, a feeling of searing feeling rushing through his stomach. He had always dreamed of some unknown relative, or anyone, coming to take him away from his uncaring house, and living with Sirius had been like a dream come true. But after finally understanding what it was to live in a home where he was cared about, the whole thing seemed kind of fake. He felt like he had gone and played house for a couple of days, but now it was over, and everything said and done was really just an act. He didn't want to question it, but with everything that had happened, he was really wondering what was real and what wasn't. He didn't want to let go of it though. He had wanted so badly to believe that Sirius really loved him that he couldn't bring himself to give up hope. It was just so easy to believe after going through a loveless childhood that someone really cared. Harry had reached out to the first person that had made an attempt. And it seemed like he really did love him. Harry couldn't help but put up his defenses at the slightest questionable action. Why couldn't he have just said it? Was it that Sirius really didn't love him? Did he care? Maybe there was something wrong with Harry? Maybe Sirius had been trying to like him, but, like the Dursleys, he couldn't find anything to love. That thought brought H to the brink of letting all those emotions out. Finally, he stopped, and laid on the rock, set in depression, suppressing the desire to kick and punch something. The sun was setting, slowly, and Harry realized that he couldn't stay here all night. He would have to go, somewhere. But he didn't care. He just didn't. It wasn't like it was cold out. He could make shelter out here. Harry? He heard Sirius's voice from behind him. How did he find me? He thought to himself. Harry didn't want to turn around, because if he did, he knew he would have to face him. Harry, why did you run off? He asked, turning to face him. Harry just stared at him. The tears he thought he had repressed were coming back at amazing force. He fought to keep himself from coming apart. What was he going to say? Could he tell him the truth? Why didn't you just say it? Harry whispered, so that Sirius could barely hear him. Harry, what do you mean? He sounded surprised. Nothing, I just needed to be alone, he said, turning his face so that he couldn't see the tears in his eyes. Are you mad at me? Did I do something wrong? Harry glared angrily. He didn't even figure it out. Despite himself, he said, No, you didn't do anything wrong. I was the stupid one, he said in a voice anyone could discern was not his own. The stupid one to think that you really cared, he thought to himself. What are you talking about, Har? Look, if this is about, Sirius must not have known how to put whatever it was he was going to say. Harry, let me see your arms, he said. The spontaneity surprised him, and his eyes widened. Shit. Harry cursed quietly. What was that? Sirius asked in a reprimanding voice. Harry sighed defiantly. Harry. Seeing no choice left, he pulled out the sleeves of his shirt, and took it off. Sirius seemed to be expecting something like that, but seeing the full extent of it caught him off guard. "Harry, what were you thinking? Doing this to yourself?" Harry could tell he was trying to keep his temper, but his tone defied him. "Are you totally insane? Why would you cut yourself? Everyone is trying so hard, keeping Voldemort from doing this to you, and you're doing it to yourself. Are you mad?" Sirius lost the battle with his rage. Harry had to fight himself from yelling back at Sirius. He was hurt, but he wasn't going to make things worse by saying something back to him. Harry got off the rock and sat next to it, leaning his head against it, resisting the urge to bang his head against it. "What the heck is wrong with you? What could possess you to do something so stupid?" Harry finally couldn't take it. "Are you quite done?" Harry asked him indignantly. Sirius glared at him. "If you think you're helping, you're not. You're really not. Do you think I'm going to tell you anything while you're screaming at me? I'm not going to say what I want to say to you, because I'm not in the right state of mind to say anything I won't regret. I'm not dealing with you right now." He stood up and ran off toward the house. Harry got back to the house quickly, not hearing Sirius behind him. He locked himself inside his room, kicked off his shoes, and buried himself under the covers, and squeezed the pillow to his chest. Sirius knew, and he thought he was an idiot for what he had done. Obviously Sirius not only didn't love him, but he thought he was stupid too. He buried his head in his pillow, biting his lip, trying to keep the tears away. He heard Sirius knock on the door, and he buried himself farther under the sheets. He knew Sirius must have used an unlocking spell, because he felt someone sit on the bed next to him. He edged away from the weight. "Harry?" Sirius's voice was muffled, but he made him out. "I'm sorry I blew up at you. I know that it was a stupid thing to do, and I'm sorry for it." "No you're not," he said through the covers. He felt Sirius tugging at the covers of his bed. Harry let him pull them off. "Yes I am. I know that I was acting rash back there. I don't mean what I said. You're not insane." Harry wasn't so eager to forgive him. Harry sat up next to him. "No, I think you mean exactly what you said. I think that was the most honest thing you've said since I've been here. I don't know why you're taking care of me, but you obviously don't want to be. If the Dursleys weren't dead, I'd go back to them and leave you alone. Then again, I know they wouldn't want me either. In fact, neither would my parents. Were you just the unlucky one? Did you lose a bet? Is someone paying you to do it?" Sirius looked shocked, and slightly hurt. "Of course not. I wouldn't have taken you in if I didn't want you. No one bribed me, and I didn't appreciate you assuming that I don't want you." Harry practically shouted at him. "I don't appreciate you calling me insane. No, it probably doesn't feel good being yelled at, but what would I know? I'm just a stupid 15-year-old cutter, aren't I? Harry, I didn't take you in because I thought that your parents wanted me to, and I didn't take you in because you saved my life. When I first met you, all I could think was that you were one of the bravest, loyalest people I'd ever met. Then when I found out about what happened to you after the third task, I kept feeling this huge amount of pride, that I was your godfather." Harry looked surprised. "But I killed Cedric. What's to be proud of?" he asked. "Harry, first of all, you didn't kill Cedric, and I'm proud of you because you faced Voldemort when you knew it would probably get you killed. Not many people, when faced with an ultimatum, would choose death over doing something they knew at heart was wrong." Harry still looked surprised at this revelation. "It might have started out that I offered you a home because you were my godson, and you reminded me of James, but now that I know you, you're nothing like James, besides in appearance and that Gryffindor spirit of yours. But I love you for who you are. I just hate to see you doing this to yourself. I just want you to be happy. When I saw you doing this to yourself, I got mad at myself, because I thought I wasn't doing a good job as your guardian. You obviously are having some problems, and it's my responsibility as your godfather to help you through them. If you're cutting yourself, I'm clearly not doing my job." Harry stared at him in shock. It definitely sounded like Sirius cared about him. Harry felt a huge feeling of embarrassment for jumping to such far-fetched conclusions. Sirius evidently cared a lot about him. He had been stupid to cut himself, when he should have just talked it out with Sirius. He stared at him, feeling his cheeks flush red with embarrassment. He didn't know what to say to Sirius. "Sirius, I'm really sorry about what I said," but Sirius cut him off. "Don't. You didn't do anything wrong. I know that you were trying not to say those things, and if you forgive me, I'll forgive you. I know I was being a great prat, and you don't have to apologize, because you didn't do anything. We have more important things to talk about. Harry blanched. I know. Look, Sirius, I know I was being an idiot. The first time I did it was after I read the newspaper. I was just really devastated about the whole thing, and I saw the razor, and I just couldn't help myself. I don't know why I did it really. The last time I did it because of Ron. You mean you cut yourself because Ron was being held captive? Sirius asked. No, it was because of what Voldemort, or one of his Death Eaters, did to him the other night. Harry realized that he hadn't told Sirius about it yet. He stabbed him, Sirius. I was so upset about it. I tried to help him with the bleeding, but when I tore the sleeves off that shirt you found, he saw the cuts. Why didn't you tell me about this? I was going to, I guess, but I saw the razor first, and I guess I just didn't want to say anything about it in case I slipped up and said something. Sirius sighed. Sirius, did you know about this? I mean, did you guess what I was doing? I saw the blood on the bathroom mat. There were enough signs for me to guess what you were doing. Sirius shifted his weight anxiously. So, Harry didn't know how to phrase his next question. What now? I mean, are you going to punish me? Are you going to give me to someone else? He didn't know what to expect. The thought of someone finding out he was cutting himself was always followed up by the thoughts of what would happen to him. Surly Sirius wasn't just going to go on pretending that nothing had happened. Of course I'm not going to give you away. I don't know if you know how the system works. Heck, I'm not sure I completely understand it, but know that I'm your guardian. I can't just give you away at random. You're not just a pair of old shoes. If something happens to you I can't just throw you out and get a new pair. If I was an unfit guardian, and I couldn't take care of you, you would probably, I don't know what would happen to you actually. You would either be given to Remus, or the Weasleys would take you in, but I don't think you have to worry about it. Anyway, I'm not going to punish you. What would I do? Take away your Quidditch privileges? No, I'm going to do something worse. It's shock therapy for you. Harry gulped in a fake manner. Sirius continued in his phony, treacherous voice. First, they hook you up to the chair, which zaps you 3 times. Then, they force you to go to school with your hair looking like that. Oh, the horror. Harry beeped. Oh, that's not all. Then they subject you to an 8-hour-long potions detention. Finally, after you're completely traumatized, you have to listen to the Hogwarts anthem sung by me. Have you ever heard me sing? I don't think you want to go through that? Harry was almost trembling at the thought of an 8-hour potions detention. And how would this help me to stop cutting? I would think after going through that I would just swallow a bottle of Tylenol and end it all. You're right. I guess we'll have to think of something better. How about you just tell me the next time something's bothering you? Harry smiled. That could work too. You promise me? Sirius said in a serious voice. NPI. Yeah, I promise. Harry said, realizing their talk was over. Okay. Well, I guess I'll see you around 1 then, huh? He asked, getting off the bed. Harry nodded in reply. Night. Night. Sirius was almost at the door when Harry said, and Sirius. Yeah? He replied. Harry paused for a moment, before uttering, I love you. Sirius stood immobile, shocked. I love you too, Harry, he replied, turning off the lights. Harry could feel his bed shaking. It was an odd experience. He felt like someone was jumping on his bed. He knew there was a presence of someone on his bed, but he knew if it was Sirius, then he would have to get up. He grabbed the covers and made sure that if someone made an attempt at pulling the covers off, he wouldn't let them. The object settled with a plop on top of his legs, but he knew if he tried to push the dog off him, Padfoot would know he was up, and therefore make him get out of bed. He settled for rolling over on his side, and settling down into the pillows. He woke almost an hour later to find that Sirius had not moved, but he didn't want to check if he was asleep or not. He felt the dog get up as he moved though, and he sighed with relief as he left the bed. Suddenly, in his preoccupied state, Sirius ripped the covers off the bed. Time to get up, Harry, Sirius said in an annoyingly cheerful voice, with a huge smile that Harry wanted to slap off his face. Too early, was all he said, noticing that the clock read 7 o'clock. He turned over on his side, and buried his head in the pillow. No, it's not too early, it's never too early in the morning for guests, he said. I tried waking you up earlier. I was jumping on your bed for a good 5 minutes. You didn't even respond. That was you? I thought I was just possessed or something, Sirius snorted. Didn't you hear me? Guests. He had Harry's attention. Who's coming? He asked, yawning, as he got out of bed. Well, I was talking to the Weasleys. Oh, so they're not afraid of you anymore? Sirius glared. Well, we were talking about the situation at their house, what with Ron being, and Hermione is still there. Harry suddenly felt guilty. In the time he had spent thinking about Ron, he hadn't even considered how Hermione or the Weasleys were taking the situation. Well, you know, since Ron isn't there, Hermione really doesn't have anything to do or anyone to hang out with. And while you aren't really taking it any better than the Weasleys are, it would probably be best if Hermione came over here so that you can help each other get your minds off of Ron. Great idea, Sirius, Harry said. So she's coming over today? He asked. In about, he looked at his watch. 15 minutes. That's why I needed to get you up. Harry grabbed the clothes out of his drawer. Before he headed to the shower, he stopped for a moment and looked at Sirius. Do me a favor. When Hermione comes, don't mention anything about. Sirius knew what he meant. Harry nodded, and gave Sirius a thankful smile, and went to go take his shower. Harry got out 10 minutes later, wrapped a towel around his waist, and squirted the industrial strength hair gel for men into his hands, running them through his hair. He held his hair down for 2 minutes, waiting for it to dry. He lifted them up tautly, and when his hair didn't spring back up, he sighed in relief. He looked at the back of the bottle, thinking, damn, what's in this stuff? Under the ingredients it listed, don't ask, don't tell. Harry gulped, looking at it nervously, hoping his hair didn't fall out. He put his clothes on, and walked down the stairs to the kitchen, to put breakfast on. He didn't know whether to cook for 2 or 3, because he didn't know if Hermione had already eaten. He decided to wait until Hermione arrived before he started the meal. When Hermione stepped through the fireplace a few moments later, Harry surprised Hermione, and even himself, when he gave her a tight hug. Hermione, hi. I'm really sorry that I haven't owled you lately. I was so preoccupied with Ron being, that I didn't even think about how you and the Weasleys must be taking it. Hermione was startled when he hugged her, but she soon hugged back tight. Harry could barely breathe. Hermione started talking a mile a minute. Harry, I felt so bad when Ron left that I didn't even realize you hadn't owled. I felt guilty because I didn't write you or say anything, and I know you must be taking the news really hard, but the Weasleys and me were still depressed over the situation, and we didn't really have time to think about anything else. I'm happy to be over here. As bad as it sounds, it's really depressing at Ron's house, and I was feeling kind of out of place because I didn't have Ron to talk to or anything, so I was talking to Ginny. Harry interrupted her. Hermione, calm down, you'll be here for the rest of the summer. I'm sure that we can squeeze in the conversation. Hermione looked sheepish, but Harry changed the subject. Do you want breakfast? Hermione smiled and said, sure. The day didn't seem to drag as much with Hermione there. She opened a lot more options of things they could do, whether it be Harry, Sirius, and Hermione, or just Harry and Hermione. Though having to look after Hermione may have been the shortcoming, Harry was sure that Sirius would probably like a break from playing gobstones and exploding Snap for a while. That also made Harry wonder about the school year to come. What was Sirius going to do while he was away at school? He would probably get a job doing something or other, but Harry couldn't help but feel guilty about leaving Sirius alone in a deserted house. Conversely, even after everything Sirius had said contradicting this theory, Harry still wondered whether Sirius would rather be enjoying time with his girlfriend and living a more carefree life where he didn't have the responsibility of taking care of a kid. It definitely seemed the more logical choice. Sirius superficially didn't seem the parental type, though Harry didn't really know much about how the conventional family worked, having never really been a part of one. The Dursleys had never really considered him their relatives, and Harry had only observed the Weasleys at a distance. Harry couldn't really compare he and Sirius to a typical family unit, as they were far from one. He could only guess that by the warm feeling he got in his stomach, and the nameless emotion he had felt the previous night when Sirius had looked at him with pride in his eyes, saying that he loved him for who he was. That was what it was like for everyone else with families like the Weasleys, though they took it for granted. That was how it felt being loved. It was odd now though. He always wondered how it would be, and now he wondered if he would take it for granted. He hoped he never would. He had suffered so much despondency throughout all his life, That just when he was finally settling down and finding love and happiness, it seemed like he would be jinxing it to ignore the risk that it could end at any moment. That night, he returned to Ron's cell. Harry walked through the door to see that Ron was staring at the wall on his makeshift bed with unseeing eyes. "Ron, are you okay?" he asked, waving his hand in front of Ron's glassy vision. He turned his head slowly to look as Harry sat down next to him. "Ron?" Ron gave him a blank stare, as if he saw him, but didn't acknowledge his presence. "I want it all to end, Harry," he said, pulling his head down as tears formed in the back of his eyes. "I wish he would just kill me and get it over with. I'm sick of the pain." Harry looked at him with utmost shock. He had realized that his friend had given up hope, but hadn't known that he was so far gone. Harry gave him a one-armed hug, trying to comfort him. "Ron, I know you must be feeling really terrible right now, and above all, bored to tears, but I also know that you don't really want it to end." Ron turned to him sharply, and gave him a glare. "And how would you know how I'm feeling? You've never been in this situation before. I'm trapped in a cell with barely any food 24/7, and I'm tortured daily. You have no idea what I'm going through." "Ron, I know what you're going through. Maybe not to the same extent, but I know what it's like to be locked up with no food, and I know what it feels like to be tortured. The Dursleys locked me in a cupboard for 10 years with barely any food as well. I lived in a cell for 10 years. Harry, don't try to compare your life to mine right now. I know you went through a lot, but I'm not used to things like this. You grew up in those conditions. This is the first time anything like this has ever happened to me. Ron, will you please stop having a pity party for yourself?" Harry knew he was being harsh, but he also knew that gently telling Ron that it could be worse would only make him feel like Harry had no clue what it was like to live like this. "Think about how your parents are feeling right now. I know for a fact that they are probably sitting in bed crying that you're here right now, and if they knew that you were ready to give up, then they would feel like giving up too. You mean loads to a lot of people right now. Think about how your parents would feel." Harry looked at Ron in the face. He looked like he was going to hit him in the face, but Harry didn't pull away. If hitting him was what it took to get Ron to feel better, then so be it. It surprised him greatly when Ron broke out in tears right then and there. Ron didn't bother to wipe the tears away, or bury his head in his hands, he just openly cried. Harry reacted instinctively when he wouldn't have had a month ago and pulled Ron into a hug. Ron didn't seem to respond to it for a few minutes, but soon he was crying into Harry's shoulder. "I want to leave, please. I don't want to be here. I hate this place. I want to go home. I want to see my parents. I miss Fred, and George, and Ginny, and Hermione. I want my mum and dad. Please, let me leave," he sobbed, tears flowing freely into Harry's shoulder. Harry didn't know how he could respond to that. He knew that Ron was feeling homesick, scared and lonely, and wounded. "It's all right, Ron. You'll be going home soon. You'll be seeing your friends and family in a couple of days. I promise you, you'll leave this place. You just have to put up with it for a few more days, Ron. Just a few more," he said in what he hoped to be a soothing voice. "Only a little while longer." Ron continued to cry for 10 more minutes, not even trying to contain himself, and Harry didn't try to either, knowing Ron would probably hyperventilate. Finally Ron calmed down. Shame shined on his already red face, and Harry knew Ron was probably really uncomfortable. "Ron, it's all right. You have nothing to be embarrassed about. Don't worry. I would have done the same thing a long time ago if it had been me." He wrapped an arm around Ron's shoulder and patted his shoulder. After a few minutes of silence, the door opened, and the masked figure stood there, ready to commence with Ron's daily torture. Harry normally would have edged away, not wanting to witness it, but that night, he stayed where he was. The man yelled, "Are you ready to tell yet?" Harry, for a brief moment, wondered if Ron was finally going to break. Instead, he shook his head. The man yelled, "Crucio!" at the top of his lungs, and Ron screamed with pain in his hoarse voice. Harry, who had still been holding onto him, felt a lighter version of the spell, which caused him to whimper with pain. "Don't break Ron. Just don't tell him anything. If you tell him what he wants to know, he'll just kill you," yelled Harry over Ron's screams. Ron just gave him an exhausted futile look and nodded. After 15 minutes, the man left, muttering about stubborn kids. Ron broke down again, and cried onto Harry's shoulder for another 20 minutes, and finally settled down before Harry had to leave. Harry woke up that night feeling utterly exhausted, yet completely unready to go back to sleep. He got out of bed, trying not to wake anyone up, because he wanted to be alone. He looked toward the door to the bathroom as he walked silently through the dark, deserted hallway, and shook his head heavily. He wouldn't resort to that. He walked down the stairs wincing as each one creaked underneath his bare feet, and when he finally made it to the living room, he collapsed on the sofa. Harry sighed and buried his face in the leather pillow closest to him. He felt emotionally drained, like it had been he who had cried onto Ron's shoulder. He wanted to go back to sleep. In normal people, sleep was like another world where one could go to get away from life. Harry's roles had reversed. He didn't find any comfort in his sleep at all. Quite the opposite, he needed comfort from dealing with his dreams. Harry couldn't help feeling guilty though. He was Ron's only source of hope, or escape from the pain of Voldemort. Harry hadn't even a fraction of how Ron was feeling, and only had to deal with it an hour each night. Ron had to deal with it all the time. Harry shook his head, trying to repel those feelings. He had already gone over this with Sirius. He couldn't keep measuring how bad a time his friend was having compared to his life at the moment. There were thousands of people in third world countries that were going through the same thing as Ron was, and he couldn't be responsible for everyone's problems. To take those problems onto himself would be suicidal. He heard soft padded footsteps on the stairs, and knew without looking it was Sirius. They didn't exchange pleasantries, as they never did. Sirius sat down next to him and politely waited for him to tell him the night's events. He wanted to give up. He was sick of the pain. He told me that he wanted Voldemort to kill him. After I told him about how bad his family was feeling, he just started crying. I didn't know what to do. Sirius looked at him with concern. I let him cry for a while, and he kept saying that he wanted to go home and that he missed his mum and dad, and his brothers and Ginny and Hermione. I didn't know what to tell him. I just kept saying that someone would come and rescue him soon, but I keep having to tell myself that I wasn't lying to him. Sirius merely gave him a reassuring look. I guarantee everyone is doing whatever they can. I know it's hard to believe because it can't seem like Ron would be of highest of priorities, but he really is. Harry wanted to smile and feel at ease, but the words had long lost their meaning after being said for the 50th time. Why? Why what? Why is Ron such a high priority? Sirius sighed deeply. I suppose, to be blunt, it's because he's your best friend. And it may be a little bit hard to believe, but for certain reasons. Dumbledore really can't afford to lose your best friend. Mostly because it would affect you horribly. It must seem kind of overwhelming, and you probably feel kind of like Ron wouldn't matter much had he not been your best friend, but it's the hard truth. But, I mean, that's not the only reason. Ron is pretty important. He has done a lot of significant things. He helped you achieve a lot in Hogwarts. Plus he comes from a very well-known family, and anyone with the surname Weasley is going to be important. It made Harry slightly sick that Ron was higher on a list of people to save because of who he was. Harry knew that if he was the one captured, it would mean that every Auror and his brother would be out trying to save him, but that still seemed kind of sickening that people without good backgrounds were lower priorities no matter what kind of person they were. Harry, it's not the best intentions, but sometimes you just have to take what's given to you. Harry nodded. I guess it's only fair. It is my fault that he's been captured, so if the fact that I'm Harry Potter gets Ron out, then I guess everything's okay. Sirius gave him an exasperated look. Harry, Sirius' voice was raised, and though Harry knew he had invoked it, he still dropped his vision, not meeting Sirius's eyes. How many times do I have to tell you it wasn't your fault? Do you want me to follow you around saying, it's not your fault, until it somehow sinks through that thick skull of yours? I swear. They're going to name a syndrome after you. Harry Potter syndrome. Taking responsibility for things that aren't your fault. Harry snorted at that thought. Sirius suddenly got up and came back a minute later with a pad of paper and a pen. I want you to write, "It is not my fault," 300 times on this paper, and I want you to really believe it too. Harry raised his eyebrows at him. I'm not kidding. He shoved the pad of paper in Harry's chest. Sirius, nothing you do or say is going to change it. I know it's easier to believe that it's not my fault. But I'm facing the facts, Sirius. Ron is only being held there because Voldemort wants to know where we live. You know, you're absolutely right. It is our fault. What? Wait, what do you mean our fault? It's my fault. Well, Voldemort wants to know where we live, so it's just as much my fault as it is yours. You don't know that he's after you. He could be after me. Sirius, come on. We both know that Voldemort has wanted me since I was a baby. Well, he wants me too. I'm high up on his hit list too, you know. Sirius, you're being ridiculous. Harry, the way I see it, you are the one who is being ridiculous. You can't keep playing the blame game, okay? It's not your fault. It's Voldemort's fault. If you have any resentment, aim it toward him, not at yourself. That's the reason why you cut yourself. It's because you constantly reproach yourself for everything, and you find some sort of way to blame yourself for everything. Harry looked down at his knees, the universal sign that he knew that Sirius was right. That didn't seem to be enough for Sirius though. He lifted Harry's face up on his fingertips. I want to hear you say it, he said firmly. Harry looked at him defiantly, like he wouldn't admit it, but after a somber look from Sirius, he sighed. All right, it's not my fault, Harry said in a small voice. Good. Now I want you to believe it, Sirius said with his lips twitching. Do I have to? Harry said in a mocking voice. Yeah, you do. Or else we're going to have this conversation every night this week, and trust me, by the end of the week you're going to be too scared to blame yourself. After a nervous wide-eyed look from Harry that he knew was fake, he smiled and pulled him into a hug. Harry smiled into Sirius's pajama top. He felt the urge to say something to him, but he couldn't think of what would be appropriate. You're a good godfather, Sirius, he settled on. Harry woke the next day to find that he had fallen asleep on the couch, with his head in Sirius's lap. Sirius had his head on a pillow on the arm of the couch. Harry felt Sirius's hand run through his hair. He raised his head and saw that it was mid-morning. He grabbed a pillow and lay back down on the other side of the couch, still quite tired. He heard footsteps on the stairs and looked over the backside of the couch to see Hermione walking down the stairs in her pajamas. Harry yawned, then greeted her with a, "Hey, I didn't know you got up this early," she said, seemingly surprised to see him, and also slightly embarrassed that she was in her pajamas. Harry smiled slightly. I don't really have sleeping pattern. Did you sleep on the couch all night? Harry wondered if Hermione knew about his visions with Ron. He decided that if she didn't, she should know. Do you know about my dreams? Hermione nodded. The ones with Ron? Yeah. Well, usually I can't sleep afterwards, so I came down here. Hermione nodded in acceptance. Why's Sirius down here though? He just comes down to, talk to me about them and stuff. He keeps me company when I can't sleep. Hermione had a concerned look on her face that Harry was coming to hate. Harry, if you want to talk about anything, like about Ron, or the Dursleys, or what happened last year, Hermione seemed kind of uncomfortable. I'm there for you, anytime. Harry smiled at her like he would take that into consideration. Harry couldn't even imagine telling Hermione that Ron had been crying the previous night. Not just because he knew that Ron would be mortified, but also just because he knew that if Hermione knew those things, it would only be harder on her. It wasn't that he didn't trust Hermione, but there were certain things he couldn't tell her. There were certain things he wouldn't tell Ron either. It was just easier to confide in Sirius, or not say anything to anyone. He knew that Hermione's intentions were good, and he knew that she would gladly listen to him if he wanted to talk. There were just a lot of things that Harry knew he couldn't tell her. Sirius stirred on the couch, and Harry realized how lightly Sirius slept. He himself was a light sleeper, he just didn't like to get up. Why are you two up so early? Sirius asked. Harry and Hermione shrugged in answer. It was too early to eat, so Harry, Hermione, and Sirius all watched TV for a while. Just as Harry was getting up to start breakfast, the fire, which had a charm on it so that it didn't give off any heat, turned a green color and someone tripped and fell out of it. Harry, being closest, ran forward to help them up. There, on the ground, lay a very peculiar-looking witch. She had yellow and pink spiked hair and her eyes were different colors and they matched her hair. He held out his hand to help her up, and when she was done dusting off her robes, she looked at him and her eyes grew wide and excited. Harry Potter. Wow, it's nice to meet you. Harry, who had been rendered speechless by her entrance into their house, but mostly by her appearance, had his mouth hanging open, and replied with, Yeah, Sirius appeared by his side, and held out his hand. Dora. It's nice to see you again, Sirius said in a happy voice. Dora, or whoever she was, frowned and said, "Will you please stop calling me Dora, Sirius? My name is Tonks, Harry. Pleased to meet you," she said, holding out her hand for Harry to shake. Harry took her hand. By the way she was acting toward Sirius, he took an immediate liking to her. "Hello." Hermione came over too. "Hi. I'm Hermione Granger," she said, smiling. Tonks. Harry, Hermione, this is my second cousin. Yeah, I definitely see the resemblance, Harry said, joking. When he looked back, his eyes bugged out of his head as he saw that Sirius's head was sitting on her shoulders. When the one that had originally been Tonks talked, she still had her own voice. She looked at the real Sirius, who was merely snickering, and said, "Really? I don't see it." She scrunched up their brow and turned back into her regular self. Sirius explained, "She's a metamorphagus. She can change her appearance at will." "Wow. That's amazing. I've read about people that can do that. They're really rare, and you can't learn how to become one or anything. It must be really cool." Hermione started talking about it non-stop until Harry interrupted her. "Hermione, how about we go into the kitchen and you can help me set the table? Would you like to stay for breakfast, Tonks?" "Oh, sure. Can I help you?" "Yeah, Sue?" He looked up at Sirius, who was standing behind Tonks waving his arms frantically, mouthing, "No," but it was too late. It turned out that Tonks was a lot more trouble than she was help. She dropped a glass in the scrambled eggs, so Harry had to start making them all over again. She accidentally spilled orange juice on the finished pancakes, and before Harry could even tell her to, she retreated to sitting at the table, realizing that she was being a nuisance. 20 minutes later, they were eating a nice breakfast. "So, Dora," Sirius started, and Harry wondered whether Sirius was just doing that to annoy her. "What brings you here?" he asked, taking a bite of pancakes. Tonks replied like she hadn't heard him call her that. "Well, I just wanted to see how you were doing. You didn't need to go and get this house. You and Harry could have just moved into your parents' old house." Harry met Sirius's gaze with a confused stare. "I don't think that I want Harry having to live in that old place. It's okay for headquarters, but I'd much rather live here. Really, look at it in comparison. That house hasn't been lived in for years, and it's full of creatures and dark stuff that could really be dangerous." "Yeah. Plus all of the bad memories of growing up there, right?" Tonks didn't seem like she had deliberately said it, but Sirius fixed a glare at her. "I only meant that you probably wouldn't want to live there because you don't even try to understand everything I went through in that house, Nymphadora. Okay. You had decent parents. You don't know." Harry pretended to suddenly become interested in his toast. "I'm sorry, Sirius. I honestly didn't mean anything by it. I know you had a bad childhood." Sirius still frowned. "What do you want to do with your house elf, creature?" "My house elf? He won't listen to me. Why is he mine? Just let him roam around the house muttering stuff under his breath. He's done it since my parents died." Hermione looked scandalized. "You mean your house elf really had to stay in your house for the whole time you were in prison? All alone?" Harry almost felt bad for it himself. "Hermione, you don't know creature. That thing is a sinister, disturbed, mental fiend that wants nothing more to be stuffed and nailed to a wall. I know you've taken a liking to house elves, but this thing's not a house elf, it's a troll." Hermione looked like she wanted to argue but was holding her tongue. "But, anyway, you'll have to stop by and pick up all your stuff." Tonks didn't seem to want to meet Sirius's eyes, because she kept putting more and more butter on her toast. "Throw it out. I don't want it," Sirius said in a would-be nonchalant way, but his shaking hands gave him away. Harry was slightly alarmed at Sirius's behavior. He seemed Harry could think of no other comparison to be acting like himself when someone had mentioned the Dursleys. "Oh, come on, Sirius. Stepping in the house isn't going to kill you." Harry and Hermione had abandoned their meal. One look at Sirius sent hands in front of her mouth, like she wished she hadn't said anything. Although Sirius was dressed and groomed a lot better, the gleam in his eyes made him look like he was capable of the murder he had been sentenced for. "Okay. Fine. I'll go back to that bloody house, and I'll get my things. I will not, however, come back." I'll go for mandatory Order of the Phoenix meetings, but otherwise, I'm not setting another foot in that house. Sirius looked like it was taking every fiber of his being for him to restrain himself. His voice was constricted, his teeth were clenched, and he looked like he was slightly shaking. Tonks didn't look satisfied, but she looked scared, and she didn't say another word. She took one more bite of her eggs, and put her fork down. It was good to meet you too. Goodbye, Sirius. And with that, she walked to the fireplace and left. Harry and Hermione put their forks down simultaneously, and Sirius had his eyes on the fireplace. Harry stood up to collect the plates and do the dishes, but when he went to pick up Sirius's plate, Sirius grabbed his wrist and said, "I'm not done," without his eyes leaving the hearth. Harry was so startled that his, Tonks, and Hermione's plates crashed to the floor. Sirius finally turned around to find the source of the sound, and when he realized that he had Harry's head in a death grip, he let go. He looked up at Harry, who was looking startled, and apologized to him. "Oh, Har, I'm really sorry." He got down to help Harry pick up the pieces of the plates. Sirius repaired them with magic, and went about washing them. Sirius offered to do it, but Harry refused, and told him to eat until he was full. After breakfast, Sirius seemed eager to make it up to Harry, and challenged him to a game of Quidditch, to Hermione's great annoyance. Harry beat Sirius by a long shot, but Harry wondered if Sirius had let him win. They played chess tournament style, which Harry lost as always. He was happy to find that Hermione was a worse chess player than he was though. When they were done, Sirius sat down on the couch. "Harry, Hermione, sit down," he told them. Hermione sat on the armchair, and Harry sat next to him on the couch. "I want to explain." Harry had been expecting this. "Oh, that's all right, Sirius, I already know about the Order." Harry looked shocked. "You do?" Sirius looked surprised as well. "Well, anyway, Harry, the Order is an elite group of people who are there to fight the dark arts. I'm in it, as were your parents, Tonks, Remus and Moody. Ron's parents and sons old enough to join are too. And no, before you ask, you're too young to join." Harry had only opened his mouth, but shut it quickly. Sirius smirked. So, Harry didn't want to bring up a sore subject for Sirius, but he wanted to know about his childhood house. "The headquarters is in my parents' old house. They left it to me when they died, but I don't have any use for it." Harry just nodded in acceptance. "We're going today." Harry hadn't expected to be invited to go. "I think it would be best if you met all of the people in the Order. I'm just getting myself and getting out though. I hate that house. And whatever you do, don't make any noise when you walk past the painting near the entrance." This was short notice for Harry, but he and Hermione followed him toward the fireplace. "It's number 12 Grimmauld Place," he said, before disappearing into the fire. Harry followed his lead, and closed his eyes sharply as thousands of fireplaces raced past his eyes. He staggered out of the fireplace, into a gloomy kitchen. He looked around, and noticed Sirius was inspecting the place as well. The painted walls were faded, and chipped. The old-fashioned kitchen was worn and ugly, and there were many scary and slightly alarming things on the walls. He followed Sirius into the dining room and found that Ron's parents and Remus were sitting in the dining room eating breakfast. Remus looked up at them and nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley looked horrible. Mrs. Weasley had puffy eyes and disheveled hair. Mr. Weasley's clothes were wrinkled and he looked like he hadn't shaved in a week. When Mrs. Weasley spotted him, she sprouted a weak smile, and hugged him tightly. Harry's first thought was to feel guilty because it was his fault that Ron was in a cell, but he soon discarded that thought. "It's not my fault," he told himself firmly. Mr. Weasley came forward half-heartedly, and shook his hand. "It's nice to see you, Harry," he said in a scratchy voice. "Harry dear, how are you?" she asked in an equally broken voice. It just about broke Harry's heart to see his best friend's parents in such a way. He smiled sadly at them. "I'm okay, Mrs. Weasley." "Hello again, Hermione." She smiled at Hermione, who Harry knew was standing behind him. She gestured to the table at which he and Hermione sat down. "Harry, how's Ron?" Harry's forced smile faded, and he looked down at the table. "He's as good as can be expected," hoping he sounded positive. "And, how is he physically? Is he fed enough?" Harry bit his lip. He knew that Mrs. Weasley had the right to know how her son was doing, but he didn't have the heart to tell her that her son was tortured nightly, starving, and had almost admitted defeat. He looked up for Sirius's support, but he had disappeared. Harry prolonged the question as long as he could, but he noticed that everyone had leaned in, as if they wanted to hear better, and Harry was feeling slightly claustrophobic. Even if Harry wanted to say it, there was no way to describe Ron's condition. So the order says that Ron should probably be rescued a little after school is in session. They're just waiting for a time when Voldemort has called a full meeting, and when all the guards have left the area, they're going to get him out. Remus said. Harry shot him a discreet look of gratitude, and noticed it when the Weasleys flinched harder than normal. That's great news, Hermione said positively, and it was, but a week seemed to last a lifetime these days. Harry smiled optimistically, and the Weasleys seemed to brighten as well. Where did Sirius go? Harry asked, wanting to make sure that the conversation didn't relapse back to the subject of Ron. He probably just went to get his stuff. He probably wants to get his stuff and get out of here, Remus said. Harry didn't know if it was best to bring the subject of why Sirius hated this house so much up, but he had to ask. Remus turned toward him and gave him a weird look. I think it would be better if Sirius told you, Remus said to him. Harry felt disappointed, but he knew that Remus was probably right. If it weren't personal to Sirius, he probably would have told him. How about you and Hermione have a look around, and I'll introduce you to some of the Order members. Remus proceeded to introduce them to Kingsley Shacklebolt, Sturgis Podmore, Mundungus Fletcher, and Emmeline Vance, who were all roaming around, doing some sort of business for the Order. Remus led them down to the kitchen for lunch. Harry, why don't you go find Sirius? Said Mrs. Weasley, who was preparing lunch. Harry agreed. He's probably in his room. It's on the first floor. Watch out for the painting, Remus told him. Harry was beginning to wonder what was so special about a painting, but as he passed the curtained wall on the first floor, he didn't let his curiosity get the best of him. The door to Sirius's room was ajar, and Harry saw that Sirius had a big bag of whatever it was that he was collecting. He had picked up a black plate and was inspecting it with a dark look on his face. Without warning, he tossed the plate across the room at the wall. The plate crashed into a million pieces, and Harry watched in shock as Sirius proceeded to throw 5 more plates across the room at the wall. Sirius yelled out, I hate you, as he threw a lamp across the room as well. He knocked over an end table in his rage. Why couldn't you just accept me? Why couldn't you love me? I was your son, for God's sake. I was your bloody son? Sirius punched a hole in the wall. Harry was surprised, to say the least. He was shocked as he watched his godfather collapse onto the bed sobbing. Harry didn't know what to do. He was sure that Sirius had made enough noise to draw the attention of the people around the house, and he was sure that Sirius probably wouldn't have wanted anybody to find him in this state. He stepped into the room, and shut the door behind him. He was relieved when Sirius didn't notice. He walked closer to him, and sunk down onto the bed next to him. Though he was still a head shorter than his godfather, he was undaunted. He pulled him into an embrace. If Sirius noticed this, he didn't respond to it. Like Ron had the night before, Sirius merely wrapped him in it tighter, crying into his shoulder. I hate you, Sirius said again, though Harry knew he wasn't speaking to him. He drew from this that Sirius had possibly had a worse childhood than he had. Possibly even an abusive one. Harry was feeling uncomfortable wrapped in such a tight hug, but he didn't complain or fidget. He was close to moving, due to Sirius's weight, but managed to stay where he was, trying not to draw attention to himself. Sirius just cried harder into his shoulder. Harry rubbed his back in a comforting way. It's all right, Sirius. It's okay. They're dead. Once again, Sirius started to cry harder. It occurred to Harry that that was probably not the best thing to say. Harry knew from experience with the Dursleys' death that the fact that they were dead meant that there was no other chance. Harry had spent his whole life waiting for the Dursleys to finally praise him, or to say something positive toward him. He didn't hate them, they hated him. Sirius sniffled and he slowly stopped crying. Although he was glad to help, he knew that his godfather's reaction was going to be awkwardness. He wasn't sure that Sirius knew who was hugging him. It might have been embarrassing for him to find that he had cried in front of Harry. Sirius looked back at him with red puffy eyes, and bit his lip. Harry?" he asked, in an unsurprised tone. "Yeah, it's me," he said. Sirius moved down to the side of the bed, and sat there with his knees to his chest as Harry often did. Harry joined him. "Are you all right?" "I'm sorry," Sirius replied. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have." "It's all right," he said directly. "Don't worry about it." "It's not all right. I think you deserve an explanation," Sirius said miserably. "Sirius, you don't have to tell me what you don't want to, okay?" he said, patting his arm. "No, Harry, I don't know how you will take it, but I think that after my outburst this morning and just now," Sirius sniffled. "Harry, my parents hated me. They saw me as a disappointment, an outcast, and when I would do something wrong, they used to beat me." Sirius ended in a broken voice. Harry was slightly chilled. What the Dursleys had done didn't seem a relative comparison anymore. As much as they mistreated him, they had never hit him before. He was also scared at the way Sirius was acting. Sirius, who had always been the strong immortal person who he could look up to, had shown a vulnerable side. Harry didn't know if that made him more human, or less stable. Did this mean that Sirius was really weak for letting his parents do that to him, or strong because he managed to go through that and come out able to go through 11 years of Azkaban and still be an awesome person? He looked at Sirius, who had his head down, looking at the rug. Harry knew this information probably should have affected him somehow, but he didn't feel any differently toward Sirius than before he knew it. He was still the same person. If anything, his respect for Sirius grew. He hugged Sirius again, not so much because of what he had been through, but in a gesture that reassured him that he was okay with it, and he didn't think it showed weakness. "I'm so sorry, Sirius. I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. It wasn't your fault. You should feel bad about it." He felt Sirius nod into his shoulder. Harry had just pulled out of the hug when a voice came from the door. "What is keeping you two? Dinner will be ready before you've eaten lunch." It was Remus. "Let's go eat lunch," said Harry. Sirius nodded, rubbing his eyes. "I'm just going to go to the bathroom real quick." After Harry and Sirius ate lunch, they got Sirius's things in the bag and went back to the Snidget shack. It wasn't as though Harry wanted to go back to Hogwarts, and it wasn't as though he wanted to stay at home, and that was the problem. If only there was a way Harry could pack Sirius up in his trunk and bring him along, Harry would be totally happy. But somewhere over the summer Harry had gotten a taste of normalcy. It was a weird notion. Harry Potter just didn't have a normal life. It didn't happen. It just didn't. He couldn't call his life normal. He was on too many people's hit list to ever have a truly normal life, and he was too many people's heroes to ever just be a regular kid walking down the street. But one thing had changed. He started liking summer again. Okay, not again, as he never liked summer, but still, it was nice. It wasn't the misery and doom that it had been. Summer now meant going back to a home that actually wanted him in it. It meant he didn't have to worry about homework, or tests, or, he shuddered to think of this one, potions. It meant lounging around the house and watching TV, which, to his utter horror because he wondered if he would turn into Dudley, he had come to enjoy. Amazingly enough, every magical TV had a station called The Wiz. It was mostly news, but every once in a while they would show TV movies. While watching that station, he had found a show on documentaries on famous wizards. After seeing previews for his own documentary, he stopped watching the channel and settled for Muggle shows. The thing he was most looking forward to at Hogwarts was the return of Ron, of course. It was going to be great to have Ron back. Just having his friends around him was the best part of Hogwarts. It was just that Hogwarts was always something of a safe haven. He could go back to flying and his friends, and magic and being properly fed, but he had all those things now. All there really was to look forward to was constantly being with his friends, and that meant no Sirius. Harry just shrugged that off. He would write to Sirius every opportunity he got. Plus, there were other opportunities to look forward to. He had Quidditch again this year. Plus, he was a prefect he a prefect in my story. He could always come home for Christmas for the first time ever. He would have a good time. It wasn't like he had a choice anyway. After their trip to Grimmauld Place, Sirius had been acting funny around him. He seemed very withdrawn, almost nervous. But Harry could see how he would act like this. He had just revealed a very crucial thing to him. Harry wondered if Sirius thought that he was going to act differently around him now that he knew about Sirius's childhood. Harry questioned whether he should be more mindful of what he said around Sirius, but he rejected that idea straight away. Harry even reprimanded himself for drawing attention to it. He knew that he shouldn't put too much thought into his actions. If he was overly cautious about what he said, it would make Sirius feel awkward. Stop doing that, he scolded himself. Between Harry's constant attempts at making Sirius feel better by giving him discreet, yet noticeable, smirks, and Sirius acting like a schizoid, Hermione was stuck in the middle, completely bewildered. That night, Harry went into Ron's cell ready to tell him that he was going to be rescued by the end of the week. To Harry's utter dismay, no matter what he said, he couldn't get Ron to say anything to him, or to even acknowledge him. He knew that Ron was still sane, because he kept averting Harry's eyes, and when Harry got too close, he would move, or turn away. Harry had the idea that Ron was probably embarrassed about what had happened the previous night. He ended up making one-sided conversation the whole night, and couldn't even anger Ron into saying anything. Right before he was about to leave, he said, "Your mom says to tell you she loves you. Do you want me to give her a message?" He heard a small choking sound, somewhere between a gasp and a sob, but wouldn't get any response other than that. He had gone downstairs, expecting Sirius to meet him, but he never showed up. As the hours ticked by as his restlessness grew, he tried making excuses for Sirius. Maybe he didn't hear me come down, maybe he was really tired, maybe he heard me but still doesn't want to face me. He considered knocking on the door, but after battling with the idea for 20 minutes, he decided that if Sirius wasn't going to come down, he wasn't going to make him. Maybe I've come to expect too much. He doesn't have to come down every night. And he shouldn't have to. Just because I have insomnia doesn't mean he has to stay up with me. He needs to sleep too. Harry argued on Sirius's part. When he finally did fall asleep, it was to horrible nightmares that Sirius didn't really care about him at all. He shoved all those fears aside. He knew that Sirius cared. He knew it. At breakfast that day, Sirius seemed to fidget a lot less. Harry, on the other hand, didn't smile or try to cheer him up. He generally avoided Sirius's looks, and when Sirius asked him to pass him something, Harry would do so nonchalantly, or he would give Sirius hurt looks. Again, Hermione looked bewildered. When Sirius challenged him to a game of Quidditch, Harry refused, to the shock of Sirius and Hermione, but especially himself. "What's wrong with you, Harry?" Hermione asked him when Sirius had gone outside to fly by himself. "Nothing," Harry said in a casual voice, reading a book. "I just wasn't in the mood to play. You know, I have to rewrite that potions homework." And Harry went into the study, shutting the door behind him. Hermione followed him though. "What do you need help with? What was wrong with your first essay?" Hermione asked. "I found a book all about how cutting up ingredients changed the quality of potions. I didn't know this before. I have to rewrite the whole thing. You can always copy mine, Harry. Go and play with Sirius," she said. Harry raised his eyebrows at her. Hermione, letting him copy homework, without being asked. "That's all right, Hermione. I think it would be better if I did it myself," he said, procrastinating his talk with Sirius. Hermione looked at him with mirrored shock. "Well, I must say that I'm impressed. You have finally gotten serious about your schoolwork. I just hope when Ron comes back, you can talk him into doing the same." And Hermione left him alone. Dinner was quiet. Hermione was trying to make conversation between the two, but neither wanted to talk. His time with Ron was spent in silence. He didn't bother trying to make conversation, and Ron stared at him. Before the dream ended, Harry broke the silence. "Ron, can you please just say something so I know that you're not going mad?" he asked. Ron stared at him for almost a minute. "Tell my mum that I love her too," he said before looking away. The dream then ended. Harry was then stuck. Should he go downstairs or should he just try and go back to bed? He knew that he wouldn't go back to sleep, but he didn't want to go down the stairs either. Harry climbed into the windowsill above his bed, and pulled a pillow in back of him laying with his knees pulled up. He didn't hear the door open. "Harry," said a shape in the semi-darkness. It was Sirius's voice. "Yeah," he responded. He moved to the bed, and climbed up into the ledge next to him. "I'm sorry." "For what?" Harry didn't know if Sirius had figured out what he had done wrong. I'm not exactly sure. Whatever it was that I did wrong," Sirius said. "Am I supposed to accept your widespread apology?" "Really? Did you really expect me to?" Harry asked, half joking, half coldly. "No, actually, I was hoping that you would just tell me what it was I did wrong." Harry sighed. "I'm not mad at you, if that's what you think. I don't think you need to apologize either. I'm just making too much out of nothing," Harry said. After thinking it over the whole day, it seemed stupid. He should have just shrugged it off instead of pushing the whole thing farther, and giving Sirius the cold shoulder. "Will you just tell me what it is? It's probably just a misunderstanding. You didn't come down last night." I don't know, Harry felt stupid saying it out loud. What had been the big deal anyway? "It's just, I wanted to talk to you, and you didn't show up." There was a screaming silence, and Harry could nearly feel Sirius's astonishment. Harry, I didn't, that wasn't because I didn't want to," Sirius stumbled over his words. If you wanted to talk to me, you could have just knocked on the door." "But you're right, I should have come down." Silence swept over the room as Harry felt sheepish, and he knew that Sirius felt the same way. "So, I guess we're a bunch of idiots who jump to conclusions." "What do you mean we?" said Sirius good-naturedly. Harry laughed. "Truce," he offered. "Yeah, truce," he said. Harry smiled even though he knew Sirius couldn't see it. Sirius settled against the wall in the same position as him. "So what was it you wanted to talk to me about last night?" Sirius asked, stretching out. "Oh, that, my say life," he said. "Your what?" Sirius exclaimed. You want to talk about your," Sirius said, falling off the ledge and onto the bed as Harry laughed hysterically. "Nah, I just wanted to scare the hell out of you." Sirius put out his hand in a motion for him to help him up, and when Harry offered it, he pulled him onto it. Sirius was breathing heavy. "This is the kind of thing that made me not want to have children in the first place. You almost gave me a heart attack." Harry sniggered as he sat up in the pillows. "Hey, it could have been worse. I could have told you that I'm gay," he said. "Are you trying to give me a stroke as well?" Sirius asked with an exasperated voice. "No, that's just an added benefit," he joked. What was it really? Harry decided that with the humor still thick in the air, he wasn't ready to switch to such a depressing subject. "Never mind," he said quietly. "No, really, after everything that we went through, you're going to tell me what it was. Or else," Sirius threatened in jest, putting an arm around Harry's throat, like he was going to give him a nuggie. "Ron won't talk to me anymore," he said. "Why not? Did you have a fight?" Sirius asked, releasing Harry. "No, I don't know why. I just came last night and he wouldn't speak at all. I think he's embarrassed because of crying the other night." Sirius just gave his shoulder a pat. "Well, you know, Ron's a proud person. He probably really doesn't want anyone to see him crying, especially not his best friend." Harry could definitely understand that. "I don't know what's worse. Having him talk about how miserable he is, or not talk at all." Sirius just gave his shoulder a squeeze. "All I can say is wait for him to come around. You know he's dying to talk to you, but he's embarrassed. Just tell him there is nothing to be ashamed of, and wait for him to respond." Harry nodded, still depressed. "He'll be back soon. It'll do him some good to be back at Hogwarts even if he is going to be acting strange. You know, if it weren't for you, Ron would probably be insane by now. You really helped him." Harry looked down at his lap. Even if Sirius didn't want him to think that way, he still felt like it was his fault. "Harry, Hermione has to go home tomorrow. Her parents are upset because they barely got to spend any time with her this summer." "I can understand that," Sirius said. Harry hung his head lower. "But we're going on a fishing trip." Harry's head sprung up. "We're doing what?" Harry asked incredulously. "Fishing. You know, That sport where you go out and you tie string to a pole and put a hook on with a worm on the end and you try to lure fishes into eating it in. I know what it is, Sirius. I've seen bad daytime TV too. But why would we fish? I don't know. Your father took me fishing once with his father, and it was fun. We'll have no idea what we're doing, but what the hell? What do you say? Sirius asked him. What the heck? It sounds like fun. Harry agreed, and then muttered as an afterthought, I pray to God those aren't going to be famous last words. I'm sure it will be great. Sirius said. Quick, knock on wood, Harry said. He was joking, of course. So when are we going? The day after tomorrow. We're leaving early. Sirius laid back down into the pillows. Harry lay back too. They sat in comfortable silence for 15 minutes. Harry wondered whether Sirius was asleep, and was just getting out of bed, when Sirius asked him where he was going. Just downstairs. Want to go watch TV? Sirius joined him. They watched I Love Lucy reruns for hours before both drifted off to sleep. Saying goodbye to Hermione wasn't really hard, as Harry knew he was going to see her in just a week. As for Harry, he was packing for the trip. He got everything he thought he would need and put it on the bed. Band-aids, check. Gauze, check. Disinfectant, check. Harry had a bad feeling that one of them was going to end up hurt. Snake bite antidote, check. Poison fish antidote, check. What the heck is all this stuff? All we need is our brooms and the tent, Sirius said. Harry snorted at him. Yeah, and your wand, for when we don't catch anything and end up starving for the week. Sirius frowned. Nope, beside our brooms, we're going to do it Muggle style. We're rumping it, said Sirius in an enthusiastic voice. Harry burst out laughing. First of all, it's roughing it. And secondly, what about clothes? And what are you going to do when one of us breaks an ankle or something? What are we, I mean, what am I going to cook with? Harry had taken Smokey the Bear's warning to heart and was not letting Sirius anywhere near the fire. Sirius looked like Harry had ruined his fun. You're such a spoil sport. And for your information, there is a spell for that. I thought that we were doing it Muggle style though. In the end, Harry won, and ended up having to put a charm on his backpack so that it was bottomless like the Mary Poppins bag and weightless. Just like Sirius promised, they left the next day at 5 o'clock in the morning. They mounted their brooms, and took off into the rising sun. Looking down from his broom, Harry noticed that they had gone past the waterfall, and were headed toward a big lake. They landed on the edge of the lake and began searching for a clearing big enough for their campsite. We're putting the tent up by hand, Sirius told him. Harry nodded. How about I go collect some firewood while you work on that? Asked Harry, trying to get out of putting the tent up, though he knew he was the one who was going to have to do it in the end. Sirius nodded, circling the equipment trying to decide how he was going to go about this. Just stay close to the campsite. Harry agreed to it, and came back 10 minutes later to find, to his amazement, that the tent was up, and Sirius was nailing a stake into the ground. Harry had to light the match, as Sirius, like Mr. Weasley, was completely hopeless. They found rocks to sit on, which were a lot more uncomfortable than the lounge chairs that Sirius could have conjured up. It's only 6:30, can we just go back to sleep? Harry asked. Sure, we won't have lunch, but you can sleep, Sirius said, using a branch to stroke the fire. We are going to have to start fishing now if we're going to eat later on. All right, Harry agreed with some annoyance. He was dead tired. He had spent the previous night trying to get Ron to talk to him. When Ron finally surrendered and agreed to it, it was time for him to leave. Harry had spent half the night watching TV. Sirius had nodded off after 15 minutes, but Harry barely got any sleep. Now, how are we going to go about this? Do you have an inflatable raft in that backpack? Sirius asked. Why am I asking? You've probably got Jimmy Hoffa's body in that bag. Harry began digging around, trying to find it. When found the vibrant yellow raft, he tried blowing it up. He got 3/4 of the way done when he noticed Sirius grinning maliciously at him. He clenched his fist angrily as Sirius held up the unnoticed pump. Revenge for the TV, Sirius said. Harry tore the pump out of Sirius's hand and almost whacked Sirius with it. This was war. He would get Sirius back for this. What do we do now? Harry asked, though he had a good idea. We look for worms, Sirius said, and with that, they went on a hunt for worms. They looked under rocks and they dug holes. It took them a half an hour to find enough to fill the container. Sirius went digging in the bag, and found the fishing rods. Ready? He asked, and they clambered into the raft. Harry paddled as they set out for the middle of the lake. Harry tied the string to the hook, and put the bait on the end. He watched Sirius cast the lure, and tried to repeat his motion, his line falling a few feet short, so he reeled it in and tried again. Harry leaned back against the edge of the boat. Sirius hung his head over one side, and his legs over the other. What now? We wait, Sirius said with his eyes closed. We'll have to keep each other awake, of course. Harry didn't catch the next thing he said. He felt a tugging at the fishing pole. I think I've got something. Harry started reeling the line back in, while Sirius helped him hold the pole steady. This feels big, he said. The fish emerged from the water, and Harry saw himself looking at a foot-long trout. Nice one, Har, Sirius praised. He watched the thing flop hopelessly from the pole and Sirius helped him get it off and get the hook back. They stayed out there for another hour. By that time, they had caught 7 fish. Sirius volunteered to row back to the campsite. By that time it was 8 o'clock, and Harry just wanted to go back to sleep. Harry dragged the raft back to shore, and Sirius got the fish. Do you know how to prepare the fish so that you can eat them? I just thought you were supposed to fry them up like that, said Harry naively. Ew, with the eyeballs in there and everything? Asked Sirius. Nah, there is a way that you're supposed to cut them up. I'll show you. Sirius proceeded to show Harry how to prepare the fish. I hope you like trout, because it seems like that's all we're going to be eating for the next week. Sirius finally agreed to let Harry sleep if Harry would let him sleep later that day. He woke him up at 11 o'clock later that morning, so he made lunch. He dug out some cooking tools and filleted the trout, deciding he was going to have to experiment the ways of cooking fish because trout was undoubtedly going to get boring fast. They both ate their meals in silence. After Sirius finished cleaning up, Harry asked, not to seem, ungrateful or anything, but besides fishing, what are we supposed to do? Well, we can go swimming, or flying. Or, we could combine the two, Sirius offered. Harry gave him a look. And how exactly do you hope to achieve that? Harry asked. Change into your bathing suit, and I'll show you. Harry changed into his bathing suit, still anxious, as he had never really learned how to properly swim. He still felt a bit awkward with the scars on his arms contrasting heavily with his pasty complexion. He decided to keep a t-shirt just for his peace of mind. Sirius also kept a shirt on which didn't really bother Harry. He put on globs of suntan lotion, knowing he would be burnt badly otherwise. You just need to put up a containment charm over the surface of the lake. He muttered something and a shield-like structure surrounded the lake, and then disappeared. Sirius mounted his broom, flew upwards, then did a backflip, fell from the broom, and ended up diving into the water. Harry watched with amazement. Sirius's broom flew back toward Harry, and hovered above the ground, waiting to be mounted. Sirius began swimming toward shore. That was probably the most fun I have had since before Azkaban, Sirius said, shaking his head almost doggishly. Harry still stared with his mouth open. How was water? Harry asked, putting his ankle in the lake. Cold, and fish-filled, but otherwise it was fine, Sirius said. Harry walked in up to his knees. The water was freezing cold. He dived into it and closed his eyes. He could barely float in the water, and ended up thrashing around, trying not to sink. Sirius swam out to help him. You know, it's no different than when you were in the lake at Hogwarts, except you don't have webbed feet. You just use your arms and legs to propel you across the water. You know, I think the reason I'm so bad at swimming is because of the bad experiences I've had with the pool. The only time the Dursley ever took me was when my babysitter, person who makes sure I don't blow up the house, Mrs. Fig, was sick. That encounter forever scarred me. What could happen at a pool that is that bad? Sirius asked skeptically. Were you held underwater for too long or something? Obviously you have never seen my cousin before. If you had, you can imagine the horror of seeing him in a bathing suit." Harry shuddered. Sirius laughed. "What? You think it's funny? I had to live with the image. I still do. They had pictures all around the house of him at the beach. One right outside my cupboard, too. I think they put it there to wake me up in the morning." Sirius chuckled. Then his face changed into seriousness. "What do you mean, your cupboard?" he asked. Nothing," he said. He hadn't realized that Sirius didn't know that he slept in a cupboard, and he wasn't going to mention it now. Sirius gave Harry a stern look, and tightened the grasp he had on his arm. Harry looked at him. Sirius was too stubborn for his own good. "I meant my bedroom. It was where I slept," he said, trying to pull his arm from Sirius's grip, but Sirius wouldn't let go. "They made you sleep in a cupboard," he said in a threatening voice. "Only until I was 11, he said, wondering why he was standing up for the Durslys. 11. Wait a minute. If they moved you into another room when you were 11, that means that they had extra rooms in their house, and they made you sleep in a cupboard." "Sirius, please, you're hurting me," he said. Sirius looked down and released Harry's arm like he had been burned. Sorry," Sirius replied, and dropped the subject. Harry tautly moved away, trying to hold his own in the water. After he got used to swimming around the lake, he told Sirius he was going to try to do that trick Sirius had done. "Harry, you barely know how to swim. Maybe once you get better you can do it," Sirius told him. Harry looked disappointed, and splashed him. Sirius's eyes narrowed, and Harry knew he had gotten himself in deeper than he should. Sirius pushed a huge wave of water into Harry's face. Splash fight. They both yelled simultaneously. Soon they were circling each other, trying to catch the other off guard. "Remember, Sirius, I can't swim yet. I might drown." Sirius looked irritated by this fact, and splashed him anyway. They quickly got into an all-out war, splashing, and holding each other under the water. "Sirius, I think I swallowed a fish," Harry said as they made their way back up toward the tent. Sirius snorted. "It couldn't be that big if you managed to swallow it. It was probably just a leaf or something." "No, it was definitely a fish. I could feel it moving all the way down," Harry said. "Consider it a snack," Sirius told him. Harry looked slightly green. "If you're that paranoid, go purge yourself or something." Both of them were sopping wet, and as it was still midday, Harry simply plopped down on the ground and let the sun dry him off. He lay there for roughly 15 minutes, letting the sun beat down on his face. The night came, and with it brought the feeling Harry always got before needing to go to sleep. He got into bed, and a thought crossed his mind. If he didn't fall asleep, would he miss the dream, or would he pass out or something? When he suggested it to Sirius, he replied, asking him whether or not he really didn't want to have the dream. "Do you really want to try it? If you don't show up, what do you think will happen to Ron?" Sirius asked him. Harry sighed. Wasn't Sirius the one who kept telling him that he shouldn't take the responsibility for what had happened to Ron onto himself? Could he really do it though? Abandon his friend in a dark empty cell, after being held captive for 2 weeks? No, he wasn't even sure that it would work, so he didn't want to try it. As Harry was getting undressed that night, he looked over, and noticed as Sirius was taking off his shirt that he had scars and marks all over his chest. Sirius observed him looking and got embarrassed and sheepish. He turned around to the bed to put his shirt on, and Harry saw what looked like belt and whip marks all over his back. Harry strangled back a gasp, and put his shirt on hastily, and scurried into bed. Sirius didn't bother to tell him what they were. He knew. They were scars from the abuse. It kind of reminds me of that movie, Pay It Forward. That movie was so sad. He looked up at the ceiling, wondering if his life would ever get less complicated. Ron had finally come around. He didn't talk much, and he looked sheepish, but Harry wondered whether it was because of his silence or if he was still embarrassed about crying. Harry told Ron that they would have him out of there by the time he went back to school, and Ron told him that he wished he could spend some time with his parents before he went back to Hogwarts. Harry assured him that his parents would probably come to see him, but Ron knew that he couldn't guarantee anything. The most alarming thing about the dream was that when Voldemort came in to torture him, Ron didn't scream, didn't even yell out. It was slightly scary. Ron's face contorted with pain, but he didn't make any noise. Voldemort seemed to hold Ron under the curse for hours. Finally Ron broke and started crying in pain. Harry didn't know how to react now. He knew that Ron had been trying to prove that he was brave, and could handle the pain, and it would be another blow to his ego if Harry had to comfort him again. Voldemort left and Ron soon composed himself. Harry walked over to help him up. "Only a couple more days, Ron. Hold in there," he said, putting a hand on his shoulder. The week was enjoyable, spent longing around, and talking. Harry told Sirius about his previous experiences, and Sirius told Harry stories of his father. He mentioned things about Remus that Harry couldn't even imagine. As much as it pained Sirius to say it to Harry, Harry could tell that Sirius wished it wasn't so, if only for the sake of ranting. Peter wasn't the tag-along little pansy that Harry imagined him. He admitted dolefully that Peter had a few good qualities, like his skill on the Quidditch pitch. "Sometimes I wondered when it started with him. I hate the little rat, but he wasn't always the bastard he turned into. I really considered him one of my best friends, and he just," Sirius cut himself off. "I considered him my brother, and he betrayed me." It was somewhat peculiar, and yet, reassuring that Sirius was so open with him. Harry felt good to know that Sirius confided in him as much as he did Sirius. It was always a tiny bit unnerving, the idea of revealing a lot to a parental figure and not getting anything back. As stupid as Harry felt about it, he was always paranoid, telling people things that they might possibly use them against him. It made him feel like a jerk, but he felt better knowing that Sirius considered him, almost like a friend, as much as a son. On the third day of the trip, Harry and Sirius were out on the lake fishing. "So, Harry, you're going back to Hogwarts soon, huh?" Sirius said. Harry wondered whether he should humor Sirius, or tease him. "Well, it's not uncommon for a 15-year-old to go back to school after the summer has ended, is it?" Harry asked him, attaching a worm to the end of his hook. "You know what I mean." Sirius apparently wanted to have a serious conversation. I got a letter a couple of days ago, and I wanted to know what you thought of me teaching," Sirius said tensely. Harry turned his head abruptly. "You've been offered a job?" Harry asked. Sirius looked anxious. "Yeah, I didn't want to take it or anything. You know, it might cause you to be uncomfortable with me being there," Sirius said, averting his eyes to stare at his line. "I mean, I don't have to work. I have enough money in my account to get a mansion, a Ferrari, and support the Weasleys for the rest of our lives," he said nonchalantly. "Sirius, how is it that you can be so calm when you're so friggin' rich?" Harry asked him. "I've always had too much money to really have to worry about anything. As long as I have enough to live, I'm fine," he said, shrugging. "But back to the subject. I think that it's great." "What subject are you teaching?" Harry asked excitedly, remembering the topic. "I'm the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor," Sirius told him with excitement. And evidently, Professor Binns quit, in search of a more exciting afterlife. Harry could hear Sirius straining to keep his voice straight. There was a moment of silence, and then they both burst out in laughter. "So, who is replacing him?" Harry asked. "Oh, I'm not sure, I think it's a woman though," Sirius said. "So you're completely positive that this isn't going to bother you?" "Because I don't have to do it," Sirius offered. Harry shook his head. "Even if I did have a problem, which I don't, I wouldn't stop you from doing something you want to do. If you really think that teaching is what you really want to do, then go for it," Harry said. After finding out that Sirius was going to be coming to Hogwarts with him, everything seemed a lot more optimistic. He didn't notice the slowly dying summer, and the feeling of fall speeding toward them seemed to die down, and he began to anticipate the school year. Sirius, on the other hand, seemed to be getting nervous. Harry assumed that it was the threat of teaching. Harry tried calming him down, telling him to relax and enjoy the rest of the summer. Sirius at least made an attempt at acting calm around Harry, but he saw through it. Harry spent his days learning to swim good enough that Sirius would let him try that cool dive. When he wasn't swimming or fishing with Sirius, he was relaxing in the sun. After taking a lap around the lake, he collapsed into the roots of a huge tree with Sirius in tow. He lay against the rough bark, put his face up the sun. He pulled out his practice snitch and played with that for a little while, letting it fly around his head for a little while, then abruptly snatching his hand up with his seeker reflexes and taking it from the air. He played with the snitch for a while, his mind drifting slightly, but a prickly feeling on his neck caused him to look over. He saw the Sirius was watching him. The corner of his lips were quirked up in a half grin as he watched Harry grab the golden ball from the air. Harry stared at him inquisitively. Sirius just shook his head to himself. "It's almost scary how much you look like your father," Sirius just said fondly. Harry sunk down lower against the tree so that only his head remained leaning against it. He didn't know how to take the remark, so he didn't bother questioning Sirius about it. It was with a sad heart, but excited heart, that they packed up and left the woods. Their last day spent in the Snidget shack was spent packing up everything. Harry found that he just about had to sit on his trunk to close it with all of the new stuff that Sirius had got for him. He had never been one to throw things out as he never had much, but he decided to put all of Dudley's old things in a bag and donate them, though he really didn't think that homeless or poor people were fat enough to fill Dudley's old things. He wondered if he should look up a foundation for the fat, short people of the world. Sirius decided that for their last night at home, they would go out for dinner to celebrate Harry becoming a prefect in school. They flowed to the Leaky Cauldron, and went to a small place for dinner. Though initially, Harry wondered why they didn't just go to the Leaky Cauldron to eat, he gradually understood that they were better off eating in a smaller, more unknown place, as this. "It's nice, not having to cook, isn't it?" Sirius asked him. Harry nodded with enthusiasm, though, oddly enough, Harry had come to enjoy cooking. "Maybe I'll have the baked trout." "What do you think, Sirius?" Harry asked. He smirked, as Sirius turned slightly green and looked queasy. "Don't read too much into this, because I really do love your cooking, but I never want to hear the word fish again." "Never," Sirius said. Harry nodded vehemently, agreeing with him full force. Harry picked at his food a little bit, still feeling slightly depressed about leaving. He knew Sirius noticed this, but he didn't say anything. After dinner, they both went out for ice cream. Harry ordered a small cone, while Sirius got a huge sundae. He actually managed to eat the whole thing. Harry, who had been done 15 minutes before, watched in wonder as Sirius seemed undaunted by the size of the sundae, and kept shoveling it down. People from other tables watched as well. "Come on, Sirius, you already ate all of the appetizers, your meal, and most of mine. If you weren't extremely skinny already, I would worry about you getting fat," Harry told him. Sirius replied with a shrug, and went back to eating. When he had finished, people at other tables applauded vigorously. Harry sunk down under the table, while Sirius seemed happy. The man at the register refused to let him pay, claiming that he drew in customers. Sirius knew that it was the last night of summer vacation, and Harry and Sirius stayed up watching movies and talking for a while. They both knew that it would be a long time before they could both spend time together doing this sort of thing freely, and Sirius wanted to make the most of it. Harry laid across the couch, put his back against Sirius's side. Sirius played with his hair. "Next summer will be better, Har," Sirius said, as if condoling him. Harry was surprised by this. He tilted his head up to look at Sirius, not wanting to turn around and move from the comfortable position he was in. "Sirius, this has been the best summer ever. It can't get better than it is," Harry said in a soft, tired voice. "I just wish it could have lasted longer," Harry said, quietly to himself. "But this school year will be great though, huh?" Sirius said brightly. Harry nodded, feeling quite drowsy. When Harry finally fell asleep, he found to his surprise that he had no dreams of Ron. He woke up to Sirius shaking him. "What was going on?" Harry felt confused. "You didn't wake up last night," Sirius told him. "Do you think that means?" Harry asked. "It might, and we have to get going," Sirius told him. Harry got up and went to his room to go change. He looked around his room, not only to see if he had left anything behind, but also to get a last look at it before he went away. He went downstairs with his trunk, and pulled it along. "Sirius, how are we getting there?" Harry asked. "My bike, of course," Sirius stated. "What are you going to do with your bike when we go to Hogwarts?" Harry asked. "I'm going to keep it there. See, I'm dropping you off at the train station, and then I'm driving there," Sirius stated. "I'm going to need my bike there. The school year is way too long a time to go without a joy ride once or twice," Sirius said with a smirk. They were up in the air a few minutes later, and Sirius insisted that once they got past the forest and into more of the city, they had to go on land. After sitting in traffic for 15 minutes, they finally made it to the train station. Sirius and Harry pulled up, and began unloading his stuff onto a cart. Sirius waved him off outside the barrier, telling him he'd see him at the opening feast. It wasn't exactly much of a reunion. When he got onto the train, he saw the rest of the Weasley, all looking just as bad as Ron's parents had. Hermione and him got into a compartment together. They smiled and exchanged pleasantries, but it wasn't as much fun without Ron for comic relief. They played a round of Exploding Snap, but Hermione then pulled out a book, and began reading, so Harry just shrugged and went off to find the Weasleys. In the compartment that Fred, George and Ginny were sitting in, there was a very solemn silence, as everyone seemed to be lost in their own depression-filled trance, as they unseeingly stared out the window. Harry didn't even bother with them. He was better off in the compartment with Malfoy and his thugs. He went back to the compartment with Hermione, and took out a book and read along with her. Unlike Hermione, Harry couldn't get indulged with his book enough to keep his mind off of current events. He decided that Hermione deserved to know what was going on. "Hermione," Harry struggled to get her attention. "I didn't have a dream about Ron last night. I don't know what that means. I don't think we should jump to any conclusion though. It either means the best or..." Hermione slowly lowered her book, looking like a deer caught in the headlights. Harry walked over to her, and sat down beside her. He gently gave her a one-armed hug. He heard her choke back a sob, and patted her back softly. Harry slowly got out of the train and he and Hermione scrambled into a carriage. They rode along in silence. Since Harry made his revelation, there had been complete silence in their compartment. Harry was very grateful that Malfoy didn't show up and wreak havoc in the middle of the silence. The carriage pulled through the gates and the students climbed through the doors to Hogwarts. Harry could hear the students' voices seemingly coming from 1,000 miles away. He felt like he and Hermione were enclosed in a bubble that isolated them from everyone else's excitement and joy of a new school year. They went into the Great Hall, and Harry noticed Sirius sitting up at the staff table. Harry nudged Hermione. "Did I mention that Sirius is teaching this year?" Harry asked. Hermione shook her head, and something akin to a small smile passed across her face. They were going to sit at the table, when Professor McGonagall came swooping down upon him, Hermione and the Weasleys. "After the feast, you are to report to Dumbledore's office," she stated in an expressionless tone. The sorting flew by. It was very uninteresting to them as they exchanged varied expressions of nervousness, reassurance, and sadness. Dumbledore's speech seemed unimportant to everyone. On any other basis, when Sirius was announced as the new defense teacher, Harry and Hermione would have cheered, and clapped for him, even if they were the only one, but Harry could only bring himself to clap slightly, and he was the only one. The rest of the school seemed to be stunned. The rest of the staff also clapped, bar Snape. The new History of Magic professor was also introduced. When Professor Dumbledore introduced her as Professor Murphy, there was lively applause for her. Someone also whistled. She seemed extremely flustered about that, and blushed. She sat down and began talking animatedly to Sirius. This wasn't what caught Harry's attention, it was that she was a brunette. Harry sighed to himself as he pulled the covers around his bed and slowly put on his pajamas that night. It would have been so much easier just to sleep in his boxers on a night like the one he had. He knew he couldn't risk that, of course, as no one besides Sirius and Ron knew that he had scars all over his arms, and they were the only ones that he ever wanted to know. Harry wanted to curl up into a ball, and squeeze the pillows until his knuckles turned white and all of the frustration he had pent up was gone. Why couldn't his life ever be simple? Why couldn't he know? He didn't know what would be harder, not knowing where Ron was, or knowing that Ron was dead. It was all so confusing. He turned over on his back and stared at the ceiling. The room was so hot. He took off his pants and threw them on the ground next to him. The bed was not the problem. It was difficult to find an uncomfortable place on the mattress, but he rolled around to his stomach to find a cool spot on the sheets. What was that spell that he had seen Sirius use? He racked his brain, but he couldn't remember it. He cried out in frustration. "Cho doin', Ari?" asked one of his roommates. "It's too bloody hot in here," Harry growled. "Can't sleep." There was a pause. "S kinda ho, bu, it's nothin' awfu," they replied. Harry didn't respond. He needed to talk to Sirius. He knew he did, but, 1, he didn't know where Sirius's room was, and 2, even if he did know, he didn't want to bother Sirius on his first day of classes. He was probably busy enough preparing for his first class to have his godson come barging and giving him more to worry about with his problems. Or he's with his girlfriend. A small part of his brain whispered. He narrowed his eyes at the thought. But there was an alternative. He was about to shake his head and think about something else, but the thought was appealing. There were toiletries in the bathroom and he was pretty sure that there were disposable razors under the cabinets. Harry bit his lip. Normally he would have pushed the thought out of his mind instantly, but tonight wasn't a normal night. He buried his face deep into the pillows. What should he do? Earlier had been a nightmare. They had walked to the headmaster's office as if approaching death row. The Weasleys were behind he and Hermione, whose face had become pale. The Weasleys looked worse than ever. He imagined that he was looking the same way. He noticed right away that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were in the room. He was confused. He looked in Ron's parents' faces as if they would tell what was going on. He thought up excuses for why Ron's parents could be here that would mean that Ron was actually okay. Maybe Dumbledore hadn't told them yet that Ron was all right and he was going to tell them all together. Yeah, that was it. Dumbledore gestured for them to sit down. He cleared his throat and looked around the room, from the anxious adults to the on-edge students. "I'm afraid Ronald Weasley has gone missing," Dumbledore stated frankly. There was complete silence for almost a minute. Dumbledore looked as if he didn't know whether or not that was cue for him to continue, or if he should just let them have their moment to take this all in. "He's missing," Mrs. Weasley asked in a wavering voice. "You see, last night, we went to go rescue Mr. Weasley from the Dark Lord's fortress, but we got to the cell, and it was empty. This could mean one of two things. The first of which is that he somehow managed to escape. The second, I'll let you draw the conclusion on your own." Dumbledore stated blankly. "We have a group of people out searching for him at the moment. I am afraid that if nothing comes up within a month, he will be declared legally dead. I want to wish you all my strongest condolences." Dumbledore did look truly apologetic. Dumbledore looked down at his hands that were folded at the top of the desk. "Students are excused from classes for however long you need. I can give you all a few moments alone if you wish." Not waiting for a response, Dumbledore left through an exit Harry had never noticed before. The silence didn't disperse until Ginny let out a sob, and that was what broke it. Suddenly Ginny, Hermione, and Mrs. Weasley began crying hysterically. Harry turned his head to the scene. Fred and George had gone to Ginny's side, trying to give her some comfort. Mr. Weasley was holding his wife, looking as though he was going to do the same thing any moment. That left Hermione. He moved forward to let her have his shoulder. Hermione and the others didn't stop crying for almost 15 minutes. By that time, Harry was struggling heavily to keep his own emotions in check. He wanted to cry. No, he needed to cry. But not here, not in a room full of people. Mr. Weasley wasn't crying over his son, at the moment. He could bear it for a half an hour. He looked over and noticed that Fred and George were standing over toward the door, and Mrs. Weasley and Ginny were crying into each other's shoulders. Hermione slowly stopped crying, and soon, Ginny and Mrs. Weasley did also. "I think that we should go," Mr. Weasley declared. "I'm sure that the headmaster would like his office back." He was right. They could have their cries in their own common room. They went down the spiraling staircase and out into the corridor. "Professor Dumbledore gave us permission to take you home for a few days." We know you don't want to miss the first few days of school, but I think it might be wise," Mrs. Weasley said. Harry assumed that she was talking to her own kids. "Hermione, we can make arrangements for you to stay with your own parents if you wish. Or you're welcome to stay with us if you want to," Mrs. Weasley offered her. "Harry, I would suppose you would like to stay with your godfather, but no, our home is always open to you," she told him. He nodded back at her. Hermione looked hesitant. "I think I'll stay here. Thank you for the offer though, Mrs. Weasley. I'm really sorry about Ron," she said. "I can imagine that it's just as hard for you," she told her, giving her a hug. She then turned to Harry, and gave him a hug and kiss on the cheek. Harry, he saw that Sirius was leaning against the wall. How did it go? Normally he would have looked to Sirius for comfort, for reassurance, for condolence. He could tell by the look in Sirius's eyes that he was offering it. Normally he would have accepted it. Normally. Harry bit his lip and looked down, shaking his head. "We don't know where he is. I think that me and Hermione should probably head back up to Gryffindor Tower." He looked back at Hermione, who looked close to tears again. Sirius nodded, but took him aside for a moment. "It's good of you to help your friend, Har, but he's your best friend too. You need time to get through this as well," Sirius told him. "If you need me," he let the statement hang, and gave his shoulder a squeeze. "What?" he asked himself. "What do I do if I need you?" He didn't tell me. Harry tossed and turned more. He knew he was never going to get any sleep this way. When he and Hermione had gotten back to the common room at almost 10 o'clock, the common room was deserted, and Hermione went to go sit down on the couch. She pulled her legs up to the couch and started crying into her knees. Harry sighed again. He had hoped that he could be alone in the common room for a few minutes, but he should have predicted Hermione having another burst of tears. It had taken another 10 minutes for her to gain control over herself, and by that time, Harry's shoulder was completely drenched. She was still sniffling and whimpering when she went up to bed that night. Harry didn't even bother trying to get a moment to himself. He knew that Hermione would probably be back, and he knew that he would be in an awkward position if someone decided to come down to the common room. He resolved that this wasn't going to work at all. He was too hot, and too uncomfortable, and despite the fact that he knew that this wasn't going to change if he went downstairs, he knew he needed a change of scenery. He pulled on his pants, and just as he was, he noticed that there was something in the pocket. He didn't remember putting anything, but it might have just been a spare gum wrapper. He took it out. It was the Marauders map. Harry looked at it confused for a few moments. Where had this been, and how had it gotten into the pocket of his never-before-worn sweatpants? Sirius. He must have slipped it in his pocket before he had walked away. He quickly opened the parchment up and said, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." And he saw the school unfold before him. He looked over the dots and rooms, and noticed a section of the castle that a lot of teachers were gathered in, so he assumed that it was the corridor that the teachers had their sleeping quarters in. He quickly summoned his invisibility cloak, and set out for it. He was walking down the hall that he knew led to Sirius's room, when he suddenly encountered a large tapestry hanging in front of him. It was a smart thing to do, put some sort of protection in front of the teacher's corridor, as people like Fred and George would have a field day if they could get into the hallway. He looked at the map, and to his surprise, found the password in a bubble near the dot labeled Harry Potter. When he gave the password, the drapery rolled up and revealed the passageway. There seemed to be paintings of all sorts. There was the customary badger and snake for the heads of houses. Harry slightly shivered a bit being so close to where Snape and McGonagall slept. That was definitely unnerving. He looked at the map, and turned at a portrait of a wolf. He looked at the password, and rolled his eyes. Only Sirius. Snape is a slimy git, and the painting opened to reveal another door. He knocked lightly, trying to make sure that the only person he woke up was Sirius. He knocked again, surprised, as Sirius was typically a light sleeper. He looked at the map and saw that, like most of the people in the building, Sirius had little Z's next to his dot. He knocked a little bit harder, but there was still no response. He finally opened the door on his own accord, and walked into the room. He took off the cloak and threw it on the couch, not caring about tidiness for once, and walked up to a door off of the living area. He knocked still harder on it. "Harry?" asked his disarranged godfather. "That you?" He wiped the sleep out of his eyes. Harry nodded in response. He didn't know what to say. The idea seemed a lot smarter when he was tossing and turning in bed, but now he just felt like a dumbass. Can we talk?" "Sure, Har. Let's sit down." He gestured for the couch. "Why didn't you wake up?" Harry asked, trying to fill the air, as he wasn't sure how to approach the subject. "I know you didn't come here to talk to me about that, Harry," Sirius reprimanded. "You can't hate me for trying to make conversation," Harry stated unconvincingly. "This is about Ron, right?" Harry averted his eyes, but Sirius cupped his chin and made him look up into his pale blue eyes, which were currently boring into his conscience with the concerned look he was being given. "Come on, Harry, you can't keep this up forever. Do you honestly think I don't see it, kid? I've only known you for 2 years, but I can read you like a book. I know that you're hurting. Do you want to talk about it?" Sirius slackened his grip on Harry's chin, and Harry pulled away, shaking his head no. "If you didn't want to talk, then you wouldn't have come down here at 12 o'clock in the morning," Sirius stated to the back of his head. Harry pulled off his sneakers, and pulled his legs to his chest and sat with his back leaning against Sirius. "Just stay with me, okay?" Harry ignored how childish his voice had become. "Yeah, of course, Har," Sirius told him. Harry turned and buried his head in Sirius's side. Harry was content to sit there for the rest of the night. Breathing in Sirius's scent calmed him down and made him a lot less crazy. After 5 minutes of silence, Harry couldn't contain the words that had been boiling up since he first found out Ron was missing. "I just can't believe it though. Just to think, Ron might be," Harry was sidestepping the word dead as if saying it might make it happen. "Why did this have to happen? Why did it have to be Ron?" Sirius just rubbed his shoulder reassuringly. "Voldemort, Harry, he doesn't have a conscience. He doesn't care what he does to people. It doesn't matter to him if he's tearing everyone apart. No, he cares, and he likes it. He wants nothing more for you to get hurt by all of this. He wants you to suffer. But I won't let him get to you," Sirius told him in a faraway voice. "As long as I'm around, he's not going to hurt you. I'm not going to let him." Harry sniffled. "Too late," he said in a broken voice. "This is all my fault," Harry said, tears flowing down his face. "Harry, you have the distinct right to make friends. There is no law against it, okay? You have the justification to make friends, and live a normal life. And being someone's friend ultimately means that the person is going to stand by you and be your friend in spite of who you are and what the repercussions of being associated with you means. You knew that when you became Ron's friend. You knew that being friends with him could mean that people might look down on you for being associated with the Weasleys. You knew that, yet you took the risk of being his friend. And despite the fact that I know that you really don't care for anyone that would look down on you for that reason, but it's the same with Ron. He knew that being your friend might make him a target with the dark side. But he's a Weasley. That makes him a target regardless of his friendship with you. That's what friendship is. The Marauders knew that being friends with Remus could mean a lot of trouble, but we put that aside, and stuck with him. That's what friendship is, people that put aside the risks, and look at a person for who they are, not the problems their friendship could bring," Sirius told him. Harry looked up from the comfortable area in Sirius's side, to look at Sirius's face, his eyebrows furrowed. He tried to think of something to say but he came up with nothing. He just snuggled in closer to Sirius. Fatigue that had been pushed away due to the circumstances seemed to set in, and he fell asleep, tears still streaming down his face. Harry knew he would get no reassurance from sleep, and found himself being shaken awake from horrible nightmares about Ron. Sirius woke him up, telling him that it was just a dream and that he was all right, but Harry knew he wasn't. He was very far from being all right. Even though the room had been cooled down a lot, he still felt very hot. He noticed that sweat had formed on his forehead, and he twisted out of Sirius's loose embrace. "You all right, Harry?" "I'm just a bit hot," he said. "You look really pale, Har. I think you might be coming down with something." He put his hand on Harry's sweaty forehead, looking as if he had no idea what that was supposed to mean. Is your forehead supposed to be this hot? He asked himself. I don't think so, Harry told him. I'm fine, sir. He shook his head. The movement made him a bit dizzy. I think you should go see Madame Pomfrey. I'll be fine, Harry stated. Just a bit hot. Sirius just shrugged and set the temperature lower. That okay? He asked. Harry nodded. He put his head down on a pillow and went to sleep. He had an odd nightmare. He dreamt that he had his head in an oven, but the rest of his body was out in an ice storm. Harry, wake up, Sirius called. He looked up at Sirius's concerned face. You're really sick, Har. Are you still hot? No, I'm freezing, he said, shivering. But, you're sweating. He felt his face and found that his face and his neck were clammy. Sirius wrapped a blanket around him. My head is hot though, he said. Can you? He said, not wanting to be any trouble at this time of night. I'm going to go get you a washcloth to put on your head, he said, getting up and getting him a bowl of water and a washcloth. He wiped the sweat off of Harry's forehead, and rested the washcloth on his forehead, occasionally re-wetting it. First thing tomorrow, you're seeing Madame Pomfrey. Do you want my bed, Har? You're sick, you shouldn't be sleeping on a couch, Sirius asked, wiping his forehead with the cloth. He shook his head. I'll probably give it to you that way, Harry said. Not that he could have gotten up. He gave a big sneeze. You better stay away from me, sir. I might be contagious. Sirius merely shrugged. Humans might be susceptible, but I bet animals aren't, Sirius said, turning into a dog, and laying across his lap. Harry slowly stroked the dog's head, and nodded off. He awoke with a lurch in his stomach, and tried to make his way for the bathroom, but the dog that was lying on his stomach prohibited him from getting to the toilet. He tried to push the dog off him in his mad dash for something to throw up in, but it was too heavy, and by the time it woke up and made a movement to scramble off him, his stomach had decided that right in front of him was a good place to aim, and he spewed the little he had eaten during the opening feast all over Sirius's couch. And Sirius. Oh, God, I'm shit. I'm so sorry. I'll clean it up, I promise. Oh my God, he stammered to the bile-covered animal, who transformed into his godfather. Sirius looked down at his throw-up-covered clothes and winced. It's all right. It's just a shirt. A little magic will clean it all up, he said, muttering a spell that made the mess come out of the couch and his shirt and pants. Are you okay? Harry just grunted. I think I should go back to my own dormitory. Let me throw up there, Harry said, trying to get up, despite his weak arms. Sirius shook his head in a forceful manner, as if to say, don't you dare move. I'm going to get you a paper towel, and some water, Sirius told him. He returned and started wiping the throw-up off of his face. I can do it myself, Sirius, Harry said, blushing. Just humor me, and let me take care of you while you're sick, Sirius muttered lowly. Harry sighed and let Sirius go through his, I missed half my godson's childhood and I have to make up for it, stage. He passed him the glass of water, and had to help Harry hold it as he was very weak, and Harry worked the taste out of his mouth. Go back to sleep, Harry. It'll do you good, Sirius said, curling up as a dog next to him, not wanting to make the same mistake twice. Harry turned on his side and put his head on top of the big black dog, and found listening to its heartbeat, and its calm, even breathing sent him back into a calm sleep. Harry didn't awaken until the sun was rising. He looked at the clock. It was 7:30. 7:30. Sirius, get up. You're going to be late for classes. Sirius startled awake, transformed and jumped over the side of the couch, over to his bedroom, and threw the dresser open. So hard, in fact, that the drawer flew out of the bureau, and landed on his foot. Harry looked over the couch, and watched in entertainment as Sirius grabbed his foot, hobbling around the room, while trying to put on his clothes, cursing profusely. Harry, go to the hospital wing. Shit, I'll come see you after classes. Crap, he pulled on his shoe, and kicked the dresser. Are you going like that? Harry asked. Well, I was. What's wrong? Sirius asked, looking at himself. You look like you were just electrocuted, Harry told him. Sirius spurted another round of colorful words. He got a comb and ran it through his hair. It almost instantly smoothed out, and went back to normal. Harry scowled. It took him 15 minutes to make his hair halfway decent. He had given up on gel, as it made him look too much like Draco Malfoy. Harry, are you going to be okay? Can you make it to the hospital wing yourself? Yeah. He sat up, and pulled himself into a standing position, and immediately fell to his knees. I'll be fine, he said unconvincingly. Come on, I'll skip breakfast today, he said, pulling Harry to his feet. Harry felt too queasy to reply. Harry walked through the hall with Sirius holding him up, and was just about to go through the tapestry that he heard, "Well, look who it is. Potter and Black, two of my favorite people." The sarcasm was rich. Snape. Harry and Sirius exchanged glances of disgust. Well, if you're going to be sick, at least throw up on someone you don't like, Har. Sirius turned around to respond to the comment. Can't say the feeling is reciprocal. And tell me, what is Potter doing in the teacher's hallway? I'm not sure if Dumbledore told you this, but students are not allowed in. Or was your small mind not able to comprehend this? 50 points Potter. Actually, Snape, if I remember correctly, Dumbledore's rule is that students are not allowed to be in the teacher's wing without permission. He has permission from a teacher. In fact, he has roaming privileges. And that qualifies as a counter to those lost points. Snape growled, but didn't lose his formality. I suggest that you ask those who are superior to you before you make any major decisions, Black. He spat. I obviously won't be asking you then, Sirius said as the tapestry scrolled up. Sirius dropped off in a bed in the hospital wing, telling him that he would be back to see how he was doing during lunch. Madame Pomfrey came over to ask how he was, and when he described his symptoms, she frowned and gave him a potion that put him to sleep. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.